Good evening, Santa Monica. Welcome. It is Tuesday, May 13th, and I'm going to call to order our regular and our special joint meeting. And I'm going to ask that Councilmember Hall, will you lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Councilmember Raskin, will you read the land acknowledgement?
The city of Santa Monica is located on the land of Tobangar. With great respect, the city acknowledges the Gabrieleno Tongva as the first people of this ancestral and unceded territory of Corvagna, a village that we know today as Santa Monica. We honor their elders, past and present, and the Gabrieleno descendants who are part of the Gabrieleno and Tongva tribes. We recognize that these peoples are still here, and as settlers and Kuyam, guests, we recognize our responsibility and obligation to care for their land in partnership with them. The City of Santa Monica commits to work in partnership with the Gabrieleno and Tongva people to uplift their voices and visibility on their ancestral land.
Thank you. Before we start, I just want to ask that everybody in the audience silence your phones, put them on vibrate as to not disrupt the meeting. Please refrain from shouting out, and we don't clap hands, we do happy hands. So we want to keep the meeting moving along tonight. I also noticed there's a lot of folks signed up for public speaking. In the event that you can coordinate your efforts to have lead speakers, it helps us keep this meeting ending on the same day it started, which it looks like tonight that might not be the case. And with that, City Clerk.
I'll now call the roll. Councilmember Zwick.
Here.
Councilmember Hall.
Present.
Councilmember Raskin.
Here.
Councilmember Snell.
Here.
Councilmember Zenitskaya.
Present.
Mayor Pro Tem Terosas will arrive later, and Mayor Negrete.
Here.
I will now ask if any council members will be recusing themselves pursuant to the Levine Act tonight. Hearing none. I don't have any messages for agenda management, but are there?
Would any of our council members like to put these commendations above public input, or?
Oh, no, go ahead.
Oh, so moved.
Second.
All right, so we will hear a little agenda management. We're going to hear the commendations above public input. Is that okay?
Yeah, that's fine. I just need a vote.
All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Seeing none.
Okay, so item 2A, Proclamation for Mental Health Awareness Month.
So I'm going to call forward Commissioner Nancy Gordon and Commissioner Sulman Adiyami of the Disabilities Commission to accept this proclamation. Nice seeing you, sir. Long time no see. We saw each other this morning at the second graders of Grant Geckos here. I'm going to read this proclamation, then I'm going to turn it over to you. Whereas mental health is essential to overall well-being, impacting individuals of all ages, and is a vital component of a healthy and thriving community. Whereas mental health challenges, including anxiety and depression, are increasingly prevalent among youth, impacting their social interactions, academic performance, and overall development. And whereas early intervention and access to quality mental health resources are essential for supporting young people and maximizing their future success, and whereas reducing stigma and promoting open conversations about mental health are crucial for creating a supportive environment where individuals feel comfortable seeking help. And whereas the City Council appointed the Santa Monica Disabilities Commission to advance awareness of disabilities, including mental and behavioral health, in its planning, decision-making, and advisory activities, and whereas the City of Santa Monica recognizes the importance of prioritizing mental health and supporting the well-being of our community members, especially young people, and whereas Mental Health Awareness Month is a time for community members, government, public, and private agencies, healthcare providers, businesses, and schools to recommit to supporting our community by increasing awareness and understanding of mental health and reducing stigma and making appropriate and accessible services available for all. Now, therefore, I, Lana Negrete, the Mayor of Santa Monica, on behalf of the members of the City Council, do hereby proclaim May 2025 Mental Health Awareness Month in Santa Monica.
Thank you, Mayor Negrete, and thank you for welcoming the second grade class of Grant Elementary School, of which my granddaughter is was here this morning. We were here together, and you took us all around the city departments. So we appreciate that. Mentor, this is Commissioner Gordon. We are here from the Disability Commission, and we are very pleased to be here for the work that the council is doing in the city, the new changes. We know all the new changes that is happening. This is great work, and we have the city manager to be, maybe sometime to be. And so that if I start from Pico Boulevard on the beach, by the time I get to Seneca Boulevard on the same street, perhaps I can count how many vacant buildings or vacant land available. So I don't see how there's nobody being in a proactive state to make something happen, to get the people off the street. You see, everybody's saying they have a right. They have a right. But nobody has a right to be outside in that tent at 3 a.m. when it's very cold. And we don't know, we're not paying attention to the fact that if somebody is dragging blankets on the street, raising dust, does anybody know that you could get sick from all of that dust? So it's not just the mental or the disabled people or the homeless people that these things affect, all of us. So I really thank the city, the council for doing a great job. Thank you. We accept this proclamation.
Thank you. Did you want to say anything?
Ditto.
We like that. We're going to take a picture in the well, and are we all coming down? Come on.
Thank you, Mayor.
Okay.
We'll come around.
What matches your outfit?
Yeah, I coordinated that.
Oh, you did not put it. Oh. You just didn't have it.
Item 2A, proclamation for Public Works Week.
Or 2B, yes.
I'm sorry, 2B.
Okay. If Christopher Dishlip wants to come forward, I will read the commendation. You have to stand there while we read it to you and blush.
I think I got it.
Whereas public works professionals focus on infrastructure, facilities, and services that are vital importance to sustainable and resilient communities and to the public health, high quality of life, and well-being of the people of Santa Monica. And whereas these infrastructure, facilities, and services could not be provided without the dedicated efforts of public work professionals who are engineers, managers, and employees at all levels of government and the private sector, who are responsible for rebuilding, improving, and protecting our nation's transportation, water supply, water treatment, and solid waste systems, public buildings, and other structures and facilities essential for our citizens. And whereas it is in the public interest for the residents, youth, civic leaders, and businesses in Santa Monica to gain knowledge of and to maintain an ongoing interest and understanding of the importance of public works and public works programs in their respective communities. And whereas the year 2025 marks the 65th annual National Public Works Week sponsored by the American Public Works Association. Now, therefore, I, Lana Negretti, the Mayor of Santa Monica, on behalf of the members of City Council, do hereby designate the week of May 18th, 2025 as Public Works Week in the City of Santa Monica, and we urge all citizens to join with representatives of the American Public Works Association and government agencies in activities, events, and ceremonies designed to pay tribute to our public works professionals, engineers, managers, and employees, and to recognize the substantial contributions they make to protecting our national health, our safety, and our quality of life. We can do this. And if you want to say a few words, then we'll come take a photo.
I'll be quick. Thank you. Thank you. Good evening, Mayor and council members. I'm Chris Bishop. I'm your Assistant Director of Public Works. and I have the honor of being up here representing all of our hardworking employees here in Santa Monica in Public Works. So this year's theme is People, Purpose, and Presence, and it highlights the cornerstone ideals that motivate Public Works professionals to serve in their communities every day. Meeting the needs of the people is what gives Public Works its sense of purpose. Many times, Public Works professionals may never meet those staff whose lives have been impacted because of the things that we do right, and no one knows that Public Works is there. Yet, without any fanfare, Public Works is ever present, working in the background to advance quality of life for all. Our Public Works staff are vital to building a resilient, sustainable, and healthy Santa Monica community, and I want to take this opportunity to thank all of our staff for their dedication and all the hard work they do. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Can you just tell us, Chris, how many employees are in the Public Works Division?
Oh, my goodness.
Sorry, I didn't mean to put you on the spot.
It has been a
Roughly.
moving target, but we are well over 500.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So it's an
We are
army,
the second largest department in the city behind police.
an army that keeps our community clean. Many grew up here, but many travel very far to keep our city beautiful. So thank you. We're going to come down here and take a photo.
All right, so we'll now move back to item 1, public input. Public comment is permitted only on items not on the agenda that are within the subject matter jurisdiction of the city. State law prohibits the city council from taking any action on items not listed on the agenda, including issues raised under this agenda item. And it looks like we have about 41 speakers, but I do see some duplication in here.
Okay. I'm going to start calling up some names, and you can just line up against the wall there. I have Dee Morris, John Medlin, Lucian Tudor, Maria Loya, Maricela Herrera, and Bernice Onofre. And Dee Morris would be the first up to the mic. And these are items that are not on the agenda, just to be clear.
Good evening. Just wanted to let the council know that it only takes the same amount of money to recall all 7 council members as it does to recall 1. The abuse of power that I've seen in this council, including the incumbents and the newly elected individuals, concerning wanting to have alcohol on the promenade instead of brand new stores to bring in shoppers, and to have casinos instead of having a convention center with conventions, is beyond the pale. Your responsibility to the city, including the committee for the budget, is to spend money and to accommodate the citizens of this city, not the special interests in the builders and the people that want to destroy this city. How could you possibly desire to have a casino in this city? How could you possibly desire, if you haven't heard about it, it was in the newspaper.
There's no casino. Go ahead, sir.
Okay, well, what is your plan for the city convention center?
Stay tuned.
Lays dormant. Yeah, that's the problem. You have no plans other than to sell our real estate, the real estate that belongs to the citizens of Santa Monica, sell it for a special interest building. This is going on over and over and over. Everybody has seen this country and this city in particular, taken over by builders' interests. You people are responsible. You have not committed to your fiduciary duty. And on the committee that some people tried to take over by force this last week, this last month, by kicking out the chair of the committee, then the city attorney has to step in and straighten everything out. You guys want to take this power grab? Well, ask him. He knows about it. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. John Medlin?
I'm back. What's the number one priority of all governments? Public safety. Public safety. I first lived here 58 years ago. I've been living here consecutively almost 30 years. 6 of you have gone on record as supporting the distribution of drug-related paraphernalia in our parks. But you won the elections. Congratulations. What else has happened in the last 20 years? 230 cases of sexual abuse have been awarded $230 million, $1 million a pop. LA County recently approved $4 billion for 6,800 cases, which is $600,000 per case. What do they know that we don't know? We got 157 cases still waiting. Is that another $157 million, or should maybe reduce it to $90 million? You know, talk about fiduciary needs. Our bond rating was reduced a year ago. What do you do when you're running out of money? You don't go and get a $450 million bond, because who's going to pay for it? What you do is you stop the bleeding. How can you stop the bleeding? Number one, let's try and reduce the $1 million awards per case to $600,000. Number two, let's quit spending $14 million on this district voting farce. Your power's not that important. Your predecessors kept quiet when the rumors were going around in the Pico district about this, but they did not have power, so nothing happened. So we're at $230 million, and we're basically bankrupt. Again, you guys won. Take your responsibility. Stop the bleeding. Thank you.
Thank you. Lucian Tudor?
Good evening, everyone. I'm going to be here many times tonight speaking on different items, but I want to take the opportunities in welcoming the new city council and thank all of you. I never see a council so united. I know I'm not used to come up here and say any good things about city council or city staff, but I'm really proud of the directions you are taking. You're very innovative council. You're taking heat and you're breaking rules, which is the recipe to create a destination of Santa Monica again. I want to thank you very much for what you're doing. Thank you.
Thank you. Maria Loya?
Actually, the two ladies that are joining me, they're not here. They're stuck on traffic. Can you call me later?
Yes.
Thank you very much.
Okay, Maricela, I'm going to call a few more names. So is that the names?
Maricela and Berenice are the two ladies that are joining me.
Okay, perfect. I'm going to
Thank
call
you.
other names. Francisco Juarez, Morgan Jarrow, Chris Gorbos, Arlene Hurwitz, and Judith Serlin. Francisco?
Hi, good evening. This is the old Marine that was here last time to tell you about our Memorial Day event coming up at Storm the Beach. I represent a veteran family organization, and this public input is relative to last week's POTUS executive order specific to the National Home for Disabled Veterans. We will be helping residents from that home to get to their beach. And we want to clarify some email confusion that we received from the city manager's office, I believe. There's no city permit needed on our part. We have a deed and we have a Chicago title search that shows that property belongs to the residents of the home. There was nothing asked for it last year or the year before, so please don't interfere with what we got planned. You're invited to there. Again, we will be. You're invited again. and to come and enjoy a day at the beach with disabled veterans as they honor all who gave the ultimate sacrifice. Look forward to seeing you there. I hope you get my emails because I've sent a few of them to the email boxes, the city council box. So I hope you get them, and I hope to hear back from you. I'd like to know if we can depend on you being there. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for your service.
Also invited.
Morgan Jaro?
And Mr. Jura, I have that you're registered for 1 minute. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Hello, everybody. I just wanted to talk about my experience with Santa Monica Sister Cities. We recently took a trip to Japan to see our sister city celebrating 50 years with Fujinomiya. Me and a couple of my people back here went and had an amazing time. We had some cultural exchanges as well as student exchanges, resulting in relationships and diplomacy overseas. We had a whole bunch of gift exchanges, as well as me personally, I got to revisit my homestay family that I visited 10 years ago and got to see everybody grow and change, which is really cool. And having that kind of impact overseas is really important. We also visited our friendship city, Kizugawa, as well. And over there we learned how to make some tea and stuff like that in the traditional ways. And we also visited the World Expo, focusing on innovation and connect.
Thank you. Chris Gorbos?
And Mr. Gorbos,
it's 1 minute.
Is that correct?
Yeah.
1 minute?
1 minute, yeah.
Okay.
Hi, I'm Chris Gorbos. I'm the general manager of the West Side Comedy Theater in Santa Monica. We're in the alley between 3rd and 4th Street. I'm calling, I know that this may already be past the decision point, but I'm calling to encourage you to preserve parking structure 5. I have about 20,000 to 25,000 visitors that come to the West Side every year. And after doing kind of like a zip code search of a sample size of the people that come, 80 to 85% of them come from zip codes outside of Santa Monica. And if you look at kind of when parking structure 3 was torn down, we were told, oh, they're going to take public transit. They're going to, we have scooters in place for last mile commuting. And it's been my experience as a business owner in the area for 16 years that my customers don't ride the bus and they don't come from areas that are accessible by mass transit. And the type of customer that comes in from out of town to spend like $80 to $120 on, dinner and then a show, they want parking close. And if you tear down structure 5, that'll be the second parking on 4th Street, which is the main artery.
Thank you.
For there.
Thank you, Chris. Arlene Horowitz?
And
Hi.
Ms. Gorbos, you're down for a minute as well?
And before you start, Arlene, I also have Adiana. I thought that was the same name twice, but
Yeah, I'm going to speak of her. So I'm following up from Jeff Jarrow, who is the president of the Santa Monica Sister City Program. I'm a member of the Santa Monica Sister City Program, and I've had the pleasure of meeting the mayor during our trip to Kizugawa and Fujinomiya. It was a wonderful celebration of 50 years of a relationship with Fujinomiya and 14 with Kizugawa. As a resident of Santa Monica, my daughter had the opportunity to, host 2 students 1 year and a student another year from both cities. She was able to go there. It was a life-changing experience for both of us. We are so honored to be part of it, and we just want, to make sure the city knows how important this relationship is, and fostering that relationship is important when they come to visit us. And that's it. I just want to say that.
thank you. Is Adiana here? Are you speaking or no? Change your mind? Judith Serlin. And then before Ms. Serlin starts, I have Oliver Zinman,
Thank you.
Pedro Paredes, Jeff Jarrow, and Clint Segura. Next.
I would like to ask everyone to stand up to recognize workers in the room. If it's Public Workers Week, it's BBB, but again, this is our workers in the room from the BBB. So I want you to note that. Thank you. Okay. Oh, I'm on. Okay. I'm Judith Serlin, and I've been coming to these meetings fairly regularly to discuss the issues of concerns. I've heard the complaints. I've heard the concerns. I come today to discuss, again, investing in the city of Santa Monica. When you pay attention to the workers and their needs, you will have a city that works. Tonight, you will have a discussion from Labor Relations. You will hear about a 5-year contract and the money that they put on the table, of which I'm sure you're fully aware. Well, Teamsters wants a contract that's fair and equitable. This means something different to each person, but it's not a day at the beach. We work at the beach, we clean the beach. It's being able to drive and afford to drive to Santa Monica because it's a 2-hour drive going home, at least, not so much if you're coming here at 4 in the morning. We want to talk about inflation. We want to talk about the price of eggs, the price of gas, the price of housing. Those are all things that are really important. You celebrated the work here of public workers, our brothers and sisters in the department, but let it be known that they canceled the celebration. Workers want rights and respect. What we'd like to do is to invite you to break bread with the Big Blue Bus and to hear how Public Works works. And so we invite you to meet with the workers, and I will have a letter again to each of you to invite you to meet with us so they can tell you about their concerns about the city and how it works. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Serlin. Oliver Zimmerman.
And Mr. Zimmerman, you're speaking for 1 minute?
Oh, yeah, just 1 minute. Sorry, can I?
You can proceed.
Okay. Hi, everyone. Sorry, I'll keep this quick. I know we've got a lot of people speaking today. I just also wanted to take a moment to express, I also went on the Sister Cities trip. It was a really great experience. Everyone over there is super kind to us. We have a lot of sister cities. We have 2 in Japan, 1 sister city for over 50 years, and 1 friendship city. I'd just love to express to everyone how amazing they are. I really hope that we can get more people involved in sister cities. And, the world's a bit of a tense place right now, and I think that it's very important that we, as Santa Monicans, kind of do our part, however small it may be, to try to smooth things over and nurture these important relationships. Thank you.
Thank you. Pedro Paredes.
Good afternoon. With the Big Blue Bus, and what my union representative said, I'd like to say that we want to be treated with dignity and respect, as if you were in our shoes. If you were in our shoes, you'd want that too. We want a fair contract. We want to live, and all we want is dignity and respect. If they could show us that, thank you.
Thank you, sir. Jeff Jarrow. And before Mr. Jarrow starts, I'm just going to read those other names again. I have Clint Segura, and then I've got Joe DeRosa, Jeremiah Powell, and Greg Alvarado.
I just want to stand up for 2 minutes and do this. You've seen me up here before regarding Sister Cities. What a great program. You heard from a few people. Maybe there's a few more people that signed in. We had a great time. It was incredible. You go to their city hall, everybody meets us outside, everybody bows, they have banners. We had pictures, didn't follow the rules again, so we didn't get it in before 12 today. So we're going to come back again and do that. Sister Cities, you've heard, is really important. We have a lot of people that chimed in. It's a great experience. I hope every one of you get a chance to do this. Whether it's Japan, Germany, England, they're all signing up. So listen, FISCA, the Fujinomiya International Sister Cities Association, gave me this picture. Okay. You can get up close. And they gave it from sister city to sister city. There we go. And the mayor gave our mayor city to city, but it's in transit.
It was very big. I could not carry it on the
plane. It might even
plane.
be in your mail room now. We don't know, but it's left Japan. It's in the United States, and it's coming. So I know you've been giving out accommodations tonight. So what I'd like to do is, how about if you all come in the well and we take a picture with this great picture that I want to give to City Council? Could we do that?
Is that City Clerk
That's up to you guys.
Come on.
Can we do it, and we've got all these people waiting to talk, can we do it another time? I know, I hate to put you in the spot, Jeff.
Seconds left if you hurry.
We'll do it before we go to closed session,
Okay,
that we can get everybody.
okay, fair enough.
We love you, Jeff, thank you.
Love you, Jeff.
Keeping it moving up here, okay, we're keeping it moving. Thank you, we'll see you before closed session. All right, Clint Seguda.
Hi, my name's Clint. I'm a mechanic at the Big Blue Bus maintenance department, and I'm here as an alert or warning about what's going on. I feel like we've been falling behind on all our contracts for the last 10 years. It's always been the bare minimum. Every time it's the bare minimum, it's always more like a pay cut, because if we're not keeping up with inflation, it's a pay cut. And working at the Big Blue Bus is not really easy. We work 24/7. All year round. Christmas is here at the shop. New Year's at the shop. We really don't get to spend time with our families. It's a big sacrifice to be here, and I'm willing to do that sacrifice to provide for my family. But when I can't provide it good anymore, and I'm still sacrificing. It's not doable anymore. I've seen a lot of people leave. The last 4 years ago, we were totally underpaid a couple years ago. And I saw like 20 people leave within a matter of like 2-3 years. And I feel like it's going to happen again. And it's not my city, it's your city. You do whatever you want. But I'm just here as an alert or a warning, just to tell you what's going on. We're not being compensated accordingly to the sacrifice that we make. I've seen people leave here with their knees shot, their back shot, just worn down to the ground. For what? Thank you for your time. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Joe DeRosa.
Hey guys, I am here to hope that you guys will consider trying to push the sale of the Sears building for a Los Angeles Artist Series, which would help convert the downtown area into more of an entertainment district. Once Palais High is done with it, it would do sort of more what Culver City does for Culver City Studios does for Culver City area, except with a live music venue. I just don't think, and I would do it later, but I can't be here, but I don't think the downtown drinking area from 8 a.m. to 2 a.m., it's going to cause all sorts of problems. And the more successful it is...
You got to stay on things not on the agenda.
Okay, well, I can't be here later. So, unfortunately, the more successful it is, the more likely it is that it's going to be a shooting. You're advertising it as West LA. I know it's Santa Monica, and we like to think of ourselves as a nice city here, but... This is advertised to all of LA, and that's just such a dangerous proposition without at least 25 extra police officers.
Stay off the agenda items so we can. Thank you. Jeremiah Powell.
And Mr. Powell, I have you registered twice for 1 minute, so are you speaking for 2 minutes?
I would like 2 minutes.
Okay.
How you doing? My name is Jeremiah Powell. I work for Promenade Maintenance. I've been here for approximately 15 years. I wanted to retire here, but as things going on, I don't think that's going to happen. First thing I heard was people bragging about how beautiful this city is. I get up at 3 o'clock in the morning so I could be here at 4:30 so I can load up my truck and be out by 5. While I'm out there, I got to duck the unhoused and the mentally unstable because they'll attack you. At the same time, I'm trying not to get stuck by needles. Then I gotta hear the residents complain about the noise, and I can't get the offer I was offered is not acceptable. My rent just went up 8%. My president's talking about 20% tariffs across the board. I mean, what am I supposed to do? 2% is not enough to help me do anything. I got a child. I got bills. I mean, I'm the reason why it's beautiful. I'm out there. The rest of these people that stood out here are out there. I'm not asking for a lot. I'm just asking for enough to maintain the status quo. I'm not trying to be rich. I just want to survive. I want my kids to eat. I don't want to have to do nothing wrong. That's why I come here. That's why I'm here at 4:30 every morning. You know, I'm just here for dignity, for a fair wage, and I'm Promenade Maintenance, and I'm the reason why it looks good from Wilshire to Pico, from Ocean to Lincoln. I pressure wash, I empty trash, I run the scrubber, I run the sweeper, I do anything you ask me to. And I'm asking you for a fair living wage, and if not, shame on you.
Thank you, Mr. Powell. I'm going to read a few more names before Mr. Alvarado comes up. I've got Greg Alvarado, Sergio Ortega, Eric Nunez, Amadi Williams, and Jonah Brasau. Mr. Alvarado?
Mr. Alvarado, I have you down for 1 minute. Is that correct?
Yes. Good evening, good afternoon, Honorable Mayor and Council Member. I share a lot of the values, the mechanics and other departments I just heard. It's the same thing with my case. Things are getting really tight for me. And I actually didn't expect this to happen to the city. I came into the intention 18 years ago from my previous boss when he told me, go ahead and you have to leave my place and work for a better place, which is the city of Santa Monica. They all hold high standards and values for city people. And that's what I expect from all cities employees. But it is a very, very deep concerning issue about the pay. And we definitely fighting for it.
Thank you, sir. Sergio Ortega?
Mr. Ortega, I have you down for 1 minute as well. Is that correct?
Sounds good. Thank you. Hello, Council. My name is Sergio. I've been with the city for 21 years. Big Blue Bus, 21 years. I'm here with my fellow co-workers. Before the meeting, I decided to take a stroll to Promenade. And I've been there maybe 5 years, 6 years, because I was disgusted by it. But I actually walked on there today, and I was pretty impressed how clean Promenade looks. Thanks to Mr. Jeremiah doing the hard work, steam cleaning. And I was really impressed. I walked all the way down here to City Hall. I see a big difference. I see the city investing in the city, in the infrastructure, and it's coming a long ways. I just want to say, keep investing in the city, Big Blue Bus, and let's hope we have a good turnout for the Olympics and for the World Cup. You know, let's make where people want to return to City of Santa Monica. You know, a lot worldwide, we're known worldwide. City of Santa Monica, that's how people know, City of Santa Monica.
Thank you, sir. Eric Nunez?
Mr. Nunez, I have you down for 1 minute as well. Is that correct?
Yes. Hi, thank you very much. Eric Nunez, Big Blue Bus mechanic, been here about 17, 18 years. Last time I was here, I talked to you guys about the loss of employees we had for better competing cities locally. Even though they're smaller, they were competing better in pay. We also have some employees that are literally spending $30 on gas a day. Some of them willing to take a $5 pay cut to work closer, to not have to deal with 3 hours of traffic every day to come into the city. So you got to remember, these buses that we're working on are no longer diesel buses. These are multi-million-dollar computers on wheels, and we maintain them very, very diligently. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Amadi Williams?
Mr. Williams, I have you down for 1 minute. Is that correct?
Yes. Hello, everyone. My name is Amadi Williams. I hail from the city of Compton. Just letting you know that all of us who are workers here, none of us live in the city. We love working here, but it's hard to get here. It's hard to just do the things. And we want to be able to continue doing our job. We just want to do that at a rate where we can afford to live wherever we live and commute wherever we commute. I'm one of the motor coach cleaners. Most of these guys are mechanics, or as you've heard, other aspects. I'm going to try to keep this under a minute. But as a motor coach cleaner, we do a lot. A lot of us we were all deemed essential workers. We don't get essential pay. A lot of us as motor coach cleaners have been there a long time, but right now we've had a high turnover, and the people that are coming in are not as good, and we've lost 5 people in that amount of time because the pay isn't what it used to be. It's not keeping up with. So you get what you pay for. You want us to keep on doing the job. We just ask that you pay us a living wage that is acceptable.
Thank you, sir. And before Jonah Brasal, you come up, I'm going to call a few more names. Ana Monchez, John Ali, Lorena Villafana, Hermana Escobar, and Griselda Nunez. Mr. Brasal, am I saying your last name right? Sorry.
It's Breslau.
Oh, Breslau. I'm sorry.
It's a tough one, so no worries. But my name's Jonah Breslau. I am here on behalf of Unite Here Local 11. Our members care deeply about the future of the airport because just as the previous speaker mentioned, many of our members work in Santa Monica. We have, I think, over 1,000 members who work in Santa Monica. And we have several hundred members who have been able to live in Santa Monica, but most of our members cannot afford to live in Santa Monica, including I used to live in Santa Monica, but I was not able myself to maintain that. And I had to share a room even when I was doing that. But we wanted to talk about this in part because of the closure of the Phase 3A survey about the airport. Many of our members, we did our own survey, which I'll talk a little bit about later, really do want to see housing built on the airport land. But we found the survey to be extremely complicated and frankly alienating and difficult for our members to fill out. So we're concerned about how representative that will be. It was very difficult to do in Spanish. It took us a long time to realize it could be done in Spanish. If you went to the Spanish version of the website, the SMAC website, and you clicked on the survey, it went to the survey in English. You had to realize there was a little globe in the corner that you had to click on. And even then, that none of the images were translated. And there were a lot of images. There was also a 44-minute YouTube video that you were encouraged to watch. So we just feel like this is not the kind of process that's really going to lead to representative results, especially of working class people more broadly. And we've seen the city in the past, hold meetings in Spanish with workers around the 4th and 5th in Arizona project. That really gave our members an opportunity to weigh in and take those kinds of measures.
Thank you, sir. Ana Monchez.
Buenas tardes, mi nombre es Ana Monches y estoy aquí para expresar mi frustración con el proceso de divulgación del proyecto de conversión del aeropuerto de Santa Mónica. He trabajado como recamarera en Hilton Hotel aquí en Santa Mónica durante 7 años.
So my name's Ana Monchez, and I'm here to express my frustration with the outreach process for the Santa Monica Airport conversion process. I've worked as a housekeeper at the Hilton Hotel for 7 years.
La encuesta comenzó pidiéndome que viera un video de YouTube de 44 minutos. No es realista esperar que alguien lo haga antes de responder a la encuesta.
So the survey began by asking me to watch a YouTube video that was 44 minutes long. It's not realistic to expect anyone to do that before taking a survey.
Eso nos hizo sentir a mí y a mis compañeros que la encuesta no era realmente para mí.
This made me and my coworkers feel like the survey wasn't really for me.
Apoyo la construcción de viviendas y un parque en el aeropuerto y muchos trabajadores están de acuerdo.
We support housing and a park at the airport, and many working people agree.
Pero puede que no se sintieran capaces de responder a la encuesta. Por favor, necesitamos una divulgación que realmente satisfaga las necesidades de los trabajadores de Santa Mónica. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. So, but other workers may not have felt like they could have done this survey either. And we need outreach that really meets the needs of Santa Monica's workers. Thank you.
Thank you. John Ali.
I'm John Alley.
Many of you here tonight and those who watch later know public comment has been a point of contention. Tonight, I'm welcoming everyone who has ever been slighted, removed, not heard, or simply unable to attend these meetings to join the Santa Monica Coalition on X at the SM Coalition, where we're going to give everyone their right and opportunity to make their comments public and heard on a much broader forum. Very similar to the comments from you alongside our daily Instagram posts, which sometimes have 100,000 people watching and 500 to 1,000 constituents commenting on any given topics. So beginning with public comment at the very next meeting and every future council meeting, please join us on our X account Space at the Santa Monica at SM Coalition, and you'll be heard throughout Santa Monica and beyond. I would like to thank Mayor Negrete as well for following the Santa Monica Coalition, for her support and promised action to install large and more frequent warning signs along the beach for unsuspecting families and tourists. Thank you.
Lorena Villafana.
Hola, buenas tardes a todos. Mi nombre es Lorena Villafana y estoy aquí para expresar mi preocupación por el proceso de divulgación del proyecto de conversión del aeropuerto de Santa Mónica. Trabajo en el Hotel Courtyard aquí en Santa Mónica como house person.
My name's Lorena Villafana, and I'm here to express my concerns about the outreach process for the airport conversion project here in Santa Monica. I work at the Courtyard Hotel as a house person.
La reunión presencial del sábado, mayo 17, podría ser una mejor manera que la complicada encuesta en línea para conocer la opinión de algunas personas de clase trabajadora.
So the meeting on Saturday might be a better way than the complicated survey online to understand the opinion of some working class people.
Pero me preocupa que los trabajadores de la hotelería como yo no estén disponibles, ya que los sábados son algunos de nuestros días de mayor actividad.
But I am concerned that for hotel workers like me, we may not be available. The Saturdays are already some of the busiest days in our industry.
Probablemente tenga que trabajar ese día. No puedo faltar al trabajo para dar mi opinión al respecto.
Probably I have to work Saturday, and I can't miss work to give my opinion on this issue.
Me preocupa que escuchen a más propietarios de viviendas, jubilados y profesionales que a personas como yo que trabajan los fines de semana.
I'm worried that you'll hear more opinions from homeowners, from retirees, from professionals, rather than people like me who work on the weekends.
Durante el proceso de desarrollo de los distritos 4 y 5 y Arizona, la ciudad celebró algunas reuniones nocturnas y en español para hablar con los trabajadores del hotel sobre ese proyecto.
So during the process of development for the 4th and 5th in Arizona project, the city held some meetings at night and in Spanish to speak with workers from the hotel industry about this project.
Esa fue una medida importante para garantizar que se escucharan todas las voces en el proceso de divulgación. Estas reuniones de la Comisión de Planificación son nocturnas, pero son largas y nos cuesta esperar aquí sin saber cuándo podemos hablar después de un largo día de trabajo.
So meetings like these, so anyway, this was an important measure to guarantee that workers' voices were heard in the outreach process. And meetings like this or at the Planning Commission, which are at night, are good, but they're long, and it takes a lot to wait without knowing exactly when we're going to speak after a long day at work.
Por favor, consideren organizar reuniones específicas para los trabajadores de hotelería de Santa Mónica para explicar nuestra opinión sobre el futuro del aeropuerto. Gracias.
So please consider organizing specific meetings for workers in the hospitality industry of Santa Monica to talk about our opinions about the future of the airport. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Germana Escobar.
Buenas tardes a todos. Mi nombre es Germana Escobar y estoy aquí para expresar mis inquietudes sobre la encuesta para el proyecto de conversión del aeropuerto de Santa Mónica. Trabajo en el Hotel Viceroy como recamarera.
So my name is Germana Escobar, and I'm here to express my concerns about the Santa Monica Airport Conversion Process survey. And I work at the Viceroy Hotel as a housekeeper.
La encuesta no se puede completar fácilmente desde un teléfono móvil, por lo que se requirió el uso de una computadora portátil o de un escritorio. No tengo computadora. Creo que muchos de mis compañeros probablemente tampoco lo tengan.
So, it was very hard to do the survey on a mobile phone, and it basically required the use of a laptop or a desktop. And I don't have a computer, and I think a lot of my coworkers probably don't either.
¿Cómo podemos esperar obtener una representación justa de la opinión de la gente sobre el aeropuerto si la encuesta es tan difícil de realizar?
How can we expect to get a fair representation of how people feel about the airport if the survey is so hard to do?
Gracias.
Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to call a few more names before Ms. Nunez comes up. Griselda Nunez and then Roberto Mazariegos, Matthew Hom, Andrew Moss, Denise Barton, and Lacey Wetmore. Ms. Nunez.
Buenas tardes. Mi nombre es Griselda Núñez. Trabajo como recamarera en el Viceroy y estoy aquí con mi frustración por el proceso de divulgación del proyecto de conversión del aeropuerto de Santa Mónica.
Hi, my name is Griselda, and I'm here to express my concerns about the airport conversion outreach project. And I've also worked as a housekeeper in the Viceroy for 2 years.
Actualmente tengo 2 años trabajando en Viceroy, pero tengo 5 años trabajando aquí en Santa Mónica y desgraciadamente tengo que hacer 4 horas de transporte, 2 de venida y 2 de ida, el cual yo pienso que es mucho tiempo el que estoy alejada de mis hijos, de mis nietos y que si podrían hacer viviendas en lugar de otra cosa para los trabajadores.
So you're saying, I've worked at the Viceroy for 2 years, but before that, I've been working in Santa Monica for 5 years. I have to spend 4 hours every day getting to and from work, 2 hours on the way here, 2 hours on the way back. And it's really difficult to spend time with my family, with my grandchildren, when I'm spending all this time coming to and from work.
Creo que viviríamos más cerca de nuestro trabajo, tendríamos más tiempo para convivir con nuestros hijos, con nuestros nietos y por lo tanto habría menos violencia en este país porque podríamos tener más tiempo para la educación de nuestros hijos.
Yeah, so if we could live closer to where we worked, we would have more time with our families. We would even have less violence because, we would have more time to educate our families.
Y yo sugiero que lo piensen, que unas viviendas para los trabajadores de todas las personas que trabajamos en Santa Mónica sería mucho mejor para poder tener más convivencia con nuestra familia.
So please, make sure there's more housing for working people who work in Santa Monica, and so that we have more time with our families. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Roberto Mazariegos.
Good evening, Council. My name is Roberto Mazariegos. I'm an organizer with United Here Local 11. Former hotel worker. I went to school here in Santa Monica and I work here now, but I still don't live here yet. I want to talk to you about the survey. As you hear, a lot of our members really want to participate in this process. It was very difficult, as you have heard. The survey was by default only in English. The Spanish language translation was extremely difficult to find on the website. Setting the SMAC project website to Spanish still linked to the English version on the survey. Additionally, the Spanish version of the website also incorrectly labeled the survey as the Phase 2A survey. It took us a while to realize that that little glove in the corner of the survey controlled the language. A lot of us looked at it before anyone figured it out. Even when we did figure it out how to take the survey in Spanish, none of the images, many of which included text, were translated into Spanish. We decided to take matters into our own hands. We did a simpler survey on paper. We're still analyzing some of the results, but still, as you will see, many of our members believe that there should be housing and park at the airport. We have both. We have people that live here, that don't live here. You guys are, I believe, new council. You have a very good task in front of you. What you do here is what gonna people remember. So you have an opportunity to lead the city again, to be an example as a city of what to do. There's proactive and, they bring people together, or either you're going to be remembered as a city that don't do that. Like I said, I've been working here. I went to school here, and I seen the city thrive to do such things. And I think that we have in our hands something that can do that. With that being said, Kobe said this, right? So people do remember you. So
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Matthew Hahn.
Good evening, Mayor and members of the City Council. My name is Matthew Hom, and I'm an organizer with CLUE, Clergy and Laity United for Economic Justice. And as you know, we've been fighting for justice here in Santa Monica, for workers, for immigrants, and for racial justice since 1996. And we're so proud to be here with the Cloverfield Commons Coalition and the hotel workers, members of United Local 11, to talk about the importance of housing and a park at the Santa Monica Airport, but also to share our reasons of concern for the Phase 3A outreach process. One other thing to highlight is that in the survey, there was no way for some of the workers some of them who live in the city, but many of whom who cannot afford to live here, as many of the Teamsters also named. And there wasn't an option for them to actually name that fact, to name the fact that they work here, but they can't live here. This was really a critical error in the process that meant that the views of this essential constituency of the city will not be able to be heard. The working poor are so essential for the success of the city, and so they really should have a voice in this process. Not just hotel workers, but also nurses, teachers, even city staff. And with the time that I have, I want to just celebrate and mention an incredible event that happened last month that many of you may have heard about. On Tuesday, April 15th, the Cloverfield Commons Coalition had an amazing event on Holy Week and Passover called Home is Sacred, Speak Out for Housing, and many people in this room were there. We heard from faith leaders, of course, who raised the moral stakes of why we need affordable and worker housing in Santa Monica. We heard from amazing hotel workers, but also medical workers and also teachers. We heard from members of the Black community who shared about the very tragic legacy of displacement and how this kind of housing would support justice for that. And thank you, Council Member Zanetskaya, for joining us. This is really an incredible moment, and we hope this conversation continues. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Andrew Moss.
Good evening. I'm Andrew Moss, a lay member of CLUE Santa Monica, Clergy and Laity, United for Economic Justice. I'm here along with other members of our community also to call attention to the structural barriers that have limited input to the public planning process for the Santa Monica Airport conversion. The city has called for an expansive community dialogue in the planning process, but as you've heard, the survey that went out did pose barriers to Spanish-speaking people, to working people with limited access to laptop computers, with limited time for filling out an extremely long and complex survey. Affordable housing must be an integral component of a truly balanced conversion plan, and the planning process must include and lift up the voices of working people who are critical stakeholders in this process. You've heard those voices, or you're hearing those voices here in this chamber people who work and live here and contribute mightily to the community as a result. And you've heard from people who must deal with the stresses of commuting long distances to work here. A balanced plan with housing as a key component will go a long way to making a better, more vibrant city for all. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. Denise Barton. And before Ms. Barton starts, I'm going to call a few more names. We have Lacey Wetmore, then we've got Louise Watanabe, Janet McLaughlin, Harvey Etter, and Dara Kimball. Ms. Barton?
Good evening. Tonight I'd like to go back to your priorities of the homeless, a safe and clean city, and in economics. Hopefully everyone noticed that Rite Aid on 14th and Wilshire closed earlier this month. I was told by an employee it was because of the homeless and crime. So letting the homeless run amok with a revolving door of justice for them scores you as a failure on your priority of the homeless. Then as crime is prominent reason businesses are fleeing from the city of Santa Monica, again, you score as a failure on your priority of a safe and clean city. And if businesses are fleeing the city, their tax revenue is going with them. Again, you score as a failure on your priority of the economics. Next, isn't it interesting the links this city council will go to not have to enact the residents' wishes of district voting? Our appointed mayor, Lana Negrete, and our city's lobbyists lobbied against the Bill 1079 to have all cities in California have district voting, even if the cities are still fighting in court. But due to the lobbying by our mayor, lobbyists, and others within the city, the bill was amended to exclude Santa Monica, so voting discrimination can continue in the city of Santa Monica. And I don't remember the sign being an item on the city council agenda to receive public input, and considering this is legislation and not litigation, if you came up with this scheme in closed session, I'm sure you violated something, maybe the Brown Act. What am I saying? You don't want to hear from the public. But again, the secretive backroom scheming action and deals shows that you're sitting there for your best interest, not the best interest of the city, and how dirty you are. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Barton. And before Ms. Wetmore comes up, I'm just going to remind the public we have 90 speakers. And if you heard your comments already made once, twice, maybe 5 times, feel free to shorten your comments so that we can maybe end on the same day we started. Ms. Wetmore?
Hello, my name is Lacey Wetmore, and I am a resident of Santa Monica, member of the Santa Monica Division of CLUE, and involved parent with Roosevelt Elementary School. I'm here to advocate for Cloverfield Commons, which you have heard multiple times. We're discussing the Santa Monica Airport Conversion Project. I feel that housing should be considered a human right, and given the impact of the Palisades fire, as well as the rising cost of living in the United States, specifically Southern California, I think we should be doing more to support members in our community who have been priced out of the housing market, but add value to our community through their work contributions. The survey had challenges, and it was not as accessible for Spanish speakers. I guess, long story short, I think that you've heard from a lot of folks here who work in our community today, and I would love for below housing market in Santa Monica to be given greater attention and to meet the moment we are currently in. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Louise Watanabe?
Madam Mayor and members of the City Council, my name is Louis Watanabe, and I'm a parishioner at St. Monica's, and my family has over 100 years history with Santa Monica, including my Uncle Kay Watanabe, who retired as city treasurer. As Catholic, I believe my faith, I really want to stand in solidarity with the workers, not just the hotel workers and the other industrial workers and our teachers. They're all people who play an important role in the city, and I really think that it makes the city stronger when we're able to accommodate a wide variety of people. That's what makes our city great. And so I just wanted to say that I'm in support of affordable housing and being able to make Santa Monica a better place to live for a wide range of people.
Thank you, sir. Janet McLaughlin?
Good evening, Council. I'm Janet McLaughlin.
I won't speak about anything that's on the agenda. This is non-agendized. I did want to thank you all for the public outreach that you're doing, especially Mayor Negrete, when you are meeting with people and hearing what their concerns are. And I'm sure that one of the big concerns you're hearing is public safety. And for some reason, when I woke up this morning, this thought popped into my head. I was out of town for Easter, and one of my relatives Googled my name for some reason, and this picture popped up, which was in the Getty Pictures for $375, which why anybody wants to pay $375 for a picture of me is beyond me. But it was of my children and I shopping at the promenade. And I was coming out of Old Navy, and I was laden down with shopping bags, and I had shopping bags hanging out of the stroller. And I remembered those days, and I remembered when there was performers, like it seemed like every few feet that you went. And it was so fun, and it was so great, and everybody loved to come to Santa Monica and go to the promenade, and it was just a joyous, festive time. And the only thing I will say about it is that I never remembered being concerned in the slightest about safety. So I would just like to say that I applaud you for trying to do whatever it is that you can do to revitalize the promenade, and I just hope that whatever you discuss tonight or whatever decisions you come to, you will keep in mind public safety. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Harvey Etter, and before Mr. Etter comes up, I just want to remind the next speakers so we can move along quickly. Dara Kimball, Whitney Bain, Jonathan Foster, Susan McCory, and Raquel Vallejo. And a quick reminder that if you've heard your comments made, we also heard them, so feel free to take down those 2 minutes down to 1.
Good evening. My name is Harvey Etter. I'm talking tonight as the president of the Tenants Association for Step Up on 2nd, 1328 2nd Street, and the head of the Public Solar Power Coalition, founder director, started 50, 60 years ago. I was evicted by the sheriffs on the 17th. They drove my door. They came in, they threatened to arrest me with color of authority of their guns. They said they had paperwork, a court order. I had no notice whatsoever. They promised to give me these papers, and they did not give me anything. They gave me names of a couple officers and a number, a name for a sergeant. It was a bad number, okay? Also, I had a shopping cart which included a bunch of legal papers and litigation that I've been going on with for decades, and including from EPA, the Air District, and CARB, all right? And this is murder, premeditated murder. And they got robbed 3 times going back to the rain. And we tried to file a criminal with the sheriff's department. They said, no, you can only file civil. I said, by what authority? Who made the decision? I said, you got a conflict of interest. You represent the city, and the city's liable for this. Okay, taking away all of our rights. Okay, we went. We had the police sucked on us, and we were staying in the stairwell. So I have a 12 to 15,000 page worker comp file from Alaska and down here going back 50 years, the only copy. We need all this stuff, and they locked me out of the damn place, and they threatened the cops if they came back again, but they're going to arrest us. So they hit the Tenants Association. We got rights, damn it. We're going to buy the place. I had shit in my toilet for 6 months. Okay, I'm over at San Rochelle now. Okay, I don't know what the hell's going on, but there's all kinds of crap that's going on. And the city police, Alex, the guy with legal aid, the paralegal said, get a hold of the watch came under. They did not come up. They did not respond. They changed the record, and they're using the.
Thank you, Mr. Etter. Dara Kimball.
I'm going to continue this in 2 weeks so you could get through
Thank
your
you.
agenda.
We'll do a special photo session, we promise.
We'll have a better session next
Thank you.
See you in 2 weeks.
Hello. I'm here. I'm a resident of downtown Santa Monica. There's actually a lot of us, and there's a lot more because there's so much housing being built down there. It's actually, I encourage you all to come down because it's not what people think. It's an extremely walkable place. I walk to Trader Joe's. My neighbors and I, we're working professionals. I live around the corner from the promenade. The promenade, like somebody said, is actually full of people. It's mainly full of families and young children. running around, having fun. The farmer's market is crowded. The storefronts need a little work, but people want to come and gather in an open, safe open space. They want community. They want to see and be seen. I'm a working professional and I need my sleep. I know I'm not supposed to, but I'm just imploring you to please give a little more consideration to the impact of the alcohol on the promenade, because who is your constituent? I know.
It's the next set.
Anyway, please consider the impact for people that actually are there, your community. Thank you.
Thank you. I just want to remind people we're still on public input on things that are not on the agenda. So if you signed up to speak on anything on consent, you're in the next grouping. So just Whitney Bain.
I'd like to present that if you want a preview of what's going to happen if you go ahead with your alcohol plan.
Okay, so I'm going to stop you right there. I'm just going to make this announcement one last time. Can you guys hear me? So we are talking about items that are not on the agenda right now. But you can wait and sign up if that's what you meant. If you meant to speak on that, that's the next lot. Jonathan Foster? Oh, are you ready? Okay. You guys are next? Okay, got you.
Hello, Jonathan Foster. I was born in Okinawa, Japan on an Air Force base, so glad you got a sister city. I was going to call you mentally ill. I've talked about cross-examination, and a lot of people have talked about safety, and I remembered something that I should say, actually, that has nothing to do with here. It's the war in Ukraine. Does anybody realize that the people that denuclearized, they took Ukraine's nuclear warheads away from them, and then they let Putin come in and kill 60,000 Ukrainians so that billionaire miners could do a dirt deal on dirt. So I'm always the leader. Like I said, I'm the landowner. And they're dividing up land for rare earth metals. And they let this happen. Does anybody realize this? See, my birth certificate is issued by the Department of State. I come out of a family with 76 nonstop consecutive years of service to the United States military and the VA. I'm just a bum drummer. And yet, I was a 2-year-old playing time as a 2-year-old. My brain is already set up as a 2-year-old. I'm like a 95-year-old adult as a 2-year-old. That's how my brain runs. I run circles around most people I talk to, even though a lot of people have knowledge I don't have. My brain is super. And they killed, I'm going to say it again so that everybody knows, they killed 60,000 Ukrainians, and we didn't even talk about the Russians that died, to divide up dirt. And I think that's dirty. And I wanted to let Santa Monica know. Thanks.
Thank you. Ms. McCory, before I call you up, can I have Ms. Loya come up? They were here earlier. Maria Loya. And then are you guys donating time or?
They are.
Okay.
No, well, it's not time to.
Oh, sorry. You're all speaking consecutively? Okay.
Yes.
Is that okay, Ms. McCory? Oh, yeah, thank you.
Yes. Good afternoon, council and staff. My name is Maria Loya, and I'm here representing the PNA. The PNA, along with myself, are plaintiffs who filed a CBRA lawsuit against the city of Santa Monica for violating Latino voting rights. And I would like to share with you a short video clip of a recent legislative hearing regarding AB 1079. AB 1079 works to ensure that municipalities do not use the appellate process to deny voters of color a fair election. I would like to share this with you. I also like to state and ask the council to stop wasting the taxpayer dollars fighting Latino voting rights and fighting the CVRA. I understand that recently you had your lobbyists advocate that Santa Monica be exempt from 1079. So please reconsider that. And I'd like to show this video. Thank you.
I would first like to start by accepting the committee's amendments and thank the staff for their hard work on this. I also look forward to continuing to work with the bill stakeholders on the separate concerns as well. AB 1079 would eliminate the appellate stay of judgment in cases related to the California Voting Rights Act and Fair Maps Act. Nearly 25 years ago, the state legislature took significant steps in elevating the voices of historically disadvantaged communities throughout the state of California on the Voting Rights Act. Not to be confused with the federal counterpart, the California Voting Rights Act prohibits at-large elections systems from impairing the ability of protected classes to elect candidates of their choice. In short, this landmark legislation looks to ensure that all minority communities enjoy the voice at the table. However, in cases related to the voting rights law, court judgments are stayed while an appeal is pending. As you may know, appeals routinely take years to resolve, even after the court has determined an at-large election system is unlawful and racially discriminatory. The local body can hold even more elections by simply filing a notice of appeal. During this time, justice for communities of colors is delayed and voters are disenfranchised. AB 1079 will fix the problem while maintaining the safeguards that ensure the orderly administration of elections. AB 1079 will make sure that the justice is not indefinitely delayed and that people of color are fully represented in the electoral process. Testifying with me in support of AB 1079 is Palmdale City Council member Andrea Alarcon.
And you have 2 minutes. Thank you.
Good morning, Madam Chair. Thank you, Assemblymember Farias and honorable members of the committee. My name is Andrea Alarcon, and I come before you in support of AB 1079 in two capacities. First, as an attorney who has sat as counsel in the California Voting Rights Act trials, and second, as an elected official, a product of the California Voting Rights Act. The CVRA has been incredibly effective in protecting fundamental voting rights of all voters, particularly those in communities of color. Since the CVRA's enactment, over 600 jurisdictions have transitioned their election systems to comply with the CVRA. As a result, countless candidates have emerged from historically disenfranchised communities, many of whom have been elected as historic firsts. In my case, the city of Palmdale has a population of approximately 170,000 people, 65% of whom are Latino. My city council district was created in the aftermath of the CVR litigation and enabled me to become the first Latina ever elected in the city of Palmdale. That has been the case in many jurisdictions throughout the state, and we now have a diversity of representation. And while most jurisdictions have voluntarily transitioned their election systems to comply with the CVRA, there have been a select few that have challenged such a transition. And through those trials, we have identified ways to refine the CVRA to effectuate its original intent. I believe there have been a total of 5 CVRA cases that have been taken to trial. All 5 have resulted in an initial judgment finding a violation of the CVRA. 4 of those 5 cases appealed. 1 is still pending. The 3 remaining cases, all appeals were unsuccessful, and the original judgments were upheld and affirmed. And in those cases, during the many years in between when judgments were entered and then affirmed, because of the automatic stay, these jurisdictions were allowed to continue to hold unlawful elections that violated the CVRA, elections that disenfranchised voters, particularly in communities of color. AB 1079 solves that problem, closes that loophole, and further advances the original legislative intent behind the California Voting Rights Act to eliminate procedural challenges and advance voters' rights. With that, I respectfully request your aye vote on AB 1079 as amended.
Thank you. Thank you. And I just want to clarify for the committee
that the amendments that the member is taking today are outlined in comments 5 and 6 of the committee analysis, and they are to reimburse the county for any actual costs incurred by county elections officials in administering elections, and to expressly provide that the bill does not limit the power of a reviewing court to issue a stay. So I just want to make that clear. And we'll now move on to anybody in support of the bill that wants to just step up to the mic, state your name, organization, and position.
Thank you very much, and I hope that you reconsider and stop misspending and misspending public dollars.
Thank you. Susan McCoy. And I just want to remind everybody, if you're here to speak on the entertainment zone, that is after closed session. That's later this evening. Next will be consent calendar, and we're still on public input on things that are not on the agenda. Thank you, Ms. McCoy.
Ms. McCrory, I have you signed up for 1 minute. Is that correct?
Yeah. Hello, Council. I'm glad to be here. I am a City of Santa Monica renter for 55 years, and I'm here tonight to ask you to look at the airport conversion plan and include housing, and include a park, and include a farm. I'm lucky to be a community gardener in Santa Monica, and I think ensuring food security in Santa Monica would be a good way for us to go. I also want to give a shout out to the Big Blue Bus, because I use it all the time if I'm not walking, and to all of those people that are here looking for fair wages. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you. I'm going to move on because I know that Ms. Fejo wants to speak on something else. I've got Denny Zane, Zoe Montanero, Robert Reeves, Sarah X, and Anthony. And again, this is to speak on items not on the agenda. And don't feel like you have to come up if maybe you've changed your mind or somebody's already said what you wanted to say. Denny Zane.
So I wanted to speak on the SB 79 item.
When you're next. So you'll be in the next set.
Okay.
Okay. Stay tuned. Stay close by. Zoe Montaner. Items not on the agenda.
Thank you so much, Madam Mayor, and thank you for listening to your constituents today at the ice cream event. It's very refreshing, pun intended, to have a mayor that listens to its constituents. I want to bring to your attention something that some of you know if you read the emails that I've been sending to you. On Saturday, I woke up to do a load of laundry, and I found human feces in my washer. As you know, my landlord has been harassing me for many months since I decided to run for Santa Monica College Board of Trustees, and I filed a writ of mandate. But this is a different level of blow, to harass me even when he's no longer in the building, or he alleges that he's no longer in the building. And I want to bring to your attention something that happened that is how I got involved into local politics, something that happened to me back in 2011 when I had an incident in an apartment at 500 California Avenue, apartment 12, that is owned by Pat Kramer. And Pat Kramer, I learned, that is the biggest owner of single housing units in the city of Santa Monica, and he has a lot of political influence. And since then, I've been systematically harassed of every apartment that I've been in. So we need to really protect tenants. If we are a city of rent control and that protects tenants and take pride on that, we need to walk the talk. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Robert Reeves, and then after Mr. Reeves, I have Sarah X, Anthony, John C. Smith, and Matthias Fuchs Lynch. Sorry, I messed that up.
Good afternoon. My name is Robert Reeves. I'm the local Matco Tools dealer. As a lot of guys know, I service Santa Monica Big Blue Bus. Not only, I service all the dealerships in town. I came out here to support the guys at the Big Blue Bus just because what they get paid, a lot of them wind up spending on tools, and their tool allowance just doesn't cover it. $800, you can go through that with basically one tool on the truck. And with the way the industry is set up, especially for them, their tools are a lot more expensive, being a lot larger. You know, you're looking at bigger Milwaukee tools that are almost $1,200 for one of them, just to be able to do service on these buses. So I think it's crucial that you guys take the wage that you guys are paying them into thought, and maybe advancing their tool allowance as well, because they're spending all of this money that they could be feeding their family and everything else to help keep your guys' buses running. So it's something that's, very close to me, and, I stand with them as not only my customers, but a lot of these guys are my good friends. So I would just appreciate you guys taking any of that into account. So
Thank you, sir. Sarah X.
All right, so let me just say that we're noticing as residents in the Santa Monica area, near the promenade, but north of it, we're noticing that when the events happen on Sundays that are for the public, we're noticing that speakers are facing us, and we're getting a lot of disruption at home. So that's all I wanted to say. If you could just face them south, we'd really appreciate it, because we'd like to hear the birds. We'd like to have like family time. We just want to enjoy, and we don't want to shut our windows. It's such a beautiful town. Thank you.
Thank you. Anthony. John C. Smith. And then after Mr. Smith, if you could be ready to speak, Matthias.
Mr. Smith, I have you down for 1 minute, is that correct?
1 minute on this item, yes.
Which is not on the agenda, right?
Thank you. You guys, John C. Smith, Recreation Parks Commissioner, and I had to respond to some of the earlier speakers. They're the hard-working, honest people that came here, who work here and support and hope to live here someday, like at the airport. Let's have a little honesty. Everyone I know supports affordable housing. I do. I've spoken on behalf of affordable housing here many times. But I hate to break it to folks that came here tonight, but they probably will not get it at the airport, not when current policies from Sacramento are only producing about 10 to 15% affordable housing and 85 to 90% highest market rate housing in this city. The survey about the airport is the most extensive public park input survey I've ever seen, and I've been on the commission for 10 years, the Rec and Parks Commission. Housing came in last or second. And some people don't like that, so they're attacking the process.
Thank you, sir. I have Matthias Lynch. Oh, there you are.
And Mr. Lynch, I have you down for 1 minute.
Okay. Hi there, my name is Mati Fuchs-Lynch. I'm a high school student. I've lived here in Santa Monica my whole life. I'd like to advocate for a tax on empty storefronts localized at least on the promenade. I remember when I was young and the promenade was the most lively place in the city. People would come here from all around. But as rents have risen, more and more small businesses have been forced out of downtown Santa Monica. I think of Heidi Ho Comics, for example. Even as the promenade has become, frankly, hollowed out, landlords have no incentive to lower rents there because they are able to write their empty storefronts off as a loss on taxes. This is why I'd like to propose a tax on these empty storefronts so that they are a net loss to landlords, and they then have an incentive to lower rents and fill these storefronts. This would help bring businesses, especially local small businesses, back to downtown Santa Monica and give people a reason to go back to the promenade, which will also be safer because of the increased traffic. Thank you.
Thank you. I just want to make sure I didn't miss anyone who's waiting to speak on items not on the agenda. I don't think I did. So now, clerk.
Anthony, I don't know.
Oh, Anthony. Is there an Anthony? Nope. Okay. So now we move along.
Yes, we'll now move on to public input for special agenda items, consent calendar, and closed session only. Public input is not permitted on ordinances for second reading and adoption, and it looks like we have 17 speakers on this item.
And I'm going to call Ms. Raquel Vallejo because I know she intended to speak on that.
Mr. Zane.
And Demi Zane. And then after that will be Lynette Cosdron, Mark Borenstam, and Solman. And just state your name and what item you're speaking on. Thank you.
Thank you. My name is Raquel Vallejo. I'm speaking on 4J. Longtime Santa Monica resident. I'm actually here after coming from Santa Monica PTSA meeting. I won an honorary service award for my work there, volunteering. And I wanted to share that when I told parents I was coming here and what I was coming for, they asked that I express that they too agree with me. Last time I was here was 2019 when the City Council was considering and voted to revise our local city ordinance to limit the size of property we could build on our lots. And it was all aesthetic. It was just like, quit building such big houses. How far we've come. SB 79 will make it so that single-family lots and anything near transit, which is basically anything in Santa Monica, can be built bigger and taller. It's going to change the complexion of our neighborhoods, and I'll get to what it's not going to do. I know the idea is to address housing and promote affordability, but as one of the last speakers said so well, it doesn't promote affordability when there's this 10% affordability limit. Not only that, we keep engaging in this false hope that the people developing these properties are actually going to make them affordable and actually going to rent them for people to use them. We know what it's going to do. It's going to create more opportunity for more corporate investors and builders to develop away our once desirable city and make it less affordable for families to invest. What I'm asking for, before we lose our local control, let's wait. Wait until these existing units are filled. Wait until they're occupied. Wait until that monstrosity at Gelson's becomes a 500-unit place. Let's wait and see what it looks like before we trade away all of our resources. Have any of you driven down Lincoln or Ocean Park during traffic hours? Have you driven on a Saturday? Do you know what Lincoln Boulevard is like? And we're going to add so many more cars for so many more people. And I know the idea we're going to build these by transit so people are actually going to use it, but we know what our culture is like.
Thank you, Ms. Vallejo. Denny Zane.
Hi, folks. Denny Zane. I live at 2402 3rd Street in Santa Monica. Former mayor, founder and co-chair of Santa Monica for Renters' Rights. Here tonight to urge you to not support, to oppose SB 79 or take no action. Do nothing to lend the city of Santa Monica's credibility and support to a bill which I believe will be very dangerous for our community. Perhaps more dangerous than the Ellis Act, because unlike the Ellis Act, it provides the opportunity for continuing affordable rental housing on the site, whereas the Ellis Act creates barriers to that. We are very worried about how this bill, if it actually becomes law, will impact the lives of people who are living in the Pico neighborhood and in mid-cities, whose homes will become immediately targets for higher density development for more affluent renters, and that the renters who are in those homes now, especially in those two neighborhoods where we have a largest number of low and moderate income and people of color in our city, these neighborhoods should be protected, not made susceptible or vulnerable to the eviction process that's anticipated and an inevitable part of the development process that SB 79 suggests. So please don't put the imprimatur of the city of Santa Monica on a bill that will be harmful to existing tenants. It has evictions inherent in its process. You can't do the development envisioned by this bill on those sites unless you first evict the existing residents. And what it claims for protections are unlikely to be in fact actualized, as displaced.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Before I call up the next, I just want to make sure if Whitney Bain is still here. I think Whitney Bain also was trying to speak on stuff in this. Okay, doesn't look like he's here. Whitney, if you're still here. Lynette Cosdron, and then Mark Brownstein. I'm going to call a few more names to line up. Solman, Kathy Knight, and Denise Barton.
Hi, I'm Lynette Cosdron. I live at 1013 10th Street, and I've been a Santa Monica resident since 1986. And I'm here to ask you to oppose SB 79. It's going to ruin it's going to ruin all the neighborhoods. We don't need that. I look out my window, and there are 2- and 3-story townhomes and rental units, and it's great. The rental building next to me has a little yard for the kids to play in. If you support this, we're going to lose all that. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Bain, Whitney Bain.
I've been
I've been cut off before, but not when I've been so charming. Now,
Now you get your full 2 minutes.
I thank you very much. If you want a preview of what will happen if you go ahead with your alcohol plan on the promenade, just visit the Santa Monica Main Library.
Oh my gosh. Mr. Bain, don't shoot me. I'm just the messenger. I wrongfully told you that it was next, but I realize you're talking about the entertainment zone, and that is after closed session, which you might want to go get an alcoholic beverage and come back, because we probably won't be back for that till later.
I don't drink.
I'm sorry. A non-alcoholic beverage. Sorry. Not a good joke. Okay. Come back after, though. Mark Bornstein.
My name is Mark Borenstein. I am a longtime resident of Santa Monica. I urge you to reject item 4J and not send a letter of support to Senator Allen and others concerning SB 79. First, I can't really figure out who decided that this matter belonged on the consent agenda. Your Rule 6M says an item should be placed on the consent agenda when it is, quote, determined in the agenda preparation process that the item is relatively non-controversial. This item is anything but relatively non-controversial. When it was first presented by Mr. Zwick on April 8th, there were almost 50 comments, most of which opposed the letter of support. And the proposal has not become any less controversial in the last month. Given what's happened to the bill in the two Senate committees since April 8th, I would say that it has become much more controversial. And getting 170 comments that were delivered to you, the vast majority of which oppose sending a letter, certainly suggests it is hardly a relatively non-controversial item. On the merits, even the bill's author, Senator Wiener, said SB 79 presents a new transit-oriented approach to housing and figuring out, quote, what prospects would look like can be challenging to imagine, end quote, to say the least. The council should not support a bill where the author is having a hard time imagining his bill's impact. Your staff sent you a supplemental report. It corrected a major error. But it still contains no analysis of what the impact will be on our city. And before you support the bill, you ought to get that analysis.
Thank you, sir. I've got Solomon, and then after Solomon, I have Kathy Knight, and then I have Denise Barton.
Good evening, and I'm 4H. Isn't it interesting, in the beginning of the staff report it says, the audit subcommittee will meet at 6 p.m. on the third Tuesday in November, February, and August. Then at the end of the staff report it says you can cancel and reschedule audit subcommittee meetings at your will, as long as there are 4 audit subcommittee meetings a year. I questioned the part at the end of the staff report because wasn't the audit subcommittee set up originally because of the Los Angeles grand jury's finding in 2012 that the Santa Monica governance and financial management were among the worst in the country? Then we all can see that the city and the city council's governance, financial practices, and management haven't changed much since that time. But I would bet, since it was a recommendation from the grand jury, you'd think there'd be parameters included like when the meeting should be, so you might want to check that. Then on item 4I, on reducing the public's input time to 1 minute if there are more than 25 speakers. Here, please do tell me what minuscule percentage is 25 speakers of 93,000 plus residents. Please don't be mistaken. We're all well aware that you hate listening to the public comments at all, and that your time is more valuable than the public's, both by your actions of being in closed session over an hour to 3 hours or longer, or by cutting the public's time to 1 minute. And as council members, aren't you supposed to be representatives of the people? Don't you think that you should listen to the people instead of cutting the time they can speak? Or if someone can donate time to another person? Or maybe this isn't just the position you should be in. Thank you.
Thank you. I have Zena Josephs, and then after Zena, I've got Mike Soloff, Lucian Tudor, and Zenon Uliate Crow.
Hi.
Hi.
I'm Kathy.
Kathy Knight. I'm sorry. Yes,
Yeah,
you're
that's
next.
okay. I forgot my glasses today, so I'm going to have to close one eye while I read this.
You and I both.
That's why. Okay, that's funny. A fundamental document which equates Constitution of my city as a general plan. It governs what building codes will be implemented to fulfill the vision of the general plan. And the general plan is a comprehensive document that guides the city's long-term development and policy. It serves as a framework to managing growth and ensuring the quality of life for residents. The general plan consists of 7 elements: land use and circulation, conservation, housing, open space, noise, safety, and historic preservation. Do not let, but the Senate Bill 79 strips the general plan from the city and inserts their vision, surrendering our right to determine the nature of our city. Do not let an outside governing agency usurp the vision we have for our city. Why should we surrender our right to determine the nature of our city? If SB 79 is approved, all development codes will need to follow that SB 79 development code. We cannot put any development code in place unless it complies with the general plan. That's what we should be doing only. It has to comply with our general plan. Like the Constitution has to be followed in our country. You really cannot violate a constitution of our city. You need to oppose the proposed Senate bill. Thank you.
Thank you. Zena Josephs.
Thank you. Thank you for this opportunity to speak on 4J, which is SB 79. If SB 79 were truly intended to help homeless people or to help families that are spending 50% or more of their income on housing, there would be an affordability requirement. There is none. I repeat, there is no affordability requirement. So in voting to endorse SB 79, could it mean that a council member wants to kiss up to Scott Wiener, the bill's author? Or could it mean that a council member plans to run for the state assembly or the state senate and wants to signal developers that it would benefit them to donate to his or her campaign? Either way, please don't pretend that endorsing SB 79, you are representing Santa Monica residents, because 290 of the 300 pages of written comment for 4J say otherwise. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you, Ms. Josephs. Mike Soloff.
I'm also speaking on 4J. You have SMER's letter setting out our position that you should oppose SB 79 unless it's amended so that the development will only occur on land that doesn't already have housing on it or recently had housing on it and has meaningful inclusionary. I'm not going to repeat what we said there, but this afternoon people have been raising the point that while we noted that state law doesn't require any sort of relocation assistance for anybody who's not lower income, we in Santa Monica have successfully negotiated such relocation, even though I can't see where it's required in our law, on a recent project. Even if we could count on that in the future, and even if the bill was amended to make that apply statewide, it doesn't solve the fundamental problem. Whether or not there's this right to return, if you're going to drive people out of their homes, that's an extreme hardship on them, even if they can get rent somewhere else and eventually come back. That's particularly true for the elderly, the disabled, for people who have school-age children, and for people who've lived a long time in their units. And it's particularly troubling that the place where this is going to happen is exactly along the I-10 corridor where, shamefully, that's what was done to that community back when that freeway was built. Some of those folks are not going to return. And in any event, we're going to destroy our missing middle housing, because even if those people get to come back at the same rents, as soon as they move out under Costa-Hawkins, we're going to have that housing be new housing, rented at levels that can't be afforded by anybody except very well-off folks. So the burden of proof, in my mind, is on those who say that we have to do it where people already live. There's no evidence that's true. In fact, the evidence is that there's lots of land where we could put it on commercial corridors and build a lot of housing and address it that way. So please either oppose.
Thank you, Mr. Sells. Lucian Tudor, and then after Lucian, we have Zenon Ulye Crow, Brad Ewig, Heather Thomason, and Jason Mastbaum.
Good evening. I'm here again. I want to speak about the item 4L. I'm here as a stakeholder, not as a board member of the TSM. I got a lot of phone calls and letters and emails from stakeholders and business people in the district, which are very concerned. I don't disagree with the item. I think it's good to have a good balance between residents and businesses on the board of 13 people. What I feel like is this item should not be on consent calendar and should give those people the opportunity to talk up. And I think the tensions will go down. Overall, one thing I would like to see on this item is competence of running a payroll or a P&L or a business, because the bids are created to create revenue for the residents to enjoy services. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Tudor. Zenon Ulye Crow.
Mr. Crow, I have you down for 1 minute. Is that correct?
2 minutes, please, Ashley.
2?
Yeah, sorry about that. Hi, all. My name is Zenon Elliott Crow. I'm a lead with YIMBYs Los Angeles, and I just wanted to voice my strong support for you guys endorsing SB 79 at the council meeting today. I grew up on the west side my whole life, and I would love to live in Santa Monica, but I can't. I just graduated from college and I had to move back into my parents' house, which is not in Santa Monica. And here all my friends are, here's where I've wanted to be, but the fact is, because we haven't been building housing over the past 50 years, and I wasn't born 70 years ago, I didn't have a nickel and a dime to buy a brand new single-family home when it was affordable to live here. That's what displacement looks like. It looks like locking out entire generations of people that want to live here, that want to be able to enjoy the opportunities that Santa Monica has, but can't, because it's too expensive to live here. So when we're talking about SB 79 and righting historical wrongs and making sure that we are stopping the outpouring of people not being able to live in the community, this is the right step to do. And in terms of talking about displacement, what displacement looks like is not building housing. When you don't build housing, including luxury market rate housing, it doesn't mean people just stop moving into a community. It just means they move into the existing units of housing that people are already living in, displacing those that are already there. The data is through and through clear on this. So if you're not building new housing, you're just displacing existing renters that are here. The way that you stop displacement, the way that you stop rents from increasing is by building new housing. So I really encourage you guys to support SB 79, and I really want to make sure that we can safeguard the opportunity of Santa Monica and expand access to live in this fantastic place. Thank you.
Thank you. Brad Ewing.
Good evening, Mayor Negretti and council members. My name is Brad Ewing. I'm the co-chair of Santa Monica Ford, supporting 4J. I'm speaking today in strong support of Senate Bill 79, which is a vital step forward in addressing our acute housing shortage. We've seen firsthand how housing supply and demand work here in real time. After the Palisades fire displaced thousands of our neighbors, home prices and rents spiked here in Santa Monica and across the west side. When people can't find housing near their jobs, transit, or community, prices go up and the pressure mounts across the region. SB 79 offers a clear and targeted solution. It directs new housing near high-quality transit like the E-Line. These are real transit corridors with frequent service and dedicated rights-of-way. This is the type of smart, sustainable growth that supports both housing affordability and our climate goals. Some here would have argued for local control, but let's be honest. Local control has been the status quo for more than a generation. Local control does not work without local responsibility. Santa Monica alone cannot fix this crisis and address the shortage. We need statewide leadership and regional solutions. SB 79 strikes that balance, preserving existing tenant protections, requiring affordable units through our affordable housing production program, and limiting its scope to where the infrastructure already exists today. This is our opportunity to say yes to housing, to sustainability, and to the future generations. I urge you to be bold and endorse SB 79. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Heather Thomason.
Good evening. My name is Heather Thomason. Thank you all for your service. I am here to say that I oppose SB 79. This bill won't make Santa Monica more affordable. It threatens single-family home neighborhoods, but also rent-controlled communities, likely displacing diverse and elderly residents so that we can have 90% market rate housing that enriches developers. The bill's scope in Santa Monica remains unclear. Why don't the current maps account for bus stops? They're still in the bill. The original map that covered most of Santa Monica was closer to accurate, but also missed some routes like the 8 bus along Ocean Park, which goes on a stretch of Westwood Boulevard that has rapid lanes. Senator Wiener confirmed directly to United Neighbors, an LA group concerned about this bill, that if any part of the bus route uses rapid transit lanes, that any stop along the route counts as Tier 2. How can we endorse something we don't even understand? Why surrender control to Sacramento politicians unfamiliar with our city? The one senator who does know a lot about Santa Monica, Ben Allen, opposed this bill last week as too one-size-fits-all at a meeting that I attended. And I was happy to see that members of this council were also at that meeting, Councilman Swick, and hopefully heard that perspective as well. Worst of all, in my opinion, is that endorsing SB 79 imposes our opinions on communities that we know little about, when what we need at this moment in time in our fragile and divided world is more listening, not imposing ideas. Thank you.
Thank you. Jason Mastabom? And then after Jason, I have John Smith, Zoe Montaner, John Medlin, and Erica Leslie.
Hi, I'm Jason Masbaum. I'm here to support endorsing SB 79. I'd like to just talk about two things. One, if you've ever ridden the E line past the Westwood Rancho Park station, you've seen that the entire walkshed of the station, of a high-quality transit line, is filled with luxury single-family homes. There is not a single multifamily building in the entire walkshed. And also on displacement, just speaking to my personal experience with how this works. So when I lived in DC, I was able to live in a brand new building, right? I was in apartments where I was the first occupant. When I moved here for the same rent, with the same job, with the same salary, the only thing I could afford to get into was our rent control buildings, right? So I got slated from new housing into rent control buildings. And where do the people who would have lived in those kind of buildings in DC go? They get pushed pretty far out of Santa Monica, possibly hours. We routinely hear from our housekeepers the absurd commutes that they have to endure to get to their jobs at the hotels, which is a direct result of decades of not building housing, which is what SB 79 is seeking to fix. Thank you.
Thank you. John Smith?
Mr. Smith, I have you down for 2 minutes for 2 items. Are you speaking on multiple items?
Yes. So 4 total. And do you have the slide, the 2 pictures? Thank you. That's the first one. Thank you. So you guys, John C. Smith again, Recreation and Parks Commissioner. I'm speaking on 4J, the SB 79 issue, and then 4K, council rules. First, it's just a public hearing notice that was in the Santa Monica Daily Press the first time this issue of a letter came up. It describes a public hearing notice for a building that's 8 stories, 87 feet tall, 132 apartments, just 15 affordable. That's 11% affordable. That means 89% highest market rate housing. Can you show the next one, please? Now, this is from the same paper, the same day, front page. There's the picture. There are 8 stories, 90 apartments, just 9 affordable, 10%. That means 1 out of 10 are affordable. That means 90% are highest market rate apartments. Now, as bad as that sounds, I think we can do better. I think we should do better, and Sacramento should do better. But as bad as that sounds, guess how many affordable housing, how much affordable housing 79 produces? Anybody? Anybody? 0. None. 0. Big fat 0. Abundant housing is not affordable housing. And lawmakers like Scott Wiener get a lot of money to supersize our city and promote these kind of bills. They don't need your help. We do. I do think you should send a letter to State Senator Allen and Assemblyman Zver. I think you should ask them to come to these chambers and explain how we, or any city, is supposed to build 9,000 new housing units before 2028, 29, and 66% of them have to be affordable, but the state only mandates 15%, if that. Bottom line, if we're going to write letters supporting housing, we should focus on bills that actually produce housing that people can afford. Thank you. Now I'm going over to council rules. You know, I worked in TV news for many years, and I worked a lot of Tuesday nights, which were elected nights, so I missed this meeting a lot. But every once in a while, I'd take a night off, a whole day of pay, just to come here and speak for 2 minutes like I'm doing right now. A whole day of pay for 2 minutes. People devote their Tuesday nights all the time for those 2 minutes. Some of those people are here. Let's not put new restrictions on what little time we get now. Don't cut us to a single minute because so many people show up on an issue and care about an issue. I've donated time and I've received time donated. You know, we TV news guys, we know a lot about sound bites, and sometimes you need a little more time to explain something. And I don't think 4 whole minutes is too much to ask. If you want to speed up meetings, maybe let's not pack them so full. You know, there's like 6 items on this agenda tonight that I can speak on, and I only got 6 minutes. Maybe we spread out some of these so there's no light council nights. You know, maybe we streamline some of the more ceremonial pronouncements. Maybe we look for ways to speed up those long closed sessions that we, you know, I mean, we're all going to come back here at 9:30. Just bottom line is, don't steal our voice. You know, Donald Trump is trying to steal our voice in Washington, D.C. Not you guys. You guys, no. Let's just don't change the thing. Thank you.
Thank you. Zoe Muntner?
I'm speaking in two items.
You only signed up for one, so.
Excuse me?
You only signed up for one.
No, I signed for 2.
Signed up for one. So you want 4 minutes then?
Yes. And I did it with one of your staff outside. So I did 4B and 4G.
Today, you're going to do the introduction and first reading of an ordinance amending the City Animals Code. Back during the LA wildfires, I was working at Main Street in Mudwater Gather, and a dog bit me. And not only the dog bit me, but the administration of Mudwater Gather, when I called the police, told the guy to leave because this person perhaps didn't have insurance for his dog. So I wrote to Elaine Polachek and I put a notice to really consider putting an ordinance to require pets in Santa Monica, pet owners, to have insurance. In order to drive in California, you have to have a driver's license. So in order to have a pet, you should have insurance as well in case your dog bites someone. So that is something that I would like to bring to your attention as you discuss the quarantine policies and animals in the city. On 4G, I want to talk about the Big Blue Bus. At the last event of Mayor Negrete, Mocha with the Mayor, I was lucky to speak with Lisette Guizar, that is the Transit Safety Training Manager of the Big Blue Bus. A woman spoke to
the mayor and Ms. Guisa regarding her daughter who didn't have the fare in her card as a student. And we were told that if we didn't have the fare, we just have to inform the driver in order to ride the bus. And the drivers are supposed to let us ride. So I put that into the test. So I started showing to the bus and I read Title VI of the Civil Rights Act. That is the Civil Rights Act that you cannot discriminate. And they told me that the reason why the Civil Rights Act Title VI is not displayed in the bus is because it is online. However, some people that ride the bus do not have a computer and do not have the technology. Interestingly enough, we are on May, and if some of you remember the Freedom Riders that really work really hard to desegregate and to work for the civil rights in this country. So I saw the documentary of the Freedom Riders, and I want to bring to your attention that it's a little bit of shameful that we are trying to right historical wrongs. However, the treatment that I received when I was testing the training and the safety under the Title VI of the Civil Rights Act in Santa Monica, it was non-existent. Let's remind and remember that Santa Monica College received already a letter for violations of Title VI of the Civil Rights Act. Santa Monica College is under scrutiny because of this. So this is not the time for us to take the same scrutiny and be exposed to litigation and scandal. Thank you so much.
Thank you. So the last few speakers are Joan Medlin, Erica Leslie, and Harvey Etter.
How do you build trust? Truth, transparency, and timeliness. 4M, excuse me. Item 4M, Section 5F, Protection Services. In December of 2023, the City of Santa Monica Police Department received a $6 million grant to improve its data services reporting. Today is May the 13th, 113 days since the end of 2024. We have not yet received the report for the violent crimes perpetrated in the City of Santa Monica for 2024. I spoke to a Los Angeles Police Department officer. I said, "What's your story?" "Oh, we've had it out for more than a month." So my question is, what is taking so long to report the violent crimes which have been reported consistently in less than 113 days? It's relatively simple. They report every day on the local paper, the daily report. Why are we not receiving this? $6.3 million, I think, could be used to improve the data, and they could certainly do it. So please remind them, report the violent crimes, good, bad, and different, because again, if you don't have trust, you don't have anything. And by the way, you guys stay here a lot longer than 10 minutes and 2 minutes and 10 hours. So thank you for that. Thank you for your service, even though I disagree with most of you. God bless you.
Thank you, Mr. Medlin. Erica Leslie?
Ms. Leslie, I have you down for 1 minute. Is that correct?
I'm quick. I don't make long speeches, maybe a minute and a half at the most. Good evening, everyone. I came here to ask you in my own personal capacity, not as a rent control board commissioner, to reject SB 79 because it does not give us any guarantees for affordability. It also makes it where it can be potentially unaffordable for those that are low income. It also displaces people and it speeds up gentrification. The ratio that comes with these new buildings does not guarantee that those who are low income will be placed back in those buildings. They can tell us the moon is purple, but just until it's built, they'll do whatever they want. It also gives the loss of lack of input from the local communities. And you know how small our community is. You have local, everyday contact with each one of your constituents. And I wouldn't suggest that, because then you'll have more of them that are displaced and at your doorstep.
Thank you, Ms. Leslie. And our final speaker in this section is Harvey Etter.
Thank you. Hi, I'm Harvey Etter. I'm speaking for myself and for the tenants group Step Up, like-minded groups, and Public Solar Power Coalition. The statement I made before is a declaration affidavit to be put with a complaint, a statement of facts, a history of what's going on. And I'm talking now on 4. The gentleman that said he was a news reporter and stuff, and he gave numbers that they're supposed to have 2/3 of this. I'm trying to find out where. We'd like to go over that. That's required to be for low income and stuff. I heard that the Housing Commission has taken the very low income 10, 20, 30,000 out, and I think that's illegal. And it was done before this person who's head of the Housing Commission, Gordon, came on in September, and trying to find out what's up with the legality of that. And in terms of equity and try to deal with the stuff, homelessness and housing and all this shit we saw you on TV and whatnot. Enough's enough, man. Newsom and all this, talking to Bannon and Klein and all that, He said energy and housing, there's health. There's health money going through HHS and HEW to help subsidize rents and equity and stuff. And the controller currency, they violated, the redlining and all this. They built the railroads and gave it to banks and distributed this way. And there's big contradictions. Okay, on equity, the fair policy, this equity, the stuff with WISE, they don't look at. Some people can afford. They're hungry and others aren't. That should be according to need, not according to greed and assets. Assets count. Okay, so there's big problems there. Also, I was told that to make comments for Gordon, she's going through health problems, couldn't come tonight, and wanted to send you a direct message on 13, maybe 12. I mean 16 and 12, and also the money going for this.
Thank you, Mr. Etter. And I believe that concludes public input for items on the agenda.
Yes, it does. Item 4, consent calendar. All items will be considered and approved in one motion unless removed by a council member for discussion. In accordance with Charter Section 615, the adoption of all ordinances and resolutions shall be by reading of title only unless a council member present dissents. No public discussion is permitted on ordinances for second reading and adoption. And Councilmember Raskin has asked to pull item 4K. Councilmember Zernitskaya has also asked to pull 4K as well as 4I and 4L. And Mayor Negrete has asked to pull 4J and 4L.
Okay. Mayor Pro Tem.
My mic's not working. I move that we move the consent calendar.
I'm sorry. I have a short correction to read into the
Sorry,
record
yes.
first. I'm sorry. Yes.
Yeah, go ahead.
On item 4B, the animals ordinance, under section 4.04170, where it says duplicates shall be issued for lost tags, instead of for $1.50, insert an amount set by resolution of the city council.
So do we need to do that tonight?
You can approve it with that change.
Okay.
Okay, so.
You don't need to approve the resolution tonight.
Right. Got it.
Just when you do the fee resolution, it would be included there.
Because we're updating it. I move the consent calendar absent the items that were pulled, which I believe were 4K, 4I, 4L, 4J. Yes.
Second.
Okay. Councilmember Zernitskaya?
Yes.
Councilmember Snell?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Terosas?
Yes.
Councilmember Raskin?
Yes.
Councilmember Hall?
Yes.
Councilmember Zwick? Yes. And Mayor Negrete?
Yes.
Okay. Item 4K.
Should J come first?
Oh, sorry.
Aye.
Or I? We don't know our alphabet clearly up here.
Sorry. I'm sorry, it was written in a certain way.
H-I-J.
Sorry, and my mic thing seems to be frozen.
Okay. Item 4I, approval of proposed modified advertising guidelines to allow alcohol ads.
So,
go ahead.
I don't need a staff report or anything, but I did want to ask if the council would be amenable to removing parking garages from places where alcohol ads could possibly be placed, because I think that it sends the wrong message about potentially drinking and driving if we're putting them where people drive to.
I agree. I'm amenable to that, so is that a motion? I'll second that.
Yeah, I'll move to pass 4I with that amendment.
Second. Question. Oh, we have a question, Councilmember Hall.
Question for staff. Do we have any idea how much revenue we might be reducing ourselves if we drop that?
It is difficult to give a specific estimate on what that revenue may be, because we're in a bit of there's been a bit of a change in the industry with most people transitioning to digital and with our new digital kiosks. So we're not sure, how much that might impact the parking revenue. We do know that the alcohol ads will sell, increasingly more. So there will be some revenue lost there, not having in the parking structures, but to be able to quantify it is a little bit difficult right now since we're in flux.
Councilmember Raskin.
Yeah, since we're giving direction, if my colleagues are amenable to it, I'd also ask that we ask staff to look at whether it's feasible to include cannabis advertisements as part of this program, and to the extent that it needs to come back, then come back with that.
Should the council so choose, it would be, fine with staff if you would like to include cannabis advertising. The cannabis industry tends to not be big spenders on advertising, but if we, at least allow it in the guidelines, it would give the opportunity to sell should the opportunity arise.
Councilmember Snell.
I'd like to know how many parking structures would that, how many parking structures based on that adjustment that we're going to make with it? What would be the number that would be excluded?
Like what percentage of the current available
and we have
space?
like 25 in total.
That is a really good question, and I'm so sorry that
I think
my
we had it in the
DOT colleague is not.
Right. So unfortunately, Anuj Gupta, who is the director of DOT, was unable to attend. His son just had an emergency appendectomy. So Melissa is standing in. She's the expert on the digital signage, not so much on the parking signage. We can always come back with information on the parking as far as how many structures and what we think the revenue would be.
And also where the advertising is, because I'm not clear where it's advertised.
That's what I was asking.
I believe it's up top as you drive in.
It's not on the walls?
On the
Yeah.
walls as you drive in.
Is it also on the elevator?
Yeah.
Sorry, yeah, and I've seen ads on the elevators as well.
Yeah.
Council, it sounds like we're not clear what the parking structure advertising is, so maybe we can table.
You could move forward with the digital ads
And then carve out. Remove the
Yes.
parking structure.
And then remove the parking structure. We can come back with additional information on the parking structure.
If that's amenable to the maker, it's amenable to me.
That's amenable to me, and I'm also amenable to the friendly amendment for adding cannabis to the allowable advertising.
As am I.
So if I'm clear, we'll come back with the number of parking structures that is affected, but also a possible estimate of the cost effectiveness, the estimate of revenue?
Yes, we can return
We can do both.
with that information.
Yeah.
So that was moved by Councilmember Zuniskaya and seconded by Mayor Negrete.
Yes.
Councilmember Zwick?
Yes.
Councilmember Hall?
Yes.
Councilmember Raskin?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Terosas?
Yes.
Councilmember Snell?
Yes.
Councilmember Zuniskaya?
Yes.
And Mayor Negrete.
Yes.
Item 4J, authorization to submit letter of support for Senate Bill 79, Wiener, Planning and Zoning, Housing Development, Transit-Oriented Development, and update on SB 677, also Wiener.
I'm just going to quickly say, not to belabor the points, my personal vote is not in agreement with SB 79 for all the reasons that were stated earlier by constituents, so I won't belabor those points. And my suggestion is if folks want to sign on to a letter, we have that discussion, because this is a very split decision at the Sacramento level as well. And I believe I have two council members in the queue about this item. So Councilmember Zwick.
Thank you.
going to say a few words since it's been pulled. First of all, just because it's been a little bit of a roller coaster over the last few days, and there were some conflicting reports on exactly what the bill does and what it covers, I just wanted to be clear that while the definition of an applicable transit stop under the bill has evolved over the last month in the state legislature, and whereas at one point it applied to bus stops in which buses ran at a certain frequency and there was some sort of protected lane at any portion of the bus route, now that definition has been narrowed significantly so that the only bus stops that qualify for the purposes of the bill are ones that have bus rapid transit, which is defined in a number of ways that in fact mean that there are no bus stops in Santa Monica that qualify under SB 79 in the way it's currently written. Instead, it's the 4 stops, I believe, that are included along the Expo line that are included and would apply. So I think it's important that we just set the record straight as to what it would do locally. On the question of affordability, first of all, I want to say that more housing creates affordability across the entire housing market. But when it comes to deed-restricted affordable housing, the 15% requirement that we have here in Santa Monica would apply to any housing built under SB 79. And amendments are actually now being offered tonight that would say that if there are jurisdictions that do not have a requirement locally of their own, a requirement commensurate with density bonus law, which is 15% affordability, would be required to use the law in those jurisdictions as well. With that said, I'm going to back up a tiny bit and speak a little bit more expansively for just a minute. I'll just say that I ran for office to do something about our citywide and our statewide housing crisis. A big part of the reason I care about this issue is because I care deeply about renters. These are people who, on average, first of all, I was one for 15 years before I was lucky enough to buy a home. And second of all, these are people who, on average, are more vulnerable to the high rents, low vacancies, the possibility of losing their housing, and being unable to find quality housing at reasonable prices near where they might get a job. Every public policy, including this one, has costs and benefits. Even the best policies in the world have potential downsides for some people. And not everyone benefits equally from every policy either. Redevelopment, displacement, these are costs that have been raised and ones that I take really seriously. Moving, even temporarily, can be a cost, depending on who you are and how onerous that is to you, and especially when it's involuntary, again, even if it's temporary. Luckily, we do have statewide protections now in place that do a long way to protect both our affordable housing stock and the low-income people who live in it, granting a right of return to those people to a new comparable unit at the same rent in new buildings when they're redeveloped. These same statewide protections have also closed loopholes and added requirements on landlords and developers seeking to abuse the Ellis Act. While new added zone capacity has added enough value in the redevelopment process for both renters and developers to strike a mutually beneficial deal to avoid the Ellis Act, cover the rent gap for tenants during construction, and bring everyone back at the same rents they paid before in new buildings. I'm supporting this bill tonight because I know on net that it is more than good, it is necessary to meet the needs of our state's renters. Life circumstances compel people, lower-income people especially, to move all the time. The average tenure in a rent-controlled apartment in this city and across the LA region is 4 years. A couple with children could go through a divorce and both want to remain close to where their kids go to school. A young person of 25 might be trying to finally move out of the apartment they grew up in and seeking a home of their own. A couple making do in a one-bedroom apartment might be desperately seeking to have a second kid but not have the room for it. A lack of available housing is what displaces and banishes these people from their communities. This is a silent kind of displacement that happens every day in our community. But it's less noticed because it doesn't happen with bulldozers or cranes or new development. Instead, it happens silently and it happens every day. We all see what's happened in the community we live in. We are not nearly as economically or racially diverse as we were several decades ago. It's quite clear what did that, and it wasn't the redevelopment of our current housing stock. Our typical building in the city is nearly 70 years old. It was building nearly nothing for the last 45 years. Our progressive colleagues in West Hollywood have endorsed this bill, and now is our chance. It is the best chance we have as a state to reverse these terrible trends and become the kind of inclusive, vibrant, and progressive place we all aspire to be. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm just going to say something quickly and then hand it over to Councilmember Raskin. Everything you just mentioned, however, I agree in that story. I am the low-income person. I am living in rent control. I was born and raised in rent control, and it's quite literally the only reason I remain in Santa Monica. As a business owner who doesn't own the building that our business is in, that's been serving the school district and many other colleges and anybody who plays an instrument for 54 years, we cannot afford to live in even our rent-controlled building with single-pane windows, termites, mold, plaster falling off of the outside. People often come by to drop off something and think I own the building because I'm the mayor, deeply not understanding that we don't get paid enough to own a home in Santa Monica, or at least I don't. Unaffordability is outpacing affordability in these models. And while I respect the idea, it's just an idea, and in theory it doesn't work. Our beautiful beaches, our coastline, our weather, our what was once diverse, booming city of not just diversity from socioeconomic standpoints, but we had art and music is what drew people here. It has quickly become what many of my friends who started a clothing line to tell the story of what is happening now to the people here, gentrified in a way that those of us, we read a land acknowledgement to those folks that were indigenous to this land who are not here to hear that land acknowledgement. And I fear that one day you will be reading that same land acknowledgement to the families that came before me that planted roots here. My family was immigrants that came to Santa Monica. I am now a generation with my children who I know will not be able to experience what I did. Moving out at 18, living in an apartment 3 blocks from the beach, skateboarding down to Station 26 to surf. That is a dream that is not going to be seen by my children, and it is because, in fact, of overdevelopment and gentrification. And while I can see that we say that this theory of supply and demand is the answer, in certain places, sure, but not in places as beautiful as Santa Monica. The demand will always be there to live here, so no matter how much supply you have, people will pay more for that supply, continuing to outpace our seniors who cannot afford to live and stay in their apartments, and they will be able to outpace myself. I'm going to be somewhere someday saying I was once the mayor of Santa Monica, but I cannot afford to live there anymore. Councilmember Raskin?
Thank you, Mayor Negrete, and thank you, Councilmember Zwick. This is a topic that obviously implicates really complex issues for which the answers are multifaceted, and we have to lean into some really difficult issues. I, for one, am deeply concerned about the displacement issues that exist broadly, both by virtue of redevelopment and also by virtue of unaffordability. I think what's important to recognize is that we have, I think, a lot of common ground among us in wanting both to advance the goals of opening up new housing opportunities for Santa Monicans, while also addressing the key concerns that we're talking about here. Personally, if I were writing this bill, I would not write it the way that it's written. I would include stronger anti-displacement protections. I would include more robust inclusionary housing measures. But in an effort to reach consensus, Councilmember Terosas and I put our heads together and put language into a letter. And I'm hoping that our city clerk can perhaps share that with the council so we can take a look at it. The goal of this letter is to allow any council members who want to sign on to it, and if 4 people do, then obviously that will represent the majority of the city council. Calling for a recognition that we support the goals of the bill, while also calling for stronger anti-displacement measures and more robust inclusionary housing requirements. I'm happy to discuss with my colleagues how to approach this, but I'm hoping that we can find common ground in recognizing our shared goals and signing on to this letter.
Do we have copies for the council?
Can we get a copy to read it?
Can I email it to everyone?
Should have printed it, sorry.
Yeah.
Maybe someone can also print it, maybe. I looked at Josh is running over there. Yep. It looks like it's going to get printed quickly.
I can read it.
Yeah, why don't you read it?
Okay. It's addressed to Ana Caballero, the chair of the Senate Appropriations Committee. Dear Honorable Chair Caballero and members of the Appropriations Committee, On behalf of the Santa Monica City Council, we write to the people who sign it. We write to endorse Senate Bill 79, which takes important steps towards expanding housing near transit and advancing the state's climate and equity goals. We are in a statewide housing crisis that demands bold, systems-level responses. SB 79 is one such response, one that recognizes that the status quo of exclusionary zoning and underutilized land near transit is incompatible with California's goals for housing access, affordability, and climate action. By allowing greater housing density near major transit corridors, this bill will unlock new housing opportunities where infrastructure already exists and where residents can live without being car dependent. SB 79 will particularly benefit high-opportunity communities like Santa Monica, where job access, walkability, and high-performing schools coexist with historically restrictive land use policies and extreme housing scarcity. This bill also builds on recent legislative progress by further streamlining infill development and empowering transit agencies to activate their land for housing, tools that will be essential if California is to meet its climate goals and reduce vehicle miles traveled. We are grateful for Senator Wiener's leadership in authoring this legislation and his willingness to engage with cities like ours as the bill progresses. While we support this legislation, we also call on the legislature to further strengthen SB 79 and related future legislation in the following ways. By strengthening anti-displacement measures, we urge the legislature to consider enhancing protections for long-term renters in sensitive communities, building on the foundation of the Housing Crisis Act, with a citation, without strength and safeguards, the well-intentioned goals of transit-oriented development risk exacerbating displacement in high-opportunity neighborhoods. We also call for more robust inclusionary housing. We also encourage the addition of opportunities to increase affordable housing production within SB 79. It is critical that new developments spurred by this bill include meaningful inclusionary housing so that lower income households can access the benefits of high quality transit and walkable communities. Santa Monica remains committed to addressing the housing crisis in a way that centers equity, environmental sustainability, and livability. We share the legislature's urgency and appreciate that SB 79 aims to unlock more housing near major transit stops. With the additions outlined above, the bill would be even better positioned to deliver on California's promise of inclusive and resilient communities. And again, I'll just close by saying, this is my goal, and I hope Councilmember Durst's goal at a compromise that we can all support to find the common ground that I think brought us all together in this last election and hopefully moving forward.
Councilmember Hall.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you to my colleagues for bringing this letter forward. As a renter myself, I will be supporting this item tonight, and I will be supporting this letter, and I intended to come here with a motion very similar to what you presented, so thank you for that. I am proud that this council has voted on and passed some of the strongest renter protections in decades in this city. I do want to comment on two things that haven't been brought up in public comment that I think are important aspects of the bill. This allows us as a city the bill allows us as a city to develop a transit-oriented development zone that allows us to determine where we will apply SB 79 as long as we don't lower the number of units built by the baseline SB 79 overlay. So we can apply this bill directly to the light industrial and commercial zoning that currently surrounds the E-line in Santa Monica. It also makes it easier to sue cities that refuse to build more housing. So while Santa Monica has done quite a bit to develop both deed-restricted affordable and market-rate housing, many cities have not, including many now served and soon to be served by LA Metro. I want to make one final comment, and it's hopefully something that my colleagues would join me on, is, I want to take ownership as a leader in this city for the mistakes and turmoil in the reports that have been produced over the past couple of weeks. The item was not introduced in the best way possible, and there has been errors in some of our reports, and that's something that I think all of us up here appreciate and want to make sure doesn't happen again because it did cause mass confusion. I also want to address the rampant misinformation in the bill that was produced by many community organizations and think that that was very disappointing and hope that it doesn't happen again.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Torosis.
Okay, no worries. I wanted to echo a lot of the comments, and I'm not going to belabor them, but I really appreciate that we are trying to do something proactive about solving our housing crisis. In reality, there's going to be less impact in Santa Monica given the way that we've already upzoned much of our city than everyone here who's coming very hysterical thinks that there will be. And I understand that people are really, really concerned. I too live in an R1 neighborhood. As you all know, I serve on the rent control board. I also consulted with our rent control council on what kind of protections. And of course, we heard from our rent control board members, and I wish that they would have been consulted in the bill analysis as well. But I asked our council, under SB 330, which was already passed, and is now in effect in Santa Monica, what protections are there for our rent control tenants? And I think many of you know that there have been removal permits that the Rent Control Board has actually heard that our Rent Control Board was able to negotiate that all current tenants have the right to return to their units at the old rent. And they have to be fully compensated in a comparable unit during the redevelopment of the properties. This bill does not eliminate any of those SB 330 requirements, which I think are really important. But it's always been my intent as government that we are facilitating economic diversity in this city. If you've heard my comments here, you know that that's been really important to me, which is why I think it's imperative that we call upon the legislature to really consider stronger anti-displacement protections so that our long-term renters, particularly, again, in high opportunity areas, because Santa Monica is a high opportunity area, there's incentive to develop here, aren't pushed out by speculative redevelopment. And again, that we take a serious look at the additional robust inclusionary housing requirements so that the housing created under this bill isn't just abundant, it's affordable to the people who need it the most. Thanks.
Councilmember Snell.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm not going to spend too much time because I also I'm very much support this bill with the corrections that our council has come before us. One of the reasons why I ran for office was because of the lack of housing. Many times I listen to people in our community talk about how their children can't live here. You heard that from our mayor today. I mean, I have 3 children. None of them live in this city. They've all gone through the educational system here. We have to be leaders. We know in California that we have a strong housing shortage. We know also that you heard today that, driving to work here for 2 hours from our workers and 2 hours back is just not healthy or feasible. This particular measure, SB 79, doesn't do everything that's needed, but with this letter that we're going to support, that I'm going to support tonight, handles 2 things that are important to me: strength of anti-displacement and a robust inclusionary housing. I think as a community, we need to understand that we are going to be leaders with respect to this, and this is the kind of measures that I'm so proud to be on council with and listen to my council members. So yes, I'm going to support this measure tonight.
Councilmember Zernetskaya.
Thank you. And I won't repeat much of what's been said, but I did also want to clarify and point out, when this initially came before us in early April, my recommendation to table was that so we could get more information and we could wait until more revisions had been made so we could better understand the impacts on Santa Monica and what the bill would actually do. And I think we've gotten that. I mean, I've both of the committee analyses, and I will note that the analysis from the Committee on Local Government is a really fun read, if only for the song title references as the heading titles. Yeah. But I just want to point out that nothing in SB 79 supersedes our local protections for renters. It does not supersede any of our local anti-displacement protections. It does not supersede any of our local inclusionary zoning requirements. And I'm very grateful to Council Members Raskin and Mayor Pro Tem Torosis for putting together the letter that I think really speaks to what our concerns are, because not every city in California that would be impacted by this has strong anti-displacement and pro-affordable housing requirements like we do, and I think they should. And I think this also gives us an opportunity to consider how we as a city could consider strengthening further our anti-displacement requirements and ordinances. So maybe that's something we can think about in the future. No bill is perfect, but as we know, the perfect is the enemy of the good. So I will be supporting this item and supporting the letter. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Zwick.
I just want to add quickly that I appreciate the efforts of my colleagues to thread what was obviously a very difficult needle to thread on this very difficult issue. I think it's a very eloquent and apt letter, and I would be happy to sign on to it. The only one comment I would make is only because there was a late breaking update that I believe there will be amendments introduced today to add an inclusionary requirement to the bill. That we would say that it is critical that new developments spurred by this bill include meaningful inclusionary, equivalent to the minimum required by state density bonus, so as not to make it appear that our letter is then asking them, based on the new bill as it is written, to go beyond the amendments that will be introduced tonight.
I would just say that the way that we crafted it, though, was if you look at it, it's for this bill and future legislation, for the legislature to consider how we more meaningfully include not just like minimum inclusionary, but a little bit more aggressive inclusionary requirements in future legislation. So I think we were careful about the way we worded it. I don't know, Councilmember Raskin, if you feel. I agree. Yeah.
You know, I understand that a lot of thought went into this. I think there's a lot in there for everyone and not maybe everything for everyone, and I can accept that.
Did you have a?
I'd like to make a motion.
Okay.
I move the council endorse the letter as written, brought forward by Mayor Pro Tem Terosas and Councilmember Raskin.
I'll second it.
Sorry, can I just make one clarification? I think the intent was for any council members who want to sign on to it, and should it reflect a majority, then it would.
I understand that.
Yeah, okay.
So, and I just wanted to make the comment that as we overdevelop communities like Santa Monica, we continue to displace the very people that these bills are supposed to support. And it's ironic because at 80 and 90% unaffordability, we create very little affordability. So for that reason, while I totally respect my colleagues, this is what a healthy dais is. Not everybody has to agree on everything. We agree on overarching goals. We may differ on how to get there. And so I respectfully decline to sign this letter, but I appreciate that you guys came to, even as we were here, we heard that updates are still being made. And for that reason, I really don't feel comfortable signing on to anything that is still being formulated. So there's been a motion on the floor by Councilmember Hall, a second by Councilmember Snell. Do we take a roll call? And I guess this roll call vote means you're signing on to the support letter. Is that correct? Okay.
I'm sorry, but no, that was not the intent of the motion.
Oh, okay.
The motion is that the council endorse.
Right, and then whoever wants to sign on can sign on.
No, my motion is that the council endorses the letter.
Got it, okay.
Right.
So I don't know how I register my no vote on that, but I can register that I'm not supporting
I think you can still vote no.
as an independent no vote. Okay.
Councilmember Zunichskaya?
Yes.
Councilmember Snell?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Terosas?
Yes.
Councilmember Raskin?
Yes.
Councilmember Hall?
Yes.
Councilmember Zwick?
Yes.
And Mayor Negrete?
No.
Passes 6-1.
And then I'd like to make my comment that we clarified it's to sign it, so I'm saying no, and I'm not, my signature is not included.
Right, for the city council.
It's a 6-signature city council support, and the majority supported it. I just want to make that clear that that's, it wins on the prevailing vote.
Item 4K, adoption of a resolution amending the council rules. Got cut off of order.
Who pulled 4K? Who'd like to speak on that? Councilmember Raskin?
Yeah, just real quick. I pulled this because I would like us to keep the time donation rule. Obviously, we need to reform how we conduct public comment. We're here now. It's almost 8:15. We haven't gone into closed session yet. In a city of our size and sophistication, we need to figure out better time, place, and manner restrictions that are reasonable for conducting our public business. And I think we can do that with the amendments that are proposed, but I'd like to keep the time donation.
Okay, Okay, I have Councilmember Zwick in the queue. Did you mean to be? Okay, Councilmember Zernitskaya.
So I wanted to pull this for the same reason I was concerned about the time donation, and I asked in advance of why there was the suggestion to remove time donation, and so it basically, we could potentially consider that instead of requiring a time donation, that somebody could sign up to speak on the same item twice or up to the maximum amount, a number of minutes they could speak per meeting. So that wouldn't require somebody else to come and physically be here to donate their time. A person could still speak up to the maximum of 6 minutes or 4 minutes if we decide to do that on one item, up to 6 total minutes. Does that make sense? I can click.
Yeah, so actually, this was, if you don't mind
Please.
me expounding
Yeah,
on
please.
this. So this was, for me, this was kind of born of, we've been seeing a lot of public donation of time at several meetings. And in one particular, I believe it was the January 28th meeting, was where the airport item was discussed. And I noticed there were a lot of people coming in to speak on one item. And, the fact of the matter is you get 6 minutes per meeting. And so they were bringing in other people to donate their time, and it seemed kind of silly to me. It's like, why not just, if you're speaking on one item and you only get 6 minutes max anyway, whether you get time donated or not, why not just allow that person, if they're only going to speak on that one item that evening, just let them have the 4 minutes. So that's what it was. It was more of a matter of, why don't we find more flexible ways to use people's time, as well as not put the burden on residents to have to bring, maybe those people were planning to come to the meeting or not, but why put that burden on them when, they could just speak up to the 4 minutes?
I have a question about that. So does that mean then you could just come and speak up to 4 minutes?
On that one item. If you're speaking on one agendized item and it's only agendized items, then you get the 4 minutes for that one item.
So ultimately, if I understand this correctly, you get 6 items, 6 minutes total if you chose to speak on 3 items. If you only have 2 items to speak on, you have 4 minutes total. If you only have 1 item, you're suggesting that you get 4 minutes instead of 2 minutes?
Just a proposal.
And then we get
you
rid
guys
of the
can flesh
time
this out.
donation.
But then there's no time donation.
Right.
Yeah, so it would, I do believe the city attorney is in the queue, so I don't know if you want to go to him first.
That's for a correction.
Oh, okay. Yeah, so hypothetically, if somebody wanted to speak on 2 items, but they were really passionate about one item, they could hypothetically sign up to speak on it twice and get up to 4 minutes for one item. They would still be limited to a total of 6 minutes per meeting, with the exclusion of public hearings and the quasi-judicial hearings. So they would still have the same amount of time, but they wouldn't have to drag somebody down here to sign up to donate time.
My only concern is that everybody's going to want to speak on things for 4 minutes.
Yeah.
The other thing, too, is that, the time donation has caused a lot of confusion. There have been folks who have signed up and then thought all I had to do was sign up and then leave. And then, sometimes that person isn't there. They went to the restroom and the speaker is up. And so it's just caused a lot of confusion, which takes up a lot of time during meetings. So we're just trying to find more efficient ways to manage meetings.
I see the attorney in the queue. City attorney.
Yes, I just had a typo to read into the record.
Go ahead.
Under ranked choice voting, under subsection 1, where it says, should this application become available, it should say unavailable.
What item is that?
That's all.
Okay. That's under ranked choice voting? That's not on the subject we're talking about right now?
Correct.
Okay. Councilmember Roskin.
Yeah, folks, I feel we've got to recognize that there are equity issues here. I recognize that not every single government allows for time donation, but there are people who cannot speak on their own behalf. There are people for whom English is not their first language. There are people who have disabilities who can't speak. For me, having the ability to have somebody speak on your behalf is an equity issue that we must protect if we're truly going to be a progressive council.
I do want to note, though, as you noticed tonight, there were several Spanish-speaking. If you have a translator, you automatically get 4 minutes. So they already get double the time.
No, I get that. But there are some people who simply would feel more comfortable having somebody present their points for them.
But then they have to come here physically.
Yeah, that's fine.
Councilmember Hall.
Thank you. I will be supporting 4K as written with the typo amendment presented by City Attorney Sloan. I think we have done and asked a lot of our city clerk, and she is asking for something of us. We have asked her to implement ranked choice voting, which was a significant workload for her. We have asked her to implement public comment via telephone, which was also a significant workload for the clerk's office. So I think to address your concerns, Councilmember Raskin, I do believe we have allowed significant reform and push for significant reform that previous councils have also asked for with regards to equity. And there are new ways that members of the public can speak at council now and don't have to be physically present. So I'd like to move 4K, the staff recommendation as written.
Do we have a second?
Second.
There's still people in the
Motion, yeah, but that's okay. He made the motion. Councilmember Hall made the motion. Councilmember Zwick seconded, and Councilmember Snell.
Yeah, so I have a question. I mean, the suggestion that Councilman Raskin was stating that you would give the person 4 minutes for one, if they had one item? I didn't quite understand.
No.
I didn't quite understand.
So I can
Yeah.
read the response from our city clerk to my question. In response to the reasoning behind eliminating the donation of time, this is a potential way to streamline and reduce meeting time while also finding ways to make public comment more flexible for residents to use their allotted time of 6 minutes per meeting. Over 2 years ago, council changed public input rules to hear public comment per sections versus hearing public comment per item. When doing public comment per item, time donation made sense, but it doesn't under the current method. Instead of requiring time donation, council could permit a resident who is only speaking on one agendized item to speak for up to 4 minutes on that one item. This would eliminate the need for that resident to bring another person to the meeting for the sole purpose of donating their time to a speaker, as well as avoid any confusion with time donation rules, e.g., the requirement of the time donator to remain at the meeting until the speaker has spoken, and the mayor clerk needing to ensure that the time donator is present, which will save time during meetings. This also makes the in-person rules for public comment fair and consistent with the rules for telephone public comment, since time donation is not permitted for telephone public comment.
Okay, so you want to allocate, for if someone has one item, 4 minutes, if should they choose to?
I mean,
6 minutes.
well, now that I'm thinking about it, hypothetically, somebody could sign up twice for a section and allocate those 4 minutes however they want. So they could say one sentence on one item and spend the rest of the time on the other. Is that within the spirit or letter of the council rules?
I would agree with that.
Is
But
that-
I do think that we might have to amend the actual public comment rules, though, in the resolution in order to, and I had a proposal for that, but it got pulled, so.
Oh, is that what your proposal is here, though, as the motion and the second is on?
I don't believe
So can we just clarify what, we have a motion on the floor and a second. Can we clarify what is in the staff
The motion on
recommendation?
the floor is just to adopt the resolution as is.
Right,
Come
which is-
back with that rule that would actually clarify.
Okay.
Okay.
So
Okay.
it sounds like we're on the same page then. It's going to come back to clarify
With the typo addition from
Right.
City Attorney Sloan.
regarding ranked choice voting. Does everyone understand there's a motion on the floor and a second to accept with, as written? We're going to come back to clarify that rule. We're fixing the typo on ranked choice voting. Can we call the vote?
Yeah, and I'm comfortable with the direction to staff to come back with the.
Perfect.
Thanks.
Councilmember Zwick,
Yes.
Councilmember Hall,
Yes.
Councilmember Raskin,
No.
Mayor Pro Tem Terosis,
Yes.
Councilmember Snell,
Yes.
Councilmember Zaretskaya,
Yes.
and Mayor Negrete.
Yes.
Item 4L, introduction and first reading of an ordinance adding municipal code section 2.32.300 requiring residency for DTSM, Pure Corp, and SMTT.
Councilmember Snell?
I brought this item forward with Councilman Hall because I really believe with these organizations, with our commissions, both downtown Santa Monica, our travel and tourism, and also our peer board, it's really important to get input from residents. We just had a discussion about how much time do we want to give residents to speak in public comment. And I really think moving forward with having a position where residents would be required to be on, residency would be required to be on a commission is something that is important. And what I would suggest is that with all three of these particular commissions, that I would like to make a motion that at a minimum, 3 of the individuals that would be selected from council would have residency requirements. And so that's my suggestion with respect to it. I'd like to hear from other council members.
Councilmember Zernitskaya?
Just to clarify, that is how the resolution is written.
Right.
You're just pulling it to support it as
Right.
written.
Right.
So
Exactly.
Councilmember Zernitskaya.
Okay, sorry, I'm a little bit confused. So it's that at
You just
least
support it.
3, okay, so at least 3 of each, sorry, clarify.
It's at minimum 50% of council appointees to the boards of Downtown Santa Monica, the Santa Monica Pier Corporation, and Santa Monica Travel and Tourism. So that looks different per each committee or per each board.
Okay,
For DTSM, it would be 3. For SMTT, I believe it would be 4. And for SMPC, it would be 4.
4. And I would also add to it that we would make this adjustment until individuals' terms are completed.
Should there be a over the threshold at this time?
Right.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, that's how it's written, but City Attorney Sloan?
So when a term is complete, or if there were a vacancy because of resignation.
Exactly.
Okay.
Councilmember Zernitskaya?
Yeah, so I had wanted to pull this just because I was a little bit confused about that, and I wanted to make sure that that I put into the record that I think it's really important for us to have different perspectives represented on these boards, that there are valuable perspectives from folks who aren't able to live in Santa Monica but are still constituents. So I'm really glad this does that, and I apologize that I apparently misread the staff report and resolution and didn't quite understand that. So I appreciate the clarification, and with that, I'm happy to support it.
I just want to note, just so the council can hear, because I think it was just the city manager and I that were in a chamber meeting, and I asked the question about how they felt about that. And unequivocally, the folks in the room who represent some of these boards said the reason why they didn't like this residence, and I was part of the council that had put this forward to begin with, was because many of these legacy business owners and folks who are in the city all the time, working in the city, don't live in the city, but are valuable to these boards. And oftentimes what happens is residents get on, and it's hard to find someone who has, I think we heard one of our business owners here say earlier, with P&L experience or the type of experience that you really need to serve on some of these boards, whether it be travel and tourism or the pier. So just something to think about. I get the idea, because that was what we were thinking when we put this forward originally, that this is for our community, and so community members should be on these boards. But then I had to take a step back when they pointed out the fact that people who own businesses for 35 years might not be eligible to sit on a board, yet they are very much involved in all of these things. So something to consider. I don't know if there's a modification that wants to be made because of that, but I'm just putting that out there.
But in fact, with a number of these commissions, people that don't live in the city do have the ability. Like, for instance, with Downtown Santa Monica, 6 individuals will be selected, will be voted on from the actual businesses in the community based on their region. So I don't think that's an issue. My concern is that we, and all these committees, that we hear from all stakeholders.
We're just talking about who we can appoint, though, don't forget.
Right, and it's who we can appoint, right.
DTSM who's to appoint businesses.
In downtown Santa Monica, 6 individuals are selected by council and 6 are voted in by
Just for clarification, do we want to just quickly, between Pier Corp, DTSM, and SMTT, just to have the breakdown? Council appoints. They're not all the same number of appointees, and so it may differ for each group. Anyways, that was my only appointment. Councilmembers Hall, are you?
That's right.
I mean, the resolution is written so that a minimum of half of council appointees are residents. And that,
Okay.
I believe,
All right, so we're not modifying anything. We've just clarified the item, and I think we can call the vote.
I'd like to make a motion to support Staff.
as written. And
Second.
motion made by Councilmember Snell, seconded by Councilmember Hall.
Councilmember Janet
Yes.
Councilmember Snell,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Terosis,
Yes.
Councilmember Raskin,
Yes.
Councilmember Hall,
Yes.
Councilmember Zwick,
Yes.
and Mayor Negrete.
Yes.
Great. I think we can move on to closed session now. Okay. So, Mayor, do you want to call the special joint meeting to order?
I'm sorry?
It's a special joint meeting, so.
Oh, right, I'm sorry. So we're calling our special joint meeting to order
Of the Housing Authority?
for the Housing Authority. Feed me the lines.
Right. And I just want to note for the record that each Housing Authority member receives $50 per meeting. I will note that Housing Authority member Phillips and member Muktasit St. Clair are both present and will be joining in closed session. Authority member Zwick. Sorry, I'm
Yeah,
calling you wrong.
here.
Authority member Hall,
Present.
Authority member Raskin,
Here.
Authority member Snell,
Here.
Chair Pro Tem Terosis, Authority member Zernitskaya,
Here.
Chair Pro Tem Terosis,
Here.
and Chair Negrete.
Here.
So item 5A on the regular agenda is a conference with legal counsel regarding existing litigation, Stanford Neighbors against city overreach versus the city. Item 5B, conference with legal counsel over initiation of litigation. Item 5C is a conference with labor negotiator regarding the bargaining units as listed on the agenda. Item 5D is considering the public employee appointment of the city manager. Item 5E is the employee evaluation of the city attorney. And then on the special agenda, it's conference with legal counsel regarding potential litigation regarding HUD, Continuum of Care, and Department of Transportation grants, King County and others versus Scott Turner and others.
Okay, City Attorney, when do you expect we'll return?
Realistically, it's probably going to be 10 o'clock, but for public purposes, let's say 9:45 and shoot for that.
Okay. All right, and with that, we will be in closed session and see you when we get back, hopefully by 9:45. Thank you. All right, looks like we are back in session at 10:50 p.m. We apologize. We had very important items to discuss. And City Clerk, does that bring us to our city manager?
Mayor, closed session.
Oh, sorry. City Attorney.
Yes, from the closed session, all of the matters were heard except for 5E. With respect to, the only reportable action is respect to the special notice item, the joint meeting with the Housing Authority Board. Both the Housing Authority Board and the council gave direction to participate in the referenced litigation. That's all.
No other report outs. Okay, that brings us to our city manager report.
Good evening, Mayor and Mayor Pro Tem and City Council members. May is a busy month in our city as we celebrate AAPI Heritage Month and Mental Health Awareness Month and gear up for Samuel High Pride in June. There are a lot of fun, educational, and engaging events and activities throughout the city for these months, so please be sure to visit santamonica.gov to learn more and to see all of the events. There will also be a big community event for the airport conversion project this Saturday, May 17th, from 12 to 5 p.m. at the Airport Administration Building to review the layers survey results and reveal the 3 draft scenarios that will come before this council on July 8th. Well, we already have the doggy pictures up. Okay. Police Chief Batista provided me with an update to share from the first quarter of this year for the city's traffic plan in response to previous council discussions. The police department's traffic plan was implemented in early February with a coordinated effort across the department. In the first quarter of 2025, there were no fatal traffic collisions. And since the traffic plan's inception, the major accident reconstruction team has not been called to any traffic collisions. The police department has conducted 14 traffic enforcement operations in collaboration with the California Office of Traffic Safety, targeting key areas of concern, such as high collision intersections,
school zones, and parts of the city historically used for high-speed travel. This effort complements the daily focused enforcement conducted by the Uniform Patrol Operations Division. Overall, the Traffic Enforcement Unit issued 524 citations in the first quarter of 2025. I also wanted to mention there was a comment made today about when council is going to receive the annual crime report. Chief Batista will be attending the June 10th meeting of this council and will present all of the information from that report. In other updates, we have received some questions from the community about beach health. We rely on the LA County Department of Public Health as the environmental health experts and are in close contact with them. They have a dashboard on their website tracking sand and ocean water test results and other data. This website and a synopsis of each agency's role in beach health can be accessed from the city's Palisade Fire website. All Santa Monica beaches, including both the sand and water, are open, and it was a joy to see so many people out enjoying the beautiful weather this past weekend. Lastly, I'm excited to bring back the adoptable pet of the meeting as a regular part of the city manager's report. This week, we actually have two adoptable pets, Lumi, a 5-year-old male husky who loves to eat and play, and Esperanza, a 5-year-old German Shepherd mix who also loves to be goofy and playful. These cuties grew up in the same house and love their daily playtime together in the yard. They know basic commands, are great with people, and love attention. They are both used to children, cats, and other dogs, but have a special bond to each other. If you might be interested in making Lumi and Esperanza new additions to your family, please contact the animal shelter at 310-458-8595 or visit the Animal Services tab of the Santa Monica Police Department's website. And if you're not able to adopt, you can always visit the Santa Monica Animal Shelter Foundation website at smasf.org to see how you can help the animals by making a donation or shopping the Chewy's wish list. Thank you.
All right, and before we wrap up, I just want to note that on June 7th, Saturday from 12 to 3, at the animal shelter in Santa Monica, they'll have face painting, reduced adoption fees, raffle prizes, DJ, and food, and you are always welcome to donate and help support so we can get those animals adopted and the things that they need at the shelter. And I think now we have travel announcements, right?
Yes. Do any council members have anything to report on travel since our last regular meeting? Hearing none, we'll move on to.
Sorry.
Oh, sorry.
They do. Sorry. I went with Mayor Negrete and Mayor Pro Tem Terosis to Sacramento for the California Cities Week, and we had a wonderful time, and we got a chance to meet with our legislators and our lobbyists, and overall made some really great connections. Also, I brought stickers.
And I also went to the Southern California Association of Governments, SAG, with our mayor, and it was in Palm Springs. And I met a lot of other electeds, and it was really interesting. I did note that staff was with the council members and from a lot of different areas, and so I'm just putting it out there that staff might want to hang out with us every now and then. So just putting it out there.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Yeah, I too attended League of Cities. It also coincided with NACO, the California State Association of Counties, at the same time in Sacramento. So it was really fun and busy to network with our colleagues from across the state. Spoke about best practices in recruiting city managers, implementation of Proposition 36. For local jurisdictions, and making sure that we were lobbying on bills super important to the city so we could protect our fiscal standing that obviously is in question right now. Additionally, went to the Young Elected Officials Conference last week in DC. Barry is the youngest of the young elected officials, and brought back some hats and other things. But very important because had the opportunity to connect with similarly situated elected officials from multiple jurisdictions across the country, dealing with kind of creative solutions around tax increment financing, how we're generating money for our local jurisdictions, especially in the wake of the Trump administration and potential cuts to funding. So really helpful just to hear best practices from others. Thanks.
In the essence of time, I'm just going to say ditto to all of those things, and you already heard that I attended, so that's it. I attended SCAG and the well-described event that our council members are in in Sacramento, and that's it. Anybody else? Yeah.
Okay. Item 6, public input on remaining agenda items only. Public comment is permitted on ordinances for introduction and first reading. No public discussion is permitted on ordinances for second reading and adoption. Public input for 12 items will be heard at the time the public hearing is called. And it looks like we have 19 people in the queue, but I think some folks have left.
Oh, okay. All right, I'm going to call the first few names up. Dee Morris, John Medlin, Lucian Tudor, Maria Loya, and Maricela Herrera. And it looks like people may have left, so I'm going to keep calling names, and you can just line up. Bernice Onofre, Francisco Juarez, Morgan Jaro, Chris Gorbos. These are some names from before. All right, so I'm going to keep going down the line so people can be ready to speak. Arlene Hurwitz, Adiana Hurwitz, Judith Serlin. Am I reading the right list? Okay. Just kidding. Lucian, you're on all the lists. Okay, here we go. Jonah, no? Okay. I don't have, mine starts at Jonah and has Zeman.
Lucian Tudor, Teru Toyokawa, Teresa Nguyen.
Yes, those are majority of them are
Okay.
staff which I sent home.
You can speak on their behalf. Okay, so Lucian Tudor, Teresa, Lynette Cosdron, Denise Spartan, Rico Cisneros, and Janet McLaughlin, and Harvey Etter. If you're still here, you can line up.
Except Denise, it's all our staff from.
Okay. Mr. Tudor.
So good evening again. Thank you for your hard work until this time of the night. I just want to say I'm speaking on item 10A. I was very surprised of your directions like last time, such a progressive city council and united in making a change. I believe we as a human beings, we have evolved through pain. The questions we need to ask when we're in pain is why this happened to me or how I can grow from it. And I think city council, it's City of Santa Monica, it's at that point. We cannot get worse than this, and we need to innovate in order to evolve. We need to break some rules, and I know it's a lot of heat you guys taking. I was reading all the emails you guys got, and I recognize many of them might be the same person, the person who wants to hear the birds in downtown Santa Monica singing at the window, which is not realistic. If you want to live in the downtown city, you need to understand the pro and con things are coming to living in a city. I think it's not going to be easy. We definitely going to do mistakes overall. We have a noise regulation, which is very specific. None other city has a noise regulation like ours. 107 decibels, 1 foot from the speaker, 85 decibel, 25 feet from the speakers. Those are reasonable noise regulations which are not blasting the music. Of course, the perspective of each of us can be different. We can hear differently, but the sound is measurable, and we can understand if we under regulation, if we respect the rules or not. Thank you very much, and good luck tonight.
Thank you, Lucian. So Toru, Teresa, Lynette are not here. Denise Spartan, and then after Denise, it's Rico, Cisneros, Janet McLaughlin, Harvey Etter, Mari Miranda, and William.
Good evening. On item 10A, making the entire promenade an entertainment zone or venue in the 13th most unsafe city in the state. So if you have no control over crime and the homeless now by not providing the city with enough police, how will this action create more control over those issues? I know Gleam Davis wants to rant, but they work so well in other states, but other states don't have 45% of the country's homeless. And since you've decided to make Santa Monica a homeless sanctuary by not enforcing the Supreme Court's Grants Pass decision, you really have no defense. Or you'll say, look at San San Francisco's entertainment zone, but theirs is controlled, which is not what you're proposing. Also, if you now cannot provide an atmosphere on the promenade where businesses can be successful, how is an entertainment zone going to make it any better? I realize you're grasping at anything to increase revenue for the city, but the rest of the promenade didn't agree to increase assessments, only the 1200 block did. And you, the Santa Monica City Council, and Andrew Thomas, the CEO of downtown Santa Monica, have not shown yourselves to be good stewards of the public funds either. Along with Legion, the promenade's homeless people mover service is not trained as venue security. So that will be another problem, because other things you'll need to be concerned with are weapons, gangs, and minors consuming alcohol. In ending, this item will also increase the city of Santa Monica and DTSM's liability, as well as putting in jeopardy the present alcohol licenses on the promenade. For all these reasons, I would support the pilot program to make the 1200 block of the promenade an entertainment zone for special events, but not the entire promenade from 8 a.m. to 2 a.m., 365 days a year. Thank you.
Thank you. Marty Miranda?
Hi, thank you for your time. My name's Maudie Miranda, and actually my business partner was supposed to be with me here today, but she's not feeling very well, and she had to drive back to Redondo. We actually are both from the South Bay, and I intended to open our business, which we opened in December of 2024 in the South Bay. That was changed when I found out about the alcohol exemption that the city was providing when getting an additional liquor license from the ABC. It is that program that was enacted that is the reason we made the decision to open our business in Santa Monica. It has now extended that I am a resident of Santa Monica. And I think that that speaks to the city having these programs that you are attracting not only more customers, but businesses. And that is something that the promenade needs desperately. I think the second part is transitioning from a retail experience to something we have, which is they are multi-purpose batting cages. Everything that you've seen in the last 6 months on the promenade that have opened have been predominantly entertainment and interactive based businesses. In order to, when you have these businesses, you have limited capacity of reservations, and alcohol is essential in order to pay rent and be successful in a place like Santa Monica. I do think that we should look at San Francisco, who their cities, and I'm a former resident there, are very similar to some of the issues that we deal with in here. And I know business owners there, and on Front Street, where the initial entertainment zone was enacted and established, those businesses have had a 1,500% increase in revenue. And this is not just the bars. This is all of the businesses that are in this.
Oh, thank you. Thank you, Marty. And then I've got William, Juan Caldera, Anthony R., Sarah X., Jonathan Foster, and after Jonathan is Whitney Bain, Connor Webb, Glenn Davis, and Andrew Thomas.
Do it. It's easy, it's simple, and you just got to steal from the other. Don't even have to write regulations. Just go to the Dayton, Ohio website and steal them and change date.
It's just a bunch of theft. So anyways, I'm poor. Shouldn't I sell drugs, alcohol? How about the city workers not making enough? The maintenance crew? Shouldn't the maintenance workers be able to sell alcohol? This solidifies my disillusion with government. Because of this being so intimate to my way of life, because of the other issues, I know that the 501c3 nonprofit organization downtown Santa Monica already knew that the council was going to approve this. So it does not matter what anyone says. This is being forced onto Santa Monica by the alcohol industry. The council is biting down on it. No one can get U7 to stop this. This is exactly what is wrong with government. It does not matter what it looks like above table. This deal was already made in secret without the people. the fuck are you?
Okay, so we're not going to tolerate cursing in here.
That the drug industry can make money. So I don't matter. Screw the industry. Nobody seems to matter. Policies of the past produced more safety than we have today. Everybody knows this. America of the past was more safe today, and it was not on the sidewalk in public intoxication. That's what you're doing. That's what you're approving. And you don't care. This was already done. We don't need you people. We need robots. That's what you're like a bunch of robots. We should just have a kiosk up there, yes or no, for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and we just push yes or no. Then we wouldn't need you people. We would actually hear from.
Thank you. Whitney Bain. Connor Webb.
Tough act to follow. Hi, I'm Connor Webb. I wanted to speak to you today in full support of item 10A and 16E, creating entertainment zones on the promenade and looking at creating entertainment zone on the pier and bringing back concerts to the pier. There's a lot of great fiscal reasons to support this, a lot of business reasons, but I just want to talk pretty frankly about how excited I am about the kind of community this allows us to create in Santa Monica and the ability to have these gathering spaces and activated spaces with events where we can all come together and really enjoy our time in Santa Monica is just, I think, what it's all about here. And being outside with a cold drink in my hand sounds like a pretty good way to do that, surrounded by friends. I also want to support 12A. I just want to say I support.
That's a public hearing item. So.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't realize we already got there. So I will cede the rest of my time for the sake of speed. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Glenn Davis, our former mayor.
Good evening, Mayor Negretti and council members and staff. I'm just here to encourage you to adopt 10A. I do have a couple of comments. The first one is that I know the staff report suggested rolling it out the weekend of Pride, and I think that might be a little complicated. Why would you want to roll this out when you're already going to have a lot of people on the promenade anyway? I'm not a marketing major, but it seemed to me that maybe a stealth guerrilla campaign where unannounced, maybe the weekend after Memorial Day, 5 o'clock on Thursday, the signage goes up, and then you watch social media blow up when people discover that they can come to the promenade and enjoy a recreational beverage and carry it out of an establishment. The other thing is I do want to encourage you to work with downtown Santa Monica. I know the staff report spoke about having staff go and meet with businesses, and that's perfectly okay. But certainly downtown Santa Monica is the most connected to the businesses on the promenade. And with all due respect to our wonderful city staff, Andrew Thomas could probably go talk to them all in about a 3-hour period and be done with it. So I think this is something, Mr. Foster was kind enough to quote me before, this really is kind of easy. Over 100 cities in the U.S. already do this. They're not overridden with crime. They're not overridden with drunks. They're not overridden with people driving under the influence. What they are enjoying is an economic boom because people can come and enjoy each other's company and still have a recreational beverage in their hands under controlled circumstances. This is not open container. You can't bring your Bud Light twist off the top and drink on the promenade. You must purchase your drink on the promenade in the cup. You must have a wristband. These are all easy things to do. You could probably go down to the local print shop and get all the signage you need in about 48 hours. So please don't overthink this. Set yourself up for success. This is something I think that will really rejuvenate the promenade and ultimately all of our downtown, and I can guarantee you that other parts of the city.
Thank you. Andrew Thomas.
Good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, honorable council members, city staff. On behalf of Downtown Santa Monica, Inc., I want to thank you for your bold leadership in vision and strongly considering the entertainment zone. We at DTSM, Inc. fully support a 7-day-a-week entertainment zone on the 3rd Street Promenade, and we applaud your efforts to bring new energy and excitement to downtown. We believe that the entertainment zone will have a positive impact in downtown, not only by boosting foot traffic and supporting local businesses, but also by encouraging leasing in a one-of-a-kind area like the 3rd Street Promenade, which is already built out to be an entertainment zone. I consider us to be the outdoor patio for our downtown community. We at Downtown Santa Monica, Inc. are also working actively with our city partners on a thoughtful, informed rollout to ensure that the zone is welcoming, fun, and above all, safe. We've heard the public safety concerns. We take them very seriously. We've committed to continuing our private security presence on the promenade, and we're very fortunate in downtown to have a dedicated downtown services unit through SMPD that are at the ready. And if PD can return to the promenade a regular deployment of sworn officers, PSOs, or some combination of the two, this may help address some of those concerns. Thank you again for creating this opportunity and for continuing to support our downtown. Thank you.
Thank you. That was the last name I have, so I just want to make sure I didn't miss you guys. Did I call your name earlier, maybe? Anthony, Sarah? Anthony? Okay, Anthony.
Good evening, City Council. I'm here today to address the issue of the fun zone idea that is being implemented and basically shoved down our throats here. The residents here in the area around this fun zone don't want it. It's a very stupid idea. As we all know, nothing good comes from a bunch of drunk people freely walking around getting intoxicated from 8 a.m. to 2 a.m. 7 days a week, 365 days a year. That is just ridiculous. Who thought of this a great idea? A 12-year-old? Take in fact that you have residents that clearly live right next to your little fun zone that have to get up for work at 4 a.m. and come home at 6 or 7 from a long day at work and try to find some time to relax and get some sleep so that before they have to get back up at 4 a.m. again so they can pay their bills and these high taxes in this city. We have the right of peace of mind. You want to disrupt our well-being by having a bunch of drunks making a bunch of noise all hours of the day and night, and yet you don't care because you don't live in this area. So you could care less, and you're not affected by it. Do any of you live around here in downtown? I didn't think so. Okay. So it's a bad idea, and everybody knows people make bad decisions when drunk people are going to get even hurt and even killed. We all know how this is going to end up. Who's drinking at AM anyway? Homeless and drunk, so you're just encouraging more. Where are all these people going to use the bathrooms? The alleys, the streets? I don't think you've thought this thoroughly through, so I think you're making a very bad mistake. Thank you.
Thank you. Sarah?
There's supposed to be a display up there. Is it ready? Nikki, you have the display. Okay. All right, so you'll see the display right there. Let me know when I start. Okay, so it's 11:15. So the zest that I had at 5:30 is gone. So if I look at this paper, I'm like, I don't want to look at it. Do I want to lose the points? No. So I'm just telling you right now, you have that paper. You had time to go in the back and discuss what you were discussing. If you look at the diagram, we want all amplified sound to go south, Arizona. We don't want the entertainment zone, but if you're going to go ahead and do it, right, because you're more important, I don't know how that works, but you're more important or whatever, it's a democracy, I forget. But the point is, if it passes, can you please move the speakers to the front end of the dead kiosk? There's nothing happening there so that we can enjoy peace at home, because it's really peaceful at home. But when downtown Santa Monica has an event, it becomes really rough on us. So let's find a balance if you're going to do that, right? And then we want an officer dedicated to noise specifically so that we don't have to wait till the next day to deal with it in case something gets out of hand. Okay, that's very important. And then we want an LVT posted at Wilshire and 3rd in case there's any crime going on. That's something we can discuss later. And then, yeah, that's it. See how tired I am? That's it. But I'm not going to give up my seconds here. So anyway, how do you like the diagram? Do you see the noise goes that way? That's my point. Noise goes that way. That's the gist, right? Because you're going to get your way, but please don't let us have damage at home. We can exist together. There can be a balance and equilibrium. Right, Lana?
Yes.
Okay. I mean, I wanted to walk with you that day, but we didn't end up meeting. You're busy. Family comes first, always. Peace at home is essential. I want you guys to do well, but let us be helpful.
Thank you, Sarah. And I believe, unless there's a name I called in the crowd, that wraps up public comment for that section.
We'll now move on to item 10A. Ordinances. Public comment is permitted on ordinances for introduction and first reading. No public discussion is permitted on ordinances for second reading and adoption. In accordance with Charter Section 615, the adoption of all ordinances and resolutions shall be by reading of title only unless a council member present dissents. Item 10A, introduction and adoption of an emergency ordinance adding Chapter 6.43 and amending Section 4.08.200 relating to the 3rd Street Promenade Entertainment Zone Program.
Colleagues, is there any interest in making a motion for, I'll make a motion for and request an abbreviated staff report?
I'd second that.
Do we need to take a vote? That's not a long report we hear. Sorry, Jane.
Oh, sorry.
Thank you. Good evening, Jingyo Planning Manager. I'm here to talk about the Promenade Entertainment Zone. So the purpose of tonight is for the council to adopt the ordinance to create the entertainment zone on the 3rd Street Promenade. This was responsive to the direction that council gave at the April 22nd meeting. So in the abbreviated time, we had to come back to you on this. We've done some work with our important other key departments that are involved in the entertainment zone. So, we'll go through that. But the ordinance itself, just establishes the basics of the boundaries, the hours, the days, all of the day-to-day operational details, a lot of the comment that we're receiving around kind of how it works. That all actually happens in the management plan. So after council's action tonight, we'll continue to work with our interdepartmental partners to ensure that the entertainment zone is implemented in a way that works for the city. So I think one thing to just provide clear information on is what is allowed and what isn't. So, what this is it allows the purchase of alcohol from licensed businesses on the 3rd Street Promenade. You have to have a branded wristband in order to consume an alcoholic beverage on the promenade, and that's it. What is not allowed is you cannot bring your own beer or any alcoholic beverage. You cannot take an alcoholic beverage out of the entertainment zone. And you cannot take that beverage into other businesses. So if you purchase it from a business, you have to consume it. You can't walk into a retail store or into another bar. So, I think it's just helpful just to clarify what is being proposed. In terms of the process rollout, after the ordinance, the city staff will send an ordinance to ABC. They don't actually approve it. It's just a receive and file. And then the work begins on having a management plan that's approved by the city manager. Businesses want to participate, they'll just notify ABC, and then we will then initiate an outreach process. What that looks like in terms of the business outreach, we are in close collaboration with DTSM on this and our own police department to initiate then alcohol server training, actually outreach and education, not just to licensed businesses, but even to businesses that are unlicensed. It's just as important that they understand what's happening, what the rules are, and how they could also benefit. And also understand, that people can't just walk into retail stores, for example, with alcoholic beverages. DTSM will be working on fabricating signage, and we'll be collaborating on marketing and branding with the city's EDD and communications team. The celebratory launch event is Pride on the Promenade on June the 21st, but we are working on having that preceded probably about a week prior in mid-June with the activation of the sort of like regular entertainment zone. How does a business participate? They go to the ABC's website. There's a very simple online request form. They have to complete the alcohol server training, and we have a simple one-page participation agreement. There will be free wristbands from the city that are branded with the EasySM Promenade on there, and then they must use or distribute non-metal or non-glass cups. That's it. It's a very simple process for very low bar for entry for any individual business to participate in the entertainment zone. So as I indicated, the ordinance before you tonight is fully responsive to council's direction to create a permanent entertainment zone and to have a daily activation of, I want to emphasize maximum potential hours of 8 a.m. to 2 a.m. There are actually no businesses that even operate or serve alcohol during those hours at the moment. So all that is just the maximum allowable. Again, the management plan can make those hours much narrower in response to circumstances that change, in response to available resources and the like. So, that's all the ordinance does. It doesn't mean that that there will be alcoholic beverages served or consumed, during that entire expanse. The council also directed us to look at marketing and branding, take a look at boundaries, and a report back process. So in the time since that meeting, we have worked with our police department, with Public Works, our economic development, to take a look at boundaries, hours, and public safety, cleanliness, and maintenance. City departments are prepared to move forward with this. However, we do want to highlight some information that came out as part of that consultation that will inform council's decision tonight. In terms of boundaries, we did look at expanding this potentially, for example, to 2nd and 4th Street or along the side streets like Arizona and Santa Monica Boulevard. DTSM's board actually discussed this as well, and the city's own police department advised against expanding the zone beyond the promenade, so really just the yellow area, what we know as a 3rd Street Promenade proper between Wilshire and Broadway, and that is the proposal for the boundaries of the entertainment zone. In terms of hours and public safety, discussions with the Santa Monica Police Department, they already do staff overtime on the promenade currently from Friday to Sunday, in terms of 2 officers from 11 to 8 and 4 officers from 6 p.m. to 2:30 a.m. However, they would recommend additional staffing in order to support the daily activation of the entertainment zone with an addition of 2 officers from Monday to Thursday and 2 officers from Friday to Sunday. So that's 2 officers overall over 7 days a week in order to be responsive to the crime statistics as they stand right now. DTSN's Private Security Legion will remain a presence in the entertainment zone from 6 a.m. to 2 a.m. And both parties will maintain regular monitoring of calls for service, impacts to businesses, all of that we've monitored over time. In terms of the additional overtime, it's estimated for police department will be approximately $650,000 in overtime in order to support the activation of the entertainment zone. So for council consideration, the police department does request that the hours align with the potential, the recommended peak staffing of noon as a start time, because that's when the staffing would tend to peak. In terms of the maximum allowable ordinance, that could remain at 8 to 2, but again, the management plan, is the tool to be able to narrow those hours in order to be responsive to available resources and to changing circumstances. It just gives us more flexibility instead of having to come back and change an ordinance. In terms of cleanliness and maintenance, your staff report includes information about potential impacts to additional overtime for public work staff if there's additional sanitation requirements or cleanliness requirements due to increased attendance. However, for the initial rollout, they determined that no substantial changes are expected in the near term, given the limited number of businesses that could participate for this initial rollout. We are prepared to return to council. CDD staff can coordinate an evaluation report within 6 months of activation in the entertainment zone. DTSM could provide information about, for example, foot traffic, calls for service from their private security, conducting business and resident surveys to understand, how the experience has been, and particularly for business surveys, the revenue impacts, both positive and negative. The police department maintains crime statistics. Currently, actually, there's a great baseline in terms of kind of quality of life crimes related to public drunkenness. There are none happening at the moment, so it'll be very obvious if there are additional calls for service related to the entertainment zone. And in terms of cleanliness, Public Works will continue to monitor whether there will be increased need for city resources for maintenance and sanitation. Your staff report does include alternatives, given the information presented. And 3 alternatives that the council can consider tonight are to not adopt the entertainment zone ordinance. Secondly, you could adopt a modified event-based ordinance, which is the ordinance that was presented to you at your last meeting, or council could also modify the proposed program to limit its activation. So, for example, you could modify the days or hours to align with current available police deployment of Friday to Sunday from 6 p.m. to 2 a.m. So that concludes the report, and our recommended action is to adopt a finding pursuant to CEQA and to introduce and adopt the emergency ordinance, adding Chapter 643.
Okay, thank you. So we're going to do a round of questions and then a round of comments.
And I do want to note that I have Lieutenant Gradle from the Police Department, Jennifer
Perfect.
Taylor from my Economic Development Division as well.
So we're going to ask questions first. Council Mayor Pro Tem Trosis.
Great. So am I correct in understanding that the earliest alcohol license that any of the businesses on the promenade have is for serving alcohol at 11 a.m.? Is that correct?
Well, technically, they could serve as early as, there's one business that could serve as early as 6, but nobody's actually open.
6 a.m.?
6 a.m., yeah, there's one.
Sorry, what's the earliest that a business that serves alcohol is open on the promenade?
That is open. 9 a.m., I believe, is, there's one business open at 9, yeah.
Okay. And is it correct that we pulled crime stats on the promenade and there have been no drunken disorderly arrests or incidents ever? Anytime recently?
I'm going to invite Lieutenant Gradle to come up.
Just want to make sure that's correct information. That's what they told me.
Good evening, Mayor Pro Tem, staff. Ryan Gradle, Lieutenant with Santa Monica. As far as the public drunkenness, what we actually did was we pulled our statistics from calendar year 23, 24, and into year-to-date 25. As far as drunken public, that was extremely minimal. I want to say it was at, where were we at? 5.
5 a year?
That was for year-to-date. And of those, they were homeless related.
Yeah.
So there's that. We don't have, because many of the establishments out there, as Jing was saying, they're not open late, they're not open early. So it's not like it was 20 years ago where we had all these bars where people are out till 2 in the morning. So that was the majority of the disorderly conduct arrests that were made in that area.
Got it. So would it be fair to say that if we do see a significant uptick, it would be as a result of the entertainment zone?
We could argue that, yes, with numbers. If there is a significant uptick, we'd be looking at reassessing, the police department would be looking at reassessing in 3 months and then again in 6 months.
Great.
And looking at what those look like in the later hours as well as the earlier hours and really taking a broader look at it over those intervals.
Great. Yeah, I think that that's important that we're just constantly assessing that. Appreciate it. And so, Jing, would it be fair to say that if we did see any sort of increase, we would be able to implement changes or suspend the entertainment zone?
Yeah, I think it's important to note that there is no obligation for the city to continue the program. It can be stopped immediately if problems arise. This is not an entitlement for any business to do this, so we can be very responsive to call timeout. Yep.
Great. So if people want this, we all have to behave like responsible citizens so we don't revoke it.
That would be advisable.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Councilmember Snell.
Thank you. Has there been any discussion? Has there been any discussion with downtown Santa Monica and maybe with some of the businesses that have liquor license about possibly working with a drive share business, or that would be able to, the businesses would be able to call. Maybe we could work on something like that if someone was drunk or something like that. That we could, they could call Waymo, or the business could have some kind of relationship with a drive share business. And has there been any discussion about that at all in any kind of way?
Can I just say, I was just going to say that Lucian's here. They already do that at the bars. That's a known practice. They call Uber, Waymo for the folks. Yeah, they have to do that in the zone.
It's part of, so as you saw as part of the rollout, there is required alcohol server training. And the police department will be conducting essentially a refresher of that training, about how to safely serve patrons, not over serving, that sort of thing. And, this sort of thing about calling a taxi or rideshare service to ensure someone gets home safe. I think that's, really just part of the best practices of that businesses already do.
Okay. And then with the cups, will all the businesses have the same cup?
No, they'll have the ability to order, whatever cups they need, as long as it's not glass or metal. So it won't be the same cup. Now, certainly in the future, if, an event organizer wanted to do something that had a branded cup of some kind, they could do that, but it is not a minimum program requirement. The police department's recommendation was the use of the wristbands, because those are, harder to reuse. You can't just pick them out of a garbage can, sort of thing. So that was a preference.
So how we would know if someone just brings their own cup?
They have to have the branded wristband. So
Okay.
that's distributed by the businesses. They have to check IDs to make sure they're 21 and older.
Okay.
That patron would be given a wristband. So in order to consume a beverage, an alcoholic beverage outside, you'd have to have a wristband.
Okay, and then you heard from some people that were speaking, we have a strong noise ordinance already. How would that play out with respect to this entertainment zone if noise is too loud, or how would we handle it? Is there anything, discussion about that with?
I think it would be a joint mission between code enforcement and the police department. We were speaking about training up our public service officers with the decibel meters the way they used to use them on the promenade. And so in conjunction with code enforcement, we'd be looking at working with them to address any of the noise issues that might come out of it.
Okay, and then, thank you. And then my last question, is there any initial financial impact to the city to roll out this entertainment zone initially?
So as we indicated in the report, in order to activate it on the 7 days a week, with the full day, the police department would need additional deployment of officers to be able to cover the full presence of that. And, that overtime is estimated at about $675,000 for a whole year of that. So, as an alternative to that, I think in an initial rollout, we might want to take a look at aligning that with available resources, which be that Friday, Saturday, Sunday from 6 p.m. to 2 a.m.
Okay.
Councilmember Zwick.
Thank you for the report and for this amended proposal. I think it's was responsive and it looks really good. I'm excited to see it roll out. Don't want to overcomplicate cups and wristbands or anything like that, but is there any possibility of some sort of, city branded sticker or anything like that could go with the cups or
So
something?
unfortunately, we did ask about the use of light aluminum, for example, because our Office of Sustainability actually would be we could order a ton of those and give those for free. We checked with ABC, and unfortunately it was an oversight in state law, we're told, that the metal covers this light aluminum. So we did notify our state lobbyists. We were, working through our delegation to get that change initiated, but unfortunately at this moment, that's not available because that was actually an avenue we wanted to pursue.
Got it.
Yeah.
Thank you. And then on the staffing question, I'm just trying to make sure I understand. I see in the report it says that SMPD already staffs overtime for the area Friday, Saturday, Sunday. 2 officers 11 to 8, and then I guess 4 officers and a sergeant from 6 p.m. to 2:30. Is that right? Yes. So that's just on Friday, Saturday, Sunday, and then the ask, so to speak, would be for the other 4 days to have the same level of staffing?
Not quite. So, and that was based on information we drew from our calls for service, not crimes reported, but calls for service. If you remember back on that map that was shown earlier, where you had the promenade and then it went up to 4th Street down to 2nd Street and it had Arizona and Santa Monica incorporated. That's actually a specific reporting district for the Santa Monica Police Department. And so we pulled stats for that area, which would be affected by the entertainment zone because we've got parking structures, people are moving around that area anyway. What we saw in 23, 24, and into calendar year 25 is there's a consistency of calls for service starting about noon and going to about 8 o'clock at night, 7 days a week, going back 2.5 years in that area. So the overtime that we currently staff is we have 2 officers that start Friday, Saturday, and Sunday from 11 in the morning. They work until 8, and then 4 additional officers come on with a sergeant and work from 6 o'clock at night till 2 in the morning. based on what the information was in that report for calls for service in the area and the fact that there will be open containers out there, and we just don't know what we're looking at with the volume of people, how it's going to be. Recommendation was to upstaff the Friday, Saturday, Sunday day shift, the 11 to 8, from 2 to 4, just adding 2 additional officers. So if 2 are tied up, say up at Wilshire and 3rd, and then something happens down by Broadway, that's a 3-block distance where 2 officers are tied up dealing with something that might be happening by, let's say, a business up in the 1200 block, something happens down in the 1500 block or 1400 block. And then we don't have overtime currently Monday through Thursday. So again, if it was going to, based on what the model we've seen for calls for service, that's why we recommended 2 officers during that hot time when there are a large amount of calls for service in the area.
So this is partly based on current levels of activity with some thrown in extra anticipation.
Correct. Because we're anticipating, obviously we're looking at the public safety aspect, but we want everybody to be successful and have a smooth rollout with our community partners as well. But we're looking at the public safety aspect where we don't know what that's going to look like on a day-to-day.
I get it, and I want us to make sure that we roll this out safely and that it's a success. I guess my question is there a way that we can be flexible and responsive? I mean, I would love that we leverage the staff that BTSM employs or the ambassadors or the PSOs or otherwise that could then quickly notify people so that they're not maybe always having to be there if they're not needed. And plus, I'm not sure, for instance, on a Monday night or a Monday day, whether there will be any increased activity whatsoever, so is that something that would potentially, we're committing to this for a year, or we're going to see how it goes and see whether it's needed, throughout, as it rolls out? Because again, 11 a.m. on a Monday, I'm not sure if you're going to see anything different than you see now.
That's a good point, Councilman, and you're absolutely correct. But again, we were looking at erring on the side of caution with that, with the idea that we can maneuver this depending on how we need to do it with whatever happens to play out there. Actually, when we were meeting earlier today, the example I used was last time I was before you last month, and I explained the way the downtown services unit works and operates. Just today, for example, we had two-person cars that responded to a burglary. Somebody was in somebody's house in the 800 block of 9th Street, and 2 cars left the downtown area to go to that call. So they're responding to calls citywide. So they're not specifically assigned to the promenade. So that's why it was like, well, maybe we should have some officers that are there in the event something does happen, because if the officers are assigned to the downtown area, from Lincoln to Ocean and Wilshire down to Colorado, if they're out somewhere else in the city on a priority call and something happens on the promenade, we wouldn't have necessarily resources there. So it's more erring on the side of caution with maybe we upstaff 2 additional officers that are only assigned to be on the promenade during those hours.
I'm curious because I know something that I've heard from this council and from certain members of the community is they'd love, some more opportunities for officers if they're not, having to be immediately responsive to a call across the city, to be able to get out of their car more, to walk the block and to do that kind of, neighborhood beat sort of work that I think people love to feel as a presence, in the community and on the promenade and otherwise. If we have additional officers that are to some extent assigned to that area, will they have more opportunity to do that kind of work as opposed to be in their vehicles?
Absolutely. So the idea for this overtime staffing would be that they're on foot on the promenade in that area. For example, maybe they drive from the station and park their car at, let's say, 3rd and Santa Monica, and then they're not in the car. They're actually out on foot, walking, making contact with businesses, and just out and about.
Well, I could see some ancillary benefits to that, regardless of the level of activity. I'll just say that again, while the entertainment zone, the idea is that it will be legal to serve a drink at any of these hours. I sincerely doubt at odd hours that are not events or otherwise, that I doubt the activity will be substantially different, and I just hope we'll kind of continue to monitor the need as we go forward.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Councilmember Hall.
Thank you, Mayor. Is it staff's intent to, or is it staff's intent in the initial management plan to launch this 7 days a week, or is it the intent to launch it Friday through Sunday?
I think given the initial staffing costs, we would recommend, I think in the management plan, that it be that Friday, Saturday, Sunday launch with the 6 p.m. to 2 a.m. I think that as we work with our interdepartmental partners and sort of, see how this goes, Some of this is launching it and seeing how it goes, and then, could it expand, kind of understand the impact on city resources, then the ability to sort of maybe take a look at it further. But I think initially, given the current deployment, of police officers, it seems that, this Friday, Saturday, Sunday, when they have the available deployment, would be where we might start first.
And does that track to what we see like tourism levels being? So I guess if I'm a tourist coming to Santa Monica, I might want to participate in this on Monday through Thursday when I'm here for spring break or for my vacation, and not just on Friday through Sunday.
I mean, in terms of when, to the extent we have tourists coming, at the moment, I think it's fair to think, that tourists might be there during the daytime as well. But I think, part of this is, I think after tonight, if the council approves the ordinance, we do have some, I think, work to continue working with departments on the rollout of this. So, if we receive your direction, in terms of kind of how this might be implemented, we can definitely take a look at what's possible.
Okay. And will the management plan restrict certain types of alcohol, or are we talking all types?
No, it would not.
Okay, great. And question for Lieutenant Grable. To kind of follow up with Councilmember Zwick, what standard are we using to determine whether this is the right level of staffing, and when would we be revisiting that decision?
Well, so again, what we were looking at was the current calls for service going back 2.5 years, and that happens that it looks like the heavy time, 7 days a week, is from lunch hour through the early dinner hour consistently across the board. So based on the current staffing that we have with full-time officers assigned to downtown Santa Monica in the DSU division, we're looking at augmenting that with the additional 2 officers, which would be sufficient to, during the week, again, where to Councilman Zwick's point, Monday might not be as busy. That's why we said, okay, 2 would be fine Monday through Thursday as far as the alcohol stuff, but on the weekends, maybe it does uptick. And we really need to look at the ebb and flow, and that's why I said we'd be revisiting this in 3-month, 6-month intervals, so to see what that looks like as this comes to be. So it wasn't just pulling numbers out of nowhere. We had some conversations. Well, what do we think about 4? What do we think about 2? 2 should suffice because we should be able to mitigate some of the other calls for service outside of the city and have the downtown unit in closer at the beginning of the week. But then on the weekend, that's where we're talking about upstaffing to 4 officers during the day that would just be on the promenade in that footprint.
Okay, got it. And just to clarify, the recommendation from PD is that in this initial period where we would add 2 officers Monday through Thursday, the additional staffing would align to the management plan hours of opening of the EZ, right?
And we would adjust that to whatever the management plan is.
Okay.
This was just based on the numbers of 8 o'clock in the morning until 2 o'clock in the morning. And we're like, so we looked at that chunk in the middle. But if the management plan dictates something different, well, then we'll adjust staffing according to whatever the management plan is dictating.
Okay.
We're not going to just have the officers out there.
Got it. Thanks.
Councilmember Zernitskaya.
Thank you. And a lot of my questions have already been asked, so hopefully this will be quick. Not to keep going back to the cups thing, but I understand we can't use the light aluminum ones because of the law. Is it possible we could maybe use compostable cups so that they all do look the same? Because, when it comes to branding, I think that is a very powerful image of having cups and the wristbands. Just because it's, we know people live on social media. Like, that's how a lot of really people find out about cool things. And, that's what a lot of people are going to probably be posting. So is that a possibility?
Yeah, so we're working closely with our Office of Sustainability and the Environment to kind of figure out how we navigate this with the city's, single-use plastics ban. Initially, I think to start, it seems, if there's not something commercially available, they would be able to use, number 1 or number 2, like recyclable plastics as an example. They could certainly use paper or anything that is non-metal or non-glass. Like that is, so they have the full range of that. But we're working closely with OSC to kind of figure out, long-term, what does that look like until we can get the legislation.
So this is
adjusted,
just
yeah.
in the interim, and then
Yeah,
long-term, the
exactly.
intent is to have this, okay. So of the 13 businesses on the promenade that currently have alcohol licenses, how many have expressed interest in participating in the entertainment zone program?
We're not sure about that yet. And actually, when we talked to Andrew, I think we have to do that business outreach. There may be interest, but I think, kind of going door to door and collaborating with DTSM and leading on that, I think until this ordinance is passed, right, then we'll be able to, I think, spend the next month, doing that business outreach education, making sure all the signage is up and all that. So at the moment, it's, I think there is some interest, but we'll get that.
We don't know that's
Yeah.
understood, okay. And so, I understand from the staff report and from the presentation that we just received that there would be additional costs just for staffing costs, for cleanup costs, et cetera. Have we run the numbers on potential positive impacts to business revenues and or to, economic benefits to the city, or is that all dependent on the outreach?
Yeah, that's going to very much, I think, going to be part of the evaluation report that comes back at 6 months. It's very hard to know right now because it depends on level of participation. It would be purely speculative. I mean, this is obviously something quite new,
Yeah.
and if it could be very popular or not. I mean, I think these are sorts of things that, we're not going to know until we kind of start doing it.
Understood. Yeah, I know one public commenter had mentioned that in San Francisco, I think the revenues had increased.
We can see the experience from San Francisco. It was a very positive impact
Yeah.
in terms of revenues for businesses, and I think there's a hope for similar here. But
Yeah, hopefully. Okay, that was all my questions. I think the rest were asked. Thank you.
So I have a couple questions. In terms of this communication plan, I was in the promenade with Councilmember Snell on Cinco de Mayo, and just in speaking to the security team there, they were confused. I know we said 8 a.m. to 2 a.m., but I think we'll discuss in the comment section as to how we actually pare down and roll out with everything you just said. But is there a communication strategy beyond what you listed in terms of how businesses can sign up to really just discuss with security, businesses, signages? I mean, I do events for a living, and running down exactly what a wristband looks like. You made the comment earlier about printing wristbands. I would hope that we would make sure that those are proprietary and that our police officers that are working that beat, the security team that's working that beat, everybody's knowledgeable as to what those, otherwise people can recreate wristbands. And then also with the cup, going back to the cup being recyclable and having it branded, have we discussed or thought about proposing one of two things? In Nashville on Broadway, you pay a fee to take your beverage outside, and that fee goes towards special folks that actually are in these little mobile carts that are constantly checking for wristbands. And or somebody brought this up, that's on a commissioner from another location, where you pay a refundable fee if you bring your cup back. It also reduces trash outside and makes sure that folks bring their cup back.
Yeah.
Have we thought about that?
Yes. So this is, why this is not rolling out immediately, because these are exactly the sorts of operational, logistical things that, that we are thinking very deeply about. We're working very closely with DTSM on the kind of marketing, branding, promotion piece of this with our communications team. But more importantly, I think it allows the opportunity for Legion and PD to coordinate on those very issues of what does a wristband look like? What are you looking for? In terms of the business outreach and training, right, that alcohol server training is done as a group, and that's the opportunity, where we're able to talk about what this program is, the 5 basic rules, and, for the servers to understand kind of what to expect. So, all of that is getting rolled out over the next month, and there's very close collaboration between the city and DTSM on this, because I think everybody wants it to be safe and successful ultimately.
Well, this may be silly, but have we thought about additional needs for trash receptacles because of it, or specialized receptacles to collect those cups that are recyclable?
Absolutely, yeah. So we got that feedback from our public works team. I think, given there's actually a limited number of businesses that even open late enough, or that would potentially participate in this. So in that instance, it is kind of let's see how it goes, and if we need additional ones, then we'll reevaluate. But that's yes, they are aware of it and something that will be monitored.
And then lastly, on that note, just want to point out, even though it's maybe obvious to some of us because there was commentary, the city does not dictate having $3 shots, for example.
We do not.
Oh, okay. And there is no 4 a.m. proposals.
No.
And most entities outside the downtown area have to stop serving alcohol at 12 a.m. We could propose that, you know, that even though you can sell till 2 a.m. or you can, right, they stop at 2 a.m., I believe, that it end prior to that so that people aren't taking their beverage out at 2 a.m. That's maybe leading into a comment that I would just say that doing events when we know when the end time is, usually there's a 30-minute warning before, and that goes for taking your beverage out somewhere. Just something to think about, because then it's confusing, like, well, I did get my drink at the last moment, but now I'm outside till 3 a.m.
Yeah.
So being clear about all of those things. I will say that if Legion is not trained like our public safety officers are in understanding code and law, that we have to make sure that we really do a good job at communicating that. And I'm hopeful that we have a communication plan that's in line with the police department for our security department to be able to like recognize these things that they're not typically faced with.
Right. Do you want to speak about kind of how it works?
Are you guys going to work, Sergeant, with her?
We'll open those lines of communication with them. Currently, the way we communicate with Legion is their security personnel will directly call us if it's an emergent situation, and this is related to how they currently operate in their current role. If it's something else, non-emergent, they'll call their supervisor, who will call dispatch. Obviously, we'll have those communications with Legion and with DTSM, how that's going to look going forward with this, so we make sure that they're on board with everything. I mean, really, they're there to enforce the rules, and we're there to enforce the law. And
exactly.
Kind of step back and let that be. So we'll open those lines of communication moving forward with that.
And on that note, have either of you envisioned how this looks like in terms of rules and laws? So for example, let's just say we rolled it out Friday to Sunday to match with staffing levels, and let's just say it starts, 3 weeks from now. Would there be direct communication as to how at the top of the edges and the borders of these areas, people are stopped and gently reminded to discard of their cup, whatever. You can't, I think the concern from the community was people are going to be like stumbling around the whole city all of a sudden now because of this opportunity. Is the idea that people will definitely be there to make sure that people are not taking these cups?
So there's a few things going on. There will be perimeter signage that DTSM is fabricating. We've talked about kind of sidewalk clings, rules in the promenade. We'd be leveraging the digital display kiosks as well to have messaging, because recognizing there'll be people here that, are not locals, right? They're going to be there for the first time ever, so they need to kind of understand how this works as well. And in terms of, private security's role, it's like kind of advising people like, hey, you can't go past this point, finish your drink before you go. So like, that's kind of, I think, how we've discussed, how we envision that. As Lieutenant Gradle said, the police department still enforces the law, and certainly if anyone is committing a crime, they'd be doing that. But private security's role in this is, advising people of the rules and kind of, steering them to follow the rules.
Lieutenant, I have a question for you. What is stopping anyone right now from going with a Stanley cup, a Starbucks cup, fully loaded with vodka? I mean, I guess, would you know the difference, and would you be more prone to asking someone? Okay, so let me ask it like this. Now with this designated outdoor ability to carry your designated cup from a business, would you say that because of that, more eyes are on cups and you're more likely to engage with someone, and so someone's less likely to have alcohol that they're not supposed to have in an undesignated cup?
Most likely, yes. They're going to be paying attention more. Of course, we'd be looking at overall behavior.
Of course.
So if somebody's obviously intoxicated and they're drinking out of their Starbucks cup, I'm probably going to have a conversation with them because they're obviously intoxicated. But yeah, I think with having private security out there and actually stopping people and making contact with them, I think that will limit some of that quite a bit, where people are like, I'm not even going to risk doing that. So I do think that it will probably limit that. But
Yeah, I think my point is just that there's now more eyes on activity that currently isn't now. People have this idea that all of a sudden people who are going to be inspired to flock to the promenade just because they can sit outside, when in reality, anyone could bring a drink currently in a cup that's not designated and be ignored. Whereas now with lots of eyes on folks, like you said, if you're acting a certain way, you might be prone to being questioned. All right, I think we're in the comment section now, and we have Mayor Pro Tem Trosas.
Thank you, staff, for your quick work on this. Thank you, Mayor. I want to express my strong support yet again for the intention behind the entertainment zone. Revitalizing our downtown core, I think we all need to stay focused on what we're trying to do here. We're trying to revitalize the downtown core, we're trying to support our small businesses, and we're trying to bring fun and joy and vibrancy back to the promenade. Santa Monica, we've instructed staff to lead with creative economic development, and this program, I think, has the signature, has the opportunity to be the signature tool in that effort. Our promenade is a cultural and economic hub, but as we've heard from many, it's struggled with storefront vacancies, decreased foot traffic, and loss of vibrancy. This proposal is an opportunity to reimagine our public spaces and provide a platform for recovery. So we need to move beyond the false choice that it's either about safety or economic vitality. We can and we must and we will have both. I do want to be clear that in moving forward with this, that we are very explicit in tracking economic impact measurements. I stated this to staff, but just ensuring that we are tracking whether this initiative is truly driving economic development, what we're looking at both through surveying our businesses, but also just the hard facts around business revenue, reduced vacancy rates, increased foot traffic. I also want to make sure that our economic development team is outreaching and supporting smaller, diverse, independent BIPOC businesses, businesses that are family friendly, opportunities for us to bring creative events and the businesses that can participate in those types of cultural events. I also think it's important to hear from the community and listen to the community. So I would expect, as our staff always does, that we're continuing to take feedback, not only from residents, but also from visitors, from businesses. And like we heard tonight, I'm confident that we are all aligned in course correcting quickly if something shows that this is not working as intended. Oh, my timer.
your timer's
lovely.
going, girl.
Okay. So I just wanted to make sure that we see data on the types of events that we're bringing forward as we measure this, the diversity of the businesses that are participating. And I support the permanent framework. I support giving staff flexibility. As we heard tonight, we're rolling it out on a limited basis here, starting with Pride. I feel comfortable with that. And I want to make sure that we're including commitments to host regular arts, music, and local vendor activations. And I'm looking at our DTSM partners and our economic development partners, not just relying on alcohol sales to drive people here, because that is not the intent of what we're trying to do. And I would also like to see a parallel plan for how we're using this type of momentum to reduce commercial vacancies and bring in new businesses. So in closing, I'm prepared to move the item. I appreciate staff's diligent work on this, and I really do appreciate all of the community feedback. Thank you.
I'll second that.
Okay. So I think this is a moment to give some more specific direction. I would just say that I know the last meeting, we were all up here. We only had water in our cups, but we were definitely like bigger, broader, 24 hours a day. I don't know what we said. Clearly, businesses are not selling alcohol. I don't even think most businesses are open before 10 a.m. on the promenade during the week. I know that there's 1212, Casa Martin, and Cabo in the end. 1212 and Casa probably have the brunch opportunity. But I think that whatever is connected to their license to sell alcohol. However, I do want to notate that we can have this discussion up here that with amongst ourselves, that I do think that the impact and the cost, that whether they're one police officer or two, or it sounds like there's some heavy costs connected to rolling it out more than just the weekend at the beginning, And I wonder how quickly we could do all the things aforementioned in terms of communication, signage, training, one weekend even or prior to Pride to have a soft rollout before Pride hits. I think that would be great if we could do, get all that together. I want to be realistic that ordering and branding might take a little bit of time and training. But if we could do a rollout before Pride, assuming we have all the appropriate communication through DTSM and contacting the businesses, and we've worked with the police department and Legion and all the things and everyone, I think it's a good practice run, not on a huge event, to roll it out as opposed to rolling it out during a huge event. My second comment would be that rolling it out Friday to Sunday might be a great opportunity to start off with because there's no impacts financially. It sounds like we already have staffing levels at that, or maybe there was an increase, I'm not really sure, but it sounds like we're pretty staffed from the police perspective. And that's what I would say about that, is just to make sure that we're communicating with promenade maintenance, security, police department on making sure it's safe and clean. I just don't want to get this wrong, so I'm worried about going too hard and fast and having it be, not go well. I think it's better to go slow and steady wins the race. My mother always told me, and I'm not always slow and steady, but I think in this case, we can always add to it. It'll be a little bit harder to pull back if we have, if it goes totally wrong. So those are my comments. Councilmember Zwick.
Just a point of clarity, when you said, Councilmember Hall, or Councilmember Trosas, that you'd like to move the item, is the recommendation in the item that it be Friday through Sunday to begin administratively, or I'm just trying to understand the baseline recommendation as to what's in the motion?
No, that's not how I.
That's not what she was saying. I was saying that.
I believe the recommendation was to implement council's direction at the previous meeting, but that if we wanted to limit it, we could.
Can you put that screen up on?
However, from my understanding, we are not asking for additional revenue or positions at this current juncture to implement.
Oh, go back one.
What staff put forward.
These are the alternatives.
Yeah, so even if you adopted the 8 to 2 as the maximum allowable, you could give direction in the management plan to kind of limit, this rollout initially to the 6 p.m. to 2 a.m. on the weekend.
So I was proposing that we roll out this modification on number 3, that the management plan is rolling it out.
A change to the ordinance is a
Right.
direction for the management.
It's just how we roll it out.
I'm fine with that as long as we also give direction to move to expand to 7 days a week as quickly as reasonably possible.
Yeah, I think that gives us the flexibility we need to be able to continue to work with all our departments.
Great.
And there's also the flexibility, if I understand it correctly, I'm sorry, 1 second, from the report that there's an ad hoc ability for if there were an event that would be earlier or later or at a different day to very quickly sort of enable that, not as a full Pride event, but as a limited, you can do it now.
Event-based activation that is, of course, available to you.
Thank you.
Councilmember Zernitskaya.
So just to give a comment direction, I recognize that the initial evaluation report to council would be after 6 months, but I would like to suggest, if my fellow council members are amenable, if there happen to be updates that are available earlier than that, like what the economic impacts are a few months in. I don't know what information will be available at that point, but if there's anything that staff thinks would be helpful for us to have to better understand how the implementation is going and how we may want to consider adjusting in the future, I would just ask that we keep in frequent communication.
Councilmember, can I suggest that the lieutenant mentioned 90 days, that they would be having some sort of assessment, I would assume? I know you were kind of referencing it in comparison to how you staff, but I imagine the police department does provide us with weekly dashboards, so I would hope that you already have that information and could probably provide us post-event and post-30 days how it's going in terms of calls for service. And if
we could have our crime analysts do that.
From a safety perspective, I'm just saying, from a public safety perspective.
Yeah, I think from a public safety perspective and also from an economic impact perspective, because if we need to pull back to save some money because we're not getting the revenue anticipated, then we should be able to have the flexibility to do that. And if it's
Could we suggest,
amazingly, yeah.
could we also suggest possibly that DTSM work with the businesses to provide us some feedback on how, on the upside, it was positively impactful economically as well? Is that easy to do, Andrew?
I see Armine coming up.
Good evening, Council. Armine Chaparran, Community Development. My commitment to Council would be that we provide you regular updates. I think we can do it in the form of our weekly updates that we already do. And some of it could be anecdotal, what we're hearing as we start to track. I think the tracking piece, we would want to work very closely with DTSM. So we can show the curves, positive or negative. But I think giving you regular updates is completely doable, and we should be doing that anyway. I think it's important to see how it's working. And then I think after certain activations, we would probably have more data and be able to share more specifics of what we're seeing, what we're hearing. I think that's what we should do, and then compile all of that when it comes to giving you a 3-month update and then a 6-month for sure.
I forgot to add this into the direction. Is it possible to work with our wayfinders to make sure that Big Outdoor could maybe post this signage and other information?
I believe Jing already mentioned it, but
Okay.
we will reiterate that.
And maybe the ability to scan if there's any changes, you can get a QR. Any other council members?
We have a motion on the floor.
Is there a motion? Okay.
I'll second.
I think Dan
seconded it. Let's vote.
So you guys heard all the direction. It's pretty clear. Everyone feels comfortable. Roll call vote.
Councilmember Wick,
Aye.
Councilmember Hall,
Yes.
Councilmember Raskin,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Teroses,
Aye.
Councilmember Snell,
Yes.
Councilmember Zernick-Skaya,
Yes.
and Mayor Negrete.
Yes.
Item 12A, introduction and first reading of ordinances to 1, amend the text of the zoning ordinance for consistency with recent updates to state law and implement other changes, corrections, and clarifications. 2, amend Santa Monica Municipal Code, Chapter 8.08, to extend expiration for all building permit applications complete as of January 6, 2025. 3, amend the official districting map for parcels located at 2644 30th Street and 1331 Wilshire Boulevard for consistent designations. Adoption of resolutions to amend the Santa Monica General Plan land use map for parcels located at 2644 30th Street and 1331 Wilshire Boulevard for consistent designations. And just a reminder, this is a public hearing.
Just a reminder, do we need to hear a staff report if we're prepared to just start hearing public comment? Does City Attorney, can you tell us?
It would be up to staff. Is there any legal record that you need to make that's not made in the written staff report?
Honestly, the only thing I would like to remind council is there's I think 5 policy questions we definitely want to hear from you on, but there's nothing in
the questions?
that can jump to those.
Yeah.
Great. So just as a reminder, the 5 policy questions we do need to hear from you. Sorry. Oh my God.
Great job.
We did want to hear from you all regarding the continuation of exempting ADU floor area from FAR or parcel coverage. So yes, continue that. We already can do that now, which is also PC and staff's recommendation. The next policy question, I'm happy to go back to these at any time.
Yeah, we can do that when we discuss.
And they're in the staff report as well.
Sure.
The next policy question would be the expansion of ADU conversions. So state law only requires when you're converting existing space to expand 150 square feet. We currently already allow you to do more than 150 square feet. We just want to confirm with council that you would like to continue to allow a greater expansion as long as that expansion meets all standards such as setbacks, heights, and everything, which is PC and staff's recommendation. The third policy question is for new construction attached ADUs and JDUs. State law does not provide for kind of a new construction attached. The only attached ADU would be through conversion. The city currently already allows a new construction attached ADU. So to kind of align with what we currently do and to continue to align also with the housing element Program 4C, we are proposing that this new attached ADU could be one of those extra bonus ADUs that the housing element allows. So it would allow us to continue to allow for this ADU option, but folding it in under our housing element program. So we're kind of keeping status quo somewhat. And that would be staff's and PC's recommendation. The last one regarding ADUs is upper story outdoor space. Currently, there are a lot of limitations on upper story outdoor space when it comes to ADUs, depending on the zone it's in, not just regarding size, but also their placement. Given that now other state laws have allowed other developments to be just as close to property lines as ADUs could be, which was originally when those provisions were written, staff is asking the question whether we really should just default to the underlining zoning district to govern upper story outdoor space. The yes proposal would be PC and staff's recommendation. And then the last policy question is in relation to duplexes that can be established through lot splits typically in our R1 neighborhoods. There has been prior council direction to increase the guaranteed unit size of those 2 units to 1,200. That could potentially result in occasionally where we need to provide relief from certain development standards to achieve those guaranteed unit sizes pursuant to council's direction. So we wanted to kind of get policy direction from council regarding maybe a ranking of development standards to provide relief first from. PC's recommendation was to, for example, give more FAR, but maybe one of the last ones we put on the table would be to reduce setbacks. So we would like to kind of hear from council whether they agree with PC's recommended prioritization or if you would like to modify that. And those are the policy questions we definitely would like to hear from you on. And we're here to answer any of your questions.
Are we having discussion before public comment?
Questions first, or?
Oh, sorry, questions first. Councilmember Roskin. It's questions, all right. Councilmember Zwick.
Sorry, we do our questions now.
Questions now.
Okay, thank you. So on the ADUs, so my understanding is we're being asked whether we want to continue to allow concurrent permitting and fold that into the potentially the bonus program that we do now for detached ADUs. Is it possible, while maintaining the same ADU limit, to essentially create a separate bonus program? You would still be limited to 4 ADUs total, but you could potentially construct a detached ADU and a newly constructed attached ADU as 2 of your ADU allotments, as opposed to allowing it to be either or. And then, of course, there would be the requirement in this case. I would want would be not just to say it would be deed restricted as a rental, but that the other option was that it could potentially be sold pursuant to AB 1030, which we implemented here to allow ADUs to be condoized and sold.
Yes, it's definitely possible. So to give a little bit more background, folding in this new construction attached ADU under kind of the housing elements, additional extra ADU that we are committing to, there is a requirement that that ADU, whether it's attached or detached, has to be deed restricted as a rental unit. I think what you were asking is you would maybe like that new attached constructed ADU to not always have to be deed restricted as a rental unit. So could there be a 5th option essentially to do a new constructed attached ADU that could be for sale potentially, but still limit the total of ADUs to 4?
But not be mutually exclusive with the second detached.
Yes, and just as a kind of also summary on like how many ADUs are we really talking about? So state law requires us to essentially allow for 3, a JDU, a converted ADU, which could be converted from the main house or a detached accessory structure, and a new detached ADU. The only new additional ADU that locally we are allowing is an extra ADU that could be either attached or detached. So we definitely could look into essentially maybe creating a 5th option to not guarantee that that attached version had to be deed restricted. And and still making sure that we're not exceeding 4. I think we could definitely look at that.
I like the idea. I mean, I like this bonus program idea. I know it hasn't been utilized sufficiently at the moment, but I do like the idea that, we could actually be seeing ADUs that could either be rented or sold, because right now a lot of the construction, as we know, are not necessarily adding to our housing stock in a meaningful way. And I would love to see something that wouldn't look any different than that, but would allow for a newly constructed detached.
Yeah, one thing we could also look at is, although that ADU would be folded under that program of the housing element that would require the rental deed restriction, is there flexibility within that program that maybe it could still be sold?
That would be my other
We'd have to look
question
at that
as to whether the bonus program could potentially be rented or sold, since now those are both options in our code.
Program definitely includes a deed restriction for a rental unit. Granted, that was written when I believe 1033 was not either permitted within the state, let alone adopted locally. So staff would probably need to look at how much flexibility we have in that program to decide if we could alter that a little bit, or we would need to fully create a 5th option, we will say, but still making sure we get to only 4.
Okay, and then when it comes to with these attached ADUs, I know that detached ADUs enjoy relief from a number of development standards, including things like upper story step backs and things like that. Would an attached ADU have those same benefits?
Currently, they would get reduced setbacks, but they do not currently have no step backs or modulation, because the thought was they should look as if they are integrated as part of the main structure. So currently, no, that is not within the proposal to allow attached ADUs to provide relief from step backs. I will say the ones that we have seen attached, they're probably rarely on the second floor to begin with, because there's still that external access requirement that is required for all ADUs. We typically see them on the ground floor. Not saying it hasn't happened, but right now, no, they still have to adhere to the step back requirements.
And even on our alleyways, we still require a 4-foot setback, even though a lot of existing structures are on the lot line.
So state law is what requires the 4-foot side and rear setback measured from...
Requires, or that's the minimum?
It's the minimum. We cannot impose anything larger than 4, excuse me. So I guess, yes, technically, especially when it comes to conversion, it is common that, those older structures maybe are in a placement that definitely doesn't adhere to the 4 feet or are more recent setbacks. So I guess, yes, we could definitely reduce those as long as we were not exceeding.
Theoretically, the alley itself is a 10-foot setback to another lot.
Yeah, and there is other examples where we do measure rear yard setbacks from center line of alley in a lot of instances. We've just kind of more mimicked currently what state law requires as kind of our base, which was the 4 feet, and we are measuring those currently from property line.
And when it comes to multifamily ADUs, the idea is that state allows you to build up to 8, but there's a proposal to limit it to no more than the existing units. Is there a reason for that?
It's just state law, so that is 1211. So 1211 expanded ADU provisions for multifamily. Still just the conversion. So there's 2 options in multifamily. There's the conversion option, which really didn't change, which you always can get 1, but you're limited up to 25% of the existing unit count. What 1211 really altered was the ability to, the amount of detached ADUs. Currently, it's limited to 2, but, well, I guess 1211 is already in play, but it was always limited to 2, but now it can be up to 8. But you can never exceed the existing unit count. So if there's only 6 units on site, you're going to be capped at 6. If there's 10 units on site, you get capped at 8.
You're always capped at...
So you can do up to 8 as long as 8 does not exceed the existing unit count. So if you have a lesser unit count, like 4, you will only get 4 detached.
That's in the state law. We can't, that's part of this. Well, we could, but that's what the state dictates.
Is what the state is imposing, and is what is we've put into our provisions, amendments.
And then with the timelines that were provided for the AA approvals, it noted that there were different, I guess, expected response times depending on the size of the project, but then the averages don't distinguish between the two types of projects.
I know, yeah. There was a limit on how detailed, there was already quite a lot of average numbers we gave, but you are right. Each code compliance round is very much dependent on the number of units. So staff only gets 30 days if it's 150 or less. If it's more than 150 units, we get 60-day turnaround. I did not go into the level of detail of how many of those 11 projects that this kind of summarized, which ones fell into the 30 or 60. Off the top of my head, I think the majority were in the 30 range. And as you can see, staff is hitting on average all of our state mandated timelines and the timelines that we are striving to hit as well.
I guess it would be helpful. I mean, maybe it could be published separately or otherwise, just to have the averages grouped in the two buckets, just to actually understand how we're more specifically hitting our targets for the different two sizes. My only other question here is, there are two. It's a little hard to determine from these benchmarks the amount of time that projects are delayed or not by ARB, because I know that process begins before a project is deemed code compliant, but then it doesn't get approved until after, and it's unclear to me whether or not that is occasionally something that we are waiting on in this process.
So ARB right now, under more recent revisions to kind of streamline the design process and fold it in better into our administrative approval timelines, is all a project is required to do is go to ARB once before we can approve the AA. So, for example, if, let's say, ARB does not approve it on the first round, it will not hold up the AA's approval. The second or third or whatever many rounds it has to go could follow the AA approval. So an applicant only has to go once. I will say, I was also surprised at 179 days as an average before it gets to ARB. Typically, staff always will start engaging the applicant on getting ready for ARB after the first round of code compliance, because we want to make sure what we are taking to ARB is relatively code compliant. We don't want to take something that is wildly inaccurate, because then it kind of defeats the purpose of what the ARB is reviewing. And I will say, in my experiences, not every applicant is ready for ARB right away. The first round of AA plans that they submit maybe do not have every design detail that they are worked out, but we do try to explain to the applicant, especially after the first round, that you should now start preparing for ARB. But it's really up to them when they feel like they are ready to go. But we do try to actively not let design hold up the AA approval.
And just for clarity's sake, if a developer received a set of recommendations from the Architecture Review Board, and the architect that they hired as well received those recommendations, and they disagreed with them, or they put a paper bag on their head for the entirety of the meeting and left and came back with the same project, what happens?
So we limit the amount of times, we now limit since October of last year, the amount of times a project can go to ARB to 3 hearings, to kind of also make sure we are folding it into the 5 hearing limit that SB 330 and SB 8 limits a entitlement to go, how many public hearings. If an applicant consistently rejects what the ARB is requesting and they hit their 3, we will provide an approval that might have a list of conditions, and the applicant is always allowed to appeal that approval, and that would go to Planning Commission, which is why we are limiting it to 3, to always give the opportunity to go to another hearing body to see if you can get a different response.
But eventually, approval has to be given, correct?
Yes.
So on some level, we're doing these meetings with the conclusion already known.
Technically, an applicant could continue to ignore recommendations and hit 5 hearings, and the city would be precluded from taking them to a 6th.
Got it. And the last thing that's written here is from deemed code compliant to approval, 50 days. I'm trying to understand what that is. If it's already been deemed code compliant, why there's 50 days before it's approved.
A lot of that is when the staff planner has said, everything looks good, I'm now going to finalize the determination. And then it goes through supervisor approval to make sure that the determination, because ultimately the acting zoning administrator is who signs off on the AA approval. So that is where there is kind of, yes, we are saying you are code compliant, but there is still kind of the finalization of the determination. Also, just because you're code compliant might mean you haven't gone to A or B yet still. So there is still like that requirement that is holding up potential approval, and that is largely on the applicant being ready for A or B. So there's multiple reasons that 50 days.
So A or B could be the final thing that they have not finished.
Potentially.
Okay. Last question when it regards to the SB9 and the minimum guaranteed sizes. Obviously, you can build a smaller unit than that if you want. This is just saying that if you want to build up to this square footage, that development standards can't prevent you. Is that correct?
Correct. And so if someone is asking to hit that maximum guaranteed size, if there is relief that needs to be provided to achieve that, what would be maybe the first modified development standard?
And our R1 has a pretty restrictive parcel coverage, in part because we want to promote green space, our tree canopy, and things like that. So if we were really interested in preserving some of those distinctive qualities, would it be correct to say that allowing for additional height would actually probably have the least impact on the overall footprint?
If the goal would be to achieve more open space, yeah, to limit the footprint and go up would achieve that as well. I do want to remind that ADUs, although it's a policy question, don't count towards parcel coverage. So there are other components of the development that could take up, that open space that are exempt currently.
Got it. And 1123 is mentioned in the staff report. There's been no implementing ordinance or otherwise brought to us, but it's my understanding that council would have to opt in via the state legislation to allowing ADUs?
So that is correct. Right now, so the reason why there's no implementing ordinance 1123 is staff is waiting for more guidance from HCD to make sure that we are adopting it correctly. But come July 1, 1123 is eligible. And right now, it does not require ADUs to be permitted. And it could be something that council provides direction to staff that we would like to say ADUs should be included in 1123.
And that would just be guidance or an ordinance or what kind of?
I think we would probably like to hear direction to potentially bring back somehow a codified policy that ADUs could be allowed for 1123, but maybe not a full implementation of the state law, maybe just that component.
Okay, thank you so much.
All right, and I see no more questions in the queue, so I'm going to move on to direction and comments. Councilmember Ross. Oh, I'm sorry. It is 12:30 a.m. So I've got, 20 people here. I don't think everyone's still here. I'm going to start calling up names for public comment. Clerk, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, so I've got Jonah Breslow, Zenon Uliate-Crow, Brad Ewing, Heather Thomason, Nikki Kolhoff, Dan Kolhoff, and Tracy Hom, if you want to line up to speak.
Good evening, Mayor and Council members. My name is Jonah Breslau. I'm here on behalf of Unite Here Local 11. As we've expressed at the Planning Commission, we believe that projects that contain hotels should not have access to the administrative approval process. Hotels are uniquely impactful on the community. They also, often conflict with housing, and they use these housing streamlining processes in order to get a commercial use through in places where it would be especially helpful to have additional housing. And so for all these reasons, we would urge you to ensure that Projects that contain hotels are not administratively approved. West Hollywood recently voted to ensure that this would happen, and we hope you would follow their example. Thanks so much.
Thank you. Zenon, Brad Ewing, Heather Thomason.
Hi again. Thank you. Sorry it's so late. So the owner occupancy requirement in SB 9 and SB 450 was specifically included to prevent developer exploitation. And I don't mean to sound hysterical, and I certainly don't want to spread misinformation, but shouldn't we assume that developers who don't intend to live on the properties that they're going to split will be trying to maximize their profits by building the most dense luxury units that they can? I'm sure there are some really nice developers. Stephen over there seems really nice, but developers are profit driven. And so by encouraging this, you'll be really perverting this law and end up hurting future homeowners by making it impossible to compete for land with developers because the land will become so valuable and expensive. The members of this council who originally proposed this did so under the premise that it brought city code into compliance with changes arising from SB 450. But SB 450 mandates the owner occupancy requirement. It states that agencies shall require lot split applicants to sign an affidavit committing to occupy one unit as their principal residence for at least 3 years. This is not an optional provision. It is unclear to me how implementing this ordinance could actually be legal. Now, I heard from one of you on council over the last few months that the city can be more permissive than the state says, but I just want to say that a retired judge that I spoke to and a legislative analyst in Sacramento for 30 years who I've spoken with say that that is absolutely not optional. In any case, it is misguided at best to have suggested that this ordinance is in any way required by updates arising out of SB 450, since SB 450 explicitly affirms the owner occupancy requirement. Do I not have 2 minutes? Oh, really? Oh my gosh, okay. Wow, shoot. All right, then I just want to say that please oppose it. I don't think it's legal. I really think that the upzoning of the parcel at Ocean Park
Thank you.
should be investigated.
Thank you, Heather. Nikki Kolhoff.
Can I go before? I'm Dan.
Dan Kolhoff.
It's the only time I get to go before. Good evening, council members. We object to the change of land use and rezoning at 2644 30th Street. It's an illegal spot zoning misrepresented by the staff report as a clerical error. 2644 30th Street is a single tax parcel that has existed almost 70 years as a 2-story office building and a surface parking lot. It has been owned by the same family from Beverly Hills for almost 40 years. Yet all of a sudden their lawyers are claiming they just can't function without a zoning change that just happens to upzone the property, literally allowing them to go to 85 feet in a residential neighborhood. This is a massive windfall for the owners and a very negative impact for neighbors like us. Nowhere else in the city is a neighborhood commercial designation applied to the interior parcel to bring commercial use into the residential neighborhood beyond the depth of the other neighborhood commercial parcels on the boulevards. This would be the only one in the entire city and is further evidence of spot zoning. According to staff, this change was requested by the Owners Council in September 2024. However, there has been no outreach to the neighborhood by the owner or the city staff, other than like those little tiny placards that we all missed pretty much that this was happening. Furthermore, the city staff appears to have adopted the owner's misrepresented statements without investigation, even though they are not supported by the public record or the law. Staff repeats many times that the staff report and resolutions of both 210 Luce and designation of the 2015 zoning were mapping errors that were inadvertent. This is false. I mean, we were involved with that, and it was definitely part of the process. This parcel is not a boulevard. It was not designated single family. So it was designated single family residential because neighborhood commercial is intended to be on the boulevards.
Thank you. Nikki Kolhoff.
Okay. Nikki Kohlhoff, continuing the comment on the item that didn't receive any staff report time or clarifying questions because it was so important to everyone here. Council and staff contend that the loose designation was carried through the zoning in error, but the loose designation of single-family residential was purposeful and R1 was consistent with the loose. Friends of Sunset Park commented at both city council meetings in 2015 and even met with the city manager, so it was on the agenda in the public record, not in error. The resolution applies to the entire parcel. Staff represents in the staff report that you're only voting on the office building. That's false. The owner is alleging that they're limited in re-tenanting the property. As long as they remain an office building, they can do whatever they want with re-tenanting. Santa Monica has legal non-conforming use ordinance that protects the owner so it can continue this. Renovations do not count as abandonment either. The owner is now worried, apparently, that they might be vacant for more than a year. Well, as long as the building has been there, tenants have come and gone, but it has always been occupied. The owner can hire a good lease broker if they want. If council truly believes that 1 year is too short of a period, or that the vacancy of a single unit inside an entire building constitutes abandonment, then the correct result here, the solution, is to fix the definition of abandonment. It is not to upzone this property, one property, massively to build 85 feet high for the size of a football field. That's not an appropriate resolution. The staff report claims that they can't get financing, but in 2019 they did for $8.2 million under these conditions. There are no development standards for neighborhood commercial on an interior parcel, so you'd have to make one tonight. That's not on the agenda. You can't vote on this.
Thank you. Tracy Hom. And then after Tracy, I have Jason Mastabom, Dave Rand, Alex Brown, and Stephen Anderson. Tracy?
Hi. First of all, we've been asking the staff for documents and they haven't given them to us. They've acted. They've never given us the whole staff report, so we don't even know all of the ins and outs of what you've been considering. I've asked questions and asked for documents and just been totally ignored. I happen to be a real estate lawyer for 30 years. I can tell you that spot zoning is illegal in this state, that this is totally unfair. You're going to let them have 85 feet when the boulevard is at 55. That doesn't even make sense either. You're going to lower the property value for 60 homeowners on 30th and 29th. You can't make that lot half R1 and half commercial. The other thing is, I ask any of you, if you have a backyard, do you want 85 feet now looking into your yard when you bought an R1 house? It's really not fair. I bought my house in 92. I checked the zoning. I knew people couldn't go over 30 feet. And I wouldn't have bought the house if I thought someone could build 85 feet. This building belonged to Douglas Aircraft. It has been zoned the same way since 1956. Trying to get things that she didn't say. The other thing is these two resolutions are absolutely vague and uncertain. It says introduce for first reading and adoption the ordinance amending the districting map to allow consistent designation. This place is completely consistently designated. You cannot put in, if you've ever looked at this property, it's 160 feet or more off the boulevard. You can't just upzone this property. The other thing is.
Thank you, Ms. Hom. Jason Mastabom. David Rand. Oh, Dave Rand, sorry.
Okay. Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Dave Rand. I'm a land use attorney. My firm, Rand, Pastor & Nelson, represents a number of housing providers attempting to do housing today in Santa Monica. Unfortunately, I have to say, in my 20 years of doing this work, this is the toughest economic environment that has faced housing providers, between high inflation, interest rates, high construction costs, capital markets and tumult, and now disruptive tariffs. This is a very, very difficult time. You don't have tools to address any of those macroeconomic problems. What you do have a tool to address is streamlining. And now, more than ever, streamlining is really important. And knowing how pro-housing this council is, you have an opportunity to reset some of the projects that have been sitting on the sidelines. For example, in the Bergamot area right now, our firm represents 3 clients with sites between 2 acres and 2.25 acres in size. All 3 are wanting to do housing, but waiting for a by-right streamlined process that works. We believe that's in front of you tonight with the changes made to the Bergamot Area Plan administrative approval streamlining, making it clear for these smaller, larger sites that open space can be provided, pathways can be provided, but in a feasible way that avoids bisecting parcels and forcing developers to do too expensive buildings, but rather working more constructively with the site and with the developer to ensure that you get both open space, public benefits, and housing projects that work. And citywide, a very important measure in front of you tonight to allow the fast tracking of projects that have to be approved under state law anyways. Nothing you are doing is changing the outcome that the State Housing Accountability Act and Density Bonus Law doesn't require. You're just cutting the red tape, cutting the cost, and making them more feasible. Please.
Thank you. Alex Brown.
Mr. Brown, I have you down for 1 minute. Is that correct?
That'll be fine. Yeah. Hey everyone, how you doing? I'm here speaking on behalf of the Santa Monica Chamber of Commerce on item 12A. I want to thank the City Council for taking important steps to streamline housing production in our city, specifically aligning the city's definition of housing project with the definition of state law. And secondly, the streamlining for all housing projects, specifically by removing the 1 acre limit for projects to qualify for administrative approval process. We represent businesses, and mostly small local businesses, and faster housing production is simply better for business. By skipping lengthy reviews, we cut unnecessary costs, delays, and risks, and this helps us get much-needed housing built sooner, something our local businesses are constantly asking us to advocate for in order to help attract and retain a local workforce. More affordable housing built faster supports a thriving local economy, and reducing roadblocks is essential to housing affordability. We applaud the Council's focus on this issue and hope to continue on with these types of ordinance changes. Thank you.
Thank you. Stephen Anderson, and after Mr. Anderson, I have Richard Milanesi, Gail Denny, Tracy Homigan, Connor Webb, Cara Block, Mindy Shank, and Gabrielle Ipal. Stephen.
I've been a homeowner and 20-year resident of Santa Monica. I wanted to use our existing law to create duplexes on my vacant lot. Both I and the city of Santa Monica were sued by my neighbors last year. Even though the judge in our case said that anywhere that the law has a question or is ambiguous, the answer must always lead to housing, I made the difficult decision to withdraw my duplex application. We had hoped to begin construction on family-friendly duplexes of varying sizes, walkable to schools. Today, a vacant lot remains. There are existing denser multifamily projects just a couple parcels north and south of us. Despite the lawsuit, I respect and love my neighbors and recognize their concerns. However, I believe the benefits of additional housing outweigh the downsides, and that it is important for Santa Monica to be at the forefront of housing production, creating housing suitable for families and children. I feel the amendments debating today are a positive change for our city and absolutely necessary, and thank the council for their support. I believe that family-friendly missing middle housing is desperately needed, community-focused housing that bridges the gap between single-family homes and large apartment buildings. We need this type of housing now, especially after the fires. These clarifications are necessary to create the housing we need. LLCs and trusts are common ways for residents to own real estate and protect themselves when using a contractor. I strongly support the revisions of 12A and echo the large amount of support that came forward to speak when this was introduced as a 16 item, both written and in person. Thank you so much for your help to create housing.
Thank you. Richard Milanesi, Gail Denny, Tracy already came, Connor Webb.
Good evening again. My name is Connor Webb. I'm
Just want to say that I support most of item 12A, most of the recommendations there to update our zoning and city code. Yeah, we just need to encourage the creation of more of all kinds of housing throughout Santa Monica. That includes increasing housing options in these high opportunity areas by allowing more ADUs and creating more duplexes with lot splits. So most importantly, I think we need to remove administrative barriers to housing generally. But there were a few things in here that I think that was especially noticeable. Expanded administrative approval for parcels over 1 acre is great, but we need to continue to aggressively pursue ways to streamline that more. Regarding ADUs, I really think that council needs to eliminate the owner occupancy requirements for junior ADUs and lot splits in order to help create more housing overall. And honestly, my biggest issue with this entire item in the recommendations is that ARB approval is already such a significant and frankly counterproductive roadblock to new housing. And so I think council really needs to be reducing the timelines for ARB approval. They should really reject the suggested change here and instead state that scheduling and agendizing a review counts towards the meeting limit, and ideally reduce the meeting limit down to 2 to streamline that. And I'll see the rest of my time. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Carla Block.
Hello, thank you, council members. My name is Kara Block, and I'm an architect here in Santa Monica. Santa Monica needs housing of all prices and sizes. The administrative approval process has greatly improved the entitlement process by adding predictability in the procedures and timelines for entitlements. I'm here to speak in support of expanding the streamlining of these entitlements for all housing projects, regardless of the project site's land area. The AA process allows for public review and input both in the required community meetings as well as at the Architectural Review Board hearing. The code compliance review is done by the city staff, who are talented, trained professionals who know the municipal code and state laws very well. Again, the defined predictability of the AA review process, procedures, and timelines provides stability and assurance in the currently volatile housing development market. The majority of the housing projects in the AA pipeline have affordable housing components at various levels as well. Thank you and I hope you support that.
Thank you. Mindy Shank. And after Ms. Shank, we have Gabrielle Ipale, Paula Lormore, and Sean Landris.
Hi, good morning. Thank you all.
First time someone said that.
I live on 29th Street. I've raised my kids there. My son is graduating from Sam High this year. We moved in when he was in kindergarten and taught both my kids how to ride their bikes. Down the street from us in the parking lot that you're considering upzoning. It's the only safe spot on the weekends near our house because people zoom down our street all the time because it's already pretty dense. Anyway, there's heavy pass-through of traffic on our street from the Starbucks and the Counter and the Plaza Shopping Center that's on the corner there. So this parcel being upzoned would just create a lot more chaos. It's already very difficult for me to get out of my own driveway. Anyhow, adding more density to this area that's already heavily trafficked is irresponsible. There's been no outreach to those of us on the block who would be affected by this zoning change. And as a longtime resident here, it feels that the council has little regard for us as residents. It's hard to feel like the council has our backs. I've heard from many developers, I've heard from businesses, architects, all these people, I'm sure they have good intentions, but they're running businesses. We're here trying to raise our families in a lovely neighborhood. We bought this home because of the neighborhood that we're in, and now it feels like between SB 79 and all these other housing ordinances and upzoning that we're losing our neighborhood. I hope that the council can see this clearly and try to make a decision in favor of the residents and the homeowners and the families and the children who are here in our schools. We pay our property taxes to support this excellent neighborhood, these fine schools, and I hope that you'll support us. I urge you to oppose.
Thank you, Ms. Shank. Gabrielle, is it Ipale or am I saying it wrong? I make everything Spanish, so I don't know.
Okay. Ipale.
Ipale, see, I was right.
Hi there, everybody. Thank you for having me tonight. I'm Gabrielle Ipale. I'm with PMI Properties, and we are the owner of 2644 30th Street. And we respectfully request that you approve the rezoning of our commercial building back to commercial as recommended by both the Planning Commission and staff. When the property was bought in 1987, the portion of the building that was zoned commercial consistent with the property to the south and the parking lots that were zoned residential were consistent with the properties to the north. This zoning existed for decades before the change was made to R1 with no notification to us. We were only seeking a reinstatement of the commercial zoning so we may continue with the flexibility to lease and operate the office building as we have historically. The building is occupied by several businesses with leases expiring over the next few years, with 2 expiring next year in 2026. In today's environment, office building owners are under great stress and require flexibility to survive. As we were planning for these expirations that are coming up, we reached out to city staff to better understand the permitted uses for the building. We were surprised to learn that the zoning for the building had been changed to R1. There was no commercial uses allowed in the R1 district. The city's legal non-conforming use regulations will apply to future tenanting of the building, which will severely limit our leasing options. The R1 zoning legal non-conforming use regulations are problematic, very restrictive and limiting, and threaten the viability of our building as an office. Our goal is simple: to ensure our office building's long-term viability, which will require the flexibility to lease to a range of commercial tenants. The NC zoning, like the former C2 zoning, supports that flexibility. R1 zoning does not. We've proven ourselves as good neighbors that operate the commercial building and the surface parking lot in harmony with our neighborhood.
Thank you. Paula Larmore.
Paula Larmor, Land Use Counsel for the owner of 2644 30th, speaking in support of the rezone of the lots, which is my first email attachment, but I also handed it out since I didn't have time to submit it to the clerk electronically. We're only talking about the 2 lots shown in the red-orangish color, which had the historic C2 zoning, and that's where the building is located. It's the 60 linear feet. There's no debate about the 120 linear feet that have been R1, including when the property owner bought the property. The existing commercial building was built in the 1950s, and the property, this portion, these 2 lots, were zoned commercial for decades. I will say before a lot of the current residents moved into the area. The maps and the permits with the C2 zoning do not lie. Tonight's decision is about whether to reclassify this property back to commercial, like the immediately adjacent lots to the south, or keep it in the single-family residential. I understand the frustration about the NC standards. That was debated in 2023, but that's not what's up for debate tonight. It's whether a commercial building that has historically been zoned C2 should be NC, consistent with the rest of the C2 zoning in this area of the city. The owner has emphasized their goal is to maintain the long-term viability of the existing building, not to redevelop. I know the opponents have the same goal. We obviously don't agree on the means. I'm available to elaborate on the problems of having a commercial building in a zone where there are no permitted commercial uses, or respond to any of the various arguments made in opposition. For example, one suggestion from the public was that the owner apply for a variance to allow for use flexibility. Variances simply cannot be used to change use regulations. The law is clear on this.
Thank you, Ms. Larmor. Sean Landers.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. Sean Landris. I'm speaking as an individual member of the Planning Commission tonight. I do want to clarify that I'm not speaking on 12A6 or 12A7 because I'm recused on that as I live extremely close to the subject property. A couple of quick asides. This is a big bucket. Some notes, just to point out that the 4-foot ADU setback issue is it's going to be a state law problem pretty soon because it conflicts with the 5-foot zone 0 fire hazard clearance zones, and that's something that we maybe want to think about moving forward. Self-certification is coming and will help accelerate approval timelines. I know that's a really important goal here tonight. I also want to stress that when it comes to owner occupancy, as we discussed at the Planning Commission, owners can be identified through grantors, beneficiaries, and trustees of trusts, as well as members of as LLCs. And even though the feds are not enforcing that law that was passed, it is a tool for allowing people to prove that they are. So PC did really good work at Bergamot. As Mr. Rand commented, we did it in 2 rounds, and I strongly support the updated streamlining incentives and thresholds, and that's why I'm here, because I think we should adapt that program for the OC zones. State law allows us to innovate in one direction only, and so given the work that we are all invested in at the airport, I think it's really premature to entirely remove the cap, the 1 acre cap for streamlining. We don't yet have a plan for the Great Park. We don't yet know what kind of access paths we need to request in the area immediately north of the airport. We ought to take a beat to figure out those benefits. They could be clear, simple, short, quite similar to the one for Bergamot, and bring it to the OC zones. So a few options. You could streamline everywhere except the OC zones, which would retain control over the sites near SMO. Two other options.
Thank you. Thank you. And that concludes public comment on 12A. So now we can go into discussion. And I have Councilmember Raskin.
Thank you. And first of all, thank you to staff. This was a lot, and really appreciate the work that has gone into this. I'm going to go ahead and make a motion to approve the 7 staff recommended actions, including the CEQA finding, but I have a number of amendments, and I'm hoping that somebody can help pull those up on the screen to talk about them at some point.
I can do that, but do you want the amended ones that were emailed later in the day, or do you want your original document?
No, the amended ones, if possible. And I'll preface this to the public by saying a few things. I mean, first of all, the vast majority of what we're doing tonight is implementing state law, things that have been decided in Sacramento, not by us. And these are simply required actions that we're required to do to bring our local law into conformance with state law. Second of all, it's important to understand the context of the Housing Accountability Act streamlining. With very few exceptions, housing projects, the city has no discretion whatsoever to deny housing projects. The only discretion that the city has to deny a housing project of any size is when there are specific health and safety issues. And there's a very specific definition of that, and it's a very high bar, health and safety issues that can't be feasibly mitigated. So I want people in the public to have a reasonable expectation about what we can and can't do at public hearings. And I'll have more to say, but let me just say what I'm going to ask of us here. So first, with respect to the administrative approvals, and sorry, let me take a step back first. My goal here tonight is to get us to consensus. I think that there's a really wide range of perspectives on these things, but I'm hoping that what I'm proposing here can get us to yes quickly, hopefully. With respect to administrative approvals, I toyed around with the idea of tying that to a 5-acre threshold because that would be consistent with the Class 32 infill exemption. I think what we should do is amend Section 9.39060C to say that the director can deny an administrative approval only if the development is not in compliance with applicable development standards, except to the extent modifications or waivers have been granted pursuant to Chapter 9.43, which is the modifications waiver section. Or 2, if the housing development would have a specific adverse impact upon the health and safety pursuant to the Government Code, Section 65589.5. That's the Housing Accountability Act. So again, if we're at a point where the city does have discretion to say no, and it's going to be a very rare circumstance, in that case, then we can go through the public hearing process. Otherwise, it's going to go through the AA process. We'd also have to amend Section 9.40, 050 to accomplish that. And I want us to add a sunset to this. I want us to sunset this on July 1st, 2030. We can add that in Section 9.39.020A. That would give us the opportunity to not be in a situation where we'd have no discretion in the future to go back and revisit this. With respect to the definition of housing projects, what I'm going to say is any mixed-use housing project that has a hotel, motel, or bed and breakfast, or inn or other transient lodging shall not qualify for administrative approval except a portion of the project may be designated for use as a residential hotel, as defined by Section 50519 of the Health and Safety Code. With respect to ADU updates, I'm proposing that we allow up to 1,350 square feet if it contains 3 bedrooms. There's a vast shortage of 3-bedroom or above housing in the city. I know, I've recently looked for it. To the extent we can incentivize it through this program, I think we should. With respect to the owner occupancy part, the first part is a little bit, well, let me clarify here. We're going to keep the owner occupancy requirement from state law, but clarify that in Santa Monica, in order to incentivize the production of diverse housing choices and to meet the goals of the 6th cycle housing element, we're going to define the term owner as to include any natural person with ownership or beneficial ownership of the property that will be subdivided pursuant to the chapter. I finally just want to remark on the 2 specific sites at 1331 Wilshire and 2644 30th Street. I've meditated on this a lot, and I've never before voted for spot zoning. I really don't feel good about this, but I'm convinced on this record, there's substantial evidence to support the zone and loose changes here. I believe that the record shows that at least according to staff's interpretation, the existing uses would be lost essentially. Rite Aid is apparently not long for this world. The office building, I understand there's well, the evidence is in the record regarding that. What I will say is that I'm only really doing this because we're in a state of economic crisis right now. The city is truly at a position where we can't afford to lose businesses, and I really don't feel good about the way in which we're doing this. But given the state that our city is in, I'm ready to support that, and that's my motion.
I'll second it.
Did you want to speak?
Yeah, I do, but the public comment brought up a few questions for me that I wanted to clarify. Jing, is it okay if I ask you a couple of questions? First of all, I just wanted to clarify the current requirement that folks have, and we talked about this when we brought forward the 16 item, but the current requirement that a community meeting take place if a submission is going to be over on a parcel over an acre. Does the community meeting allow staff any discretion to deny anything that's being submitted? No. Right. So is it fair to say that staff has...
Turn the mic on again.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, sorry. So what was the answer to that question?
No.
Right. And is it fair to say that the public will come to these meetings with some sort of expectation that they can influence a project only to be... Sorry, what? Right. I'm gonna get to that. Only to be told by staff we're processing this because under state law we are required to.
Right. Where a housing project that is a housing project under the Housing Accountability Act, it meets those definitions, the city does not have discretion to deny those projects.
Right. And after an application is submitted, isn't a public hearing then required?
Yeah, so I think you're talking about the community meeting before the application
Correct,
is submitted.
yeah.
That's for an administrative approval.
Right.
For a development review permit, that community meeting is not required, but that is supposed to occur after the application is submitted, and it requires a public hearing.
Right, so there still is community engagement.
There is, yeah, in both instances.
Right. And then with respect to the spot zoning issue, which I also feel deeply conflicted about, there was an allegation that this is illegal spot zoning. Can you just explain to us, is this illegal spot zoning, what staff is asking us to do?
No, I mean, in this instance, we looked back at the record in terms of the history of the parcel, and, given what occurred, it was, apparent that it appeared there was a mapping error in this case, because the parcel itself, the building itself historically had what's called a C2 zone, and we saw evidence of that dating back to our historical zoning maps. And then, when we looked at the 2010 loose update, although the parcel is one parcel, the office building sits on a portion of it. And to be clear, the proposed map change tonight does not affect the whole parcel. So that has historically been R1 where the surface parking lots are. That is absolutely not proposed to be changed, and the resolutions and the ordinance are clear that the map changes only for the portion where the office building currently sits to reflect the historical commercial zone.
So then it is not false that we are only rezoning the office building. In fact, we are only rezoning the office building.
It's just the office building.
Okay.
It's a portion of the.
Sorry.
Sorry, City Attorney, can anyone opine? Is that what the resolution says? Sorry, I'm asking staff.
Their mics aren't turning on. Oh, there we go.
Yeah, it's on. It's on.
Yes, that clarification was made, but it is a technical description of the property that planning staff confirmed.
Got it. And the definition of the abandonment of the property, is that something that's within our discretion to fix?
Certainly you could do that. That's it's just a portion of the zoning ordinance. So as a baseline, abandonment is 1 year.
Could we change abandonment to, say, 5 years?
That would certainly be within your discretion to do that.
Because my understanding is that
it's not before.
Oh, City Attorney, is that correct or not?
So the abandonment provision in the city's legal nonconforming ordinance is not on the agenda for this evening. It would be a citywide change. It wasn't really part of this package. So it can be done, just procedurally, probably not this evening.
Give direction.
But you could give
I
direction.
I don't think it's council's intent to do something that would then redevelop a what could be seen as historic property. I think what was compelling to me in speaking with staff is that, as I understand it, if even one tenant in this building left and we were not, and the owner was not able to find another tenant or lease up that one tenancy, then de facto it would be, after a year, only be permissible for R1 residential development in that part of the building, which would make no sense because then you would not be able to use this as an office building.
Right. So the way legal nonconforming uses work is that you have to continue the use that was there before. So whatever that is, I haven't looked at this all in detail, but I know just in looking at some of the business licenses, most of the businesses there are kind of like a media production classification, which is actually an industrial use classification. So, for example, that couldn't become like a medical office or even like an office for an accountant. Like that's a different use classification of the zoning code. And a legal nonconforming use has, rules in there in terms of, not intensification. Like it has to be the same use, right? You can't change to a different kind of use in the zoning code. So it is limiting in that regard. Even if the abandonment piece was extended, it still has to be like, it just gives more time to kind of restart that use that was there before, if that makes sense, right? But it doesn't allow kind of other kinds of uses.
Yeah, I mean, I feel both ways are horrible here. I understand that the abandonment is not on the agenda, but I would feel better if we changed the definition of abandonment
You could give
rather
direction
than
for us to-
spot zoning, because as a practice, I'm not a fan of spot zoning. But I'm open to hearing what my colleagues say, and then I'll just say for me, since we're in comments, thank you, Jing. On the owner occupancy exemption, I do not want to remove any requirement related to owner occupancy, but I would feel comfortable, as I seconded the motion, to expand the definition to include beneficiaries of a trust, a benefit in a estate, or a member of an LLC, to the extent that we can expand the definition to make it clear. I know there are many people that hold their properties in trusts. But the last thing that we want is corporate owners to buy up our city and use this as a developer boon. So I support Councilmember Raskin's explanation on that.
As the maker of the motion, can I just jump in? I mean, if your preference is to table the text amendment and zone change and come back with reexamining non-conforming uses, I would frankly feel more comfortable with that.
I think I would as well.
Okay.
Councilmember Zernitskaya.
Thank you. So I wanted to, question / comment. And would it be possible to get the Councilmember Raskin's suggestions back up there?
4 through 7. You're pulling off.
Okay. So, and I don't know if at some point it would be more helpful to staff for us to just go through the policy questions one by one. But question / comment on the owner occupancy requirement and the request of in the recommendation in the staff report to remove that. Would staff be able to clarify, outside of council requests, why are we requesting that be removed in the staff report?
I'm sorry, which
the owner occupancy. To eliminate the owner occupancy requirement.
Okay. So the removal of the owner occupancy requirement is being done pursuant to council direction. Certainly, I think you have some fellow council members who have put forth an alternative to what is in the amendment. So what's in the amendments before the council tonight is exactly what council previously directed, which is the removal, full removal of the requirement. I think that if there was a desire to come up with something else, a different kind of requirement or what have you, there's a proposal on the screen, but we might have to come back to you.
So I'm personally, I support removing the owner occupancy requirement. Logically speaking, if it's something, if owner occupancy is required or beneficial owner occupancy is required, if it's a trust or an LLC, how would that actually be proven? Applied? How could, if they're splitting the lot, building multiple units, do they have to reside in all 4 of them? Could you clarify? Because I feel like removing the owner occupancy requirement would just make it a lot smoother.
Well, I think that, and I don't want to misspeak your
or maybe I don't know if
it.
it.
I mean, I think it might mirror what is from state law at the moment, right? Which is it's not forcing someone to occupy; they're signing an affidavit stating their intent to occupy one of the units, 3 years from completion of the subdivision. So that is the current requirement under state law. What the proposal there was kind of defining, what does it mean to be an owner? Is that helpful?
Can you explain the 2 different, the duplex versus lot split?
Oh, yeah. So the provision from state law, that owner affidavit requirement applies only to lot splits. It does not apply to duplexes. So That particular provision would be removed from being applied to any duplex application. So it would be in the case of only a lot split that the city would be able to apply the requirement as it stands in state law, or remove it in some way, again, only to lot splits, kind of as a special option, if you will.
Because the owner occupancy requirement is still under state law for lot splits.
Correct, yeah.
Yeah.
Could we potentially, if we wanted to find some happy middle ground between folks who I'm guessing would want to remove the owner occupancy requirement versus keep it in some amended fashion, if instead it could be an affidavit from someone who says, attesting that they intend to or would like to or plan to live in the unit, whether or not they necessarily will own it, because there could be folks who want to rent it in 3 years who might not actually be able to own it. But I don't know, just because I'm trying to figure out how to get to that happy middle medium, but I don't know what the rest of the council is thinking. Like, I'm personally in favor of fully removing the owner occupancy. For the rest of the proposals from Councilmember Raskin, I'm comfortable with amending the definition of housing project to exclude the hotels, motels, and transient uses for projects that are under 500 homes, because I understand the language does include that already for 500 or more. And I'm opposed to a sunset of the 1 acre threshold, or of removal of the 1 acre threshold provision. I think that if we're going to do it, we should just do it and not have a sunset on it. So those are my comments for now. I'm sure I'll have some more later, but I want to give a chance for other council members to speak.
Councilmember Zwick.
Thank you, everyone, for the presentation and for your comments and suggestions, and I appreciate the efforts to try to reach consensus, but frankly, I don't see consensus on all these issues being possible when the difference is producing housing versus doing nothing. The whole point of streamlining is not to change the zoning code, but rather to make it easier and faster to build what is already legal to be built on these parcels. And I see no reason why we don't do that now and do that permanently when it comes to streamlining all housing projects in our city. I will be happy to accept the amendment that we exempt projects that contain hotels as a portion of a housing project. But beyond that, I don't see why we would change it. I assume if there are health and safety implications, there are other laws on the books that would already allow us to intervene in some fashion. Correct me if I'm wrong, City Attorney.
It's not discretionary.
I understand the question. Would you mind?
I guess there was some implication that if there was a health and safety risk, that we would have no ability to make any finding that would stop a project. But I assume if there was one, we already would have a law in the book that would enable that.
Right. So state law already, if a housing project meets the definition of housing project under the Housing Accountability Act and it meets all objective standards, the only way the city can reduce the density or deny the project is through these findings of health and safety. And it's the high bar that Councilmember Raskin was mentioning before. It's the high bar, the burdens on the city.
But that would already apply.
That is an option, yes. That is already built into state law.
Okay, thank you. When it comes to owner occupancy, I'm frankly really confused by the council because, there's something called townhomes that exist in many parts of the city, R2, R3, R4. There's no owner occupancy to build those townhomes. It's kind of interesting to me that we only require this owner occupancy in the R1. I guess the idea is to prevent corporate speculation, but I would think that the more accurate reason why we do it is to prevent it from happening, because people don't build 4 townhomes generally as individuals who live on a lot. Someone builds 4 townhomes for 4 families to live in, and that's what happens in other parts of our city when we conveniently make it impossible in the R1 parts of our city because we don't want it to happen. When SB 9 was going through the state legislature, it was going to be passed without an owner occupancy requirement, which was inserted at the very last minute in the legislative process and has been described by multiple independent bodies, including the Turner Center for Housing, as the poison pill that has made it so that none of these projects have actually gotten built throughout the state. What was supposed to be a transformative law to forever get rid of single-family zoning across California has become a nothing burger because of this provision. And the only defensible explanation for wanting to get rid of it is not wanting to see duplexes and townhomes in the R1. We want to see more families have opportunities, as you just said, for 3 bedrooms to be able to purchase a house in this community, not on 7,500 square feet of land where it is financially impossible for anyone without inherited wealth or insanely garnered wealth by I don't know what to do at this moment in time. So I honestly I'm very confused by why we would back away from that at this point, especially after we as a council directed it. Beyond that, I feel like this word spot zoning has been sort of thrown around, and I don't find it appropriate at all in this instance. This is a commercial building that was built because it was zoned commercial. That was at one point in time classified, and there are many parcels in the city, by the way, in our commercial zones in which the zoning is split between the building and the parking lot. I've seen that on Wilshire. I see that all over the place, and this was done. So the idea that this would be a large parcel in which the building would be zoned commercial and the parking lot would have been zoned residential is consistent with many parcels throughout the city in this way. And the idea that the staff is presenting a record that it was zoned this way when it was built and since then, it's not a spot zoning, it's fixing a mistake. And I don't feel uncomfortable with that in the least. So those are my comments on that. Beyond that, I do have some specific, quick feedback on the direction from staff. I guess maybe what would make most sense would be for me to make a substitute motion, which would just be to say that I would like to approve the staff item as written, with the exception of the provision. I'll admit I didn't really see the language close enough in your motion around hotels, but I do agree with the spirit that we exempt housing projects that include a hotel portion from the streamlining that we are envisioning. Beyond that, I would say yes, we should continue to exempt ADUs from FAR requirements. Yes, we should allow for conversions that ADU conversions that expand beyond the initial footprint. Yes, we should allow for newly constructed attached ADUs, and that they should be allowed in addition to a bonus detached ADU if it is deed restricted as a rental, not as an either or, provided that the total maximum number of ADUs remains the same. Yes, we should allow upper story outdoor space on all units, not just the primary units of a single family home in the R1. And when it comes to the minimum square footage, to your point, actually I forgot this, you did mention, Councilmember Raskin, about raising the ADU limit to 1,350. I think I agree with the spirit, again, that 3 bedrooms are incredibly important. There are a lot of legal protections that we rely on currently for ADUs that only go up to 1,200 square feet under state law, which these ones would not enjoy, including relief from a number of our development standards locally. So I don't think it would be so easy to implement that at this moment. But what I would propose is that duplex projects under SB 9, we could raise the minimum square footage there to whatever we want, which I would say would be more comfortable to say 1,500 square feet to allow for 3-bedroom family-size units. And I would argue that, like townhomes around the entire country, the first development standard I would propose that we relax in order to allow projects of that size would be to allow them to go to 3 stories or 35 feet if necessary in order to achieve the minimum of 1,500 square feet per unit. Beyond that, I would also request that staff return at the first meeting in June with a policy or IZO allowing ADUs as part of the implementation of SB 1123. And I would move that we limit the number of total required ARB meetings from 3 to 2, and that if they are agendized, they should count as a meeting unless continued by the applicant. And that's the totality of the motion.
Councilmember Zernetskaya.
I would second that if you're comfortable amending the ask of staff to return the first meeting in June to,
It goes into effect on July 1st.
No, I was just going to ask, or as soon as reasonably possible, because if for whatever reason they can't do it in the first meeting in June, second meeting in June.
They said they're going to be ready with guidance for implementing the law when it goes into effect on July 1st. This is simply saying that we allow ADUs. I can't imagine that would be a difficult
No,
thing.
I just don't know what else staff has on their plate. So if they can do it at the first meeting of June is good, okay, then I'll happily second that motion.
Thank you.
Councilmember Raskin.
Yeah, I mean, I think we agree on more than we disagree about. And, you know, I think it's important to not lose sight of that. I mean, there were some things in my original motion that I you know, were very intentional. And, you know, I hope that a majority of us can find a way to maybe reconcile these two motions through some way. I don't know how we do that. But with respect to the AA definition, I mean, it gets complicated because my goal is to give us the opportunity to have a public, you know, an actual like DR process in the very rare circumstances where it does rise to the identifiable health and safety issues, so that there can be some type of engagement with how that's going to be feasibly mitigated. Usually that's through a CEQA process, which is why originally I wanted to tie this to a 5-acre threshold, so that, you know, for those projects that fit within that infill housing definition, then, you know, it would automatically be an AA anyway.
Are any parcels 5 acres?
I mean, conceivably. I mean, at the, you know, the airport business park, for example.
We own the airport land.
No, the business park.
But those parcels are all one? Are any parcels 5 acres?
Yes.
My understanding is that there are some.
Well, I mean, conceivably, you could tie together parcels and you can get something bigger, or you could have a project that's bigger than 5. Anyway, you know, point being that I'm just explaining my intentionality behind that. With respect to owner occupancy, I mean, again, as Mayor Pro Tem Trosa said, this is really just with respect to the lot split portion, and the language that we had developed addresses situations in which a beneficial owner can take advantage of the lot split. Realistically, you know, if you're trying to subdivide a lot, there are a ton of other options available in the state law to do that subdivision. I think what we're trying to accomplish here is making sure that folks in single-family neighborhoods have a vested interest in bringing forward a lot split that you know, they have some sort of engagement or oversight over. But I get your point that, you know, the whole point here is to incentivize housing, and it is a little bit incongruous to be able to essentially do more through the ADU law than you could already through SB 9. With forgetting what everything else was, but you know, I'll just say that with respect to the ADU threshold, I mean, I think I'll defer to my colleagues. I'd be willing to compromise on that if it helps us get to a consensus.
I'm just going to say it's late and I feel like I'm outboxed here when it comes to housing. I'll just be honest, and that's okay. I think all this talk about square footage and affordability and development, when we've seen what's happened and nothing is affordable, this idea that we're going to put additional lots on already expensive lots and create opportunities for families to buy homes, it's just silly. So I don't even know what to say. I mean, there's a motion on the floor. You guys have gone back and forth. I don't agree with the spot zoning for various reasons. It's been in existence there for over 30 years. I'm not really understanding why we need to change that now. I don't trust that it's not going to become some monstrosity at the foot of a neighborhood. 1,200 square foot ADUs are so that folks that live there can build for their families that can't afford to move out anywhere else, or potentially rent to afford their mortgage into retirement. So I'm going to let you guys duke this out. I'm one person up here, and we'll see where it goes.
Well, just one thing. I would really urge us to keep a sunset. I mean, look, if it's working, that's fine. We can extend it. But there's absolutely no going back if we, under existing law, if we have no sunset.
All right, question. So under state law, if we remove the 1 acre threshold, do we, if it's not working or if it has an unintended effect, we can't, okay. So that's why you're thinking of the sunset? Okay, I still honestly hesitate on that. And to your point, Mayor, I do think your voice and your opinion is very important to be heard, even if, there's a lot of differing opinions. I think that your opinions are still important to be heard.
I will say this, I don't agree with dragging communities into pointless community meetings when we all know that the development's going to happen anyways. So in the event that it shaves off 89 cents a month on an apartment that's $7,500 a month, sure, because the development process goes faster. I will say I agree with that, because I hear too many times that people think that they're signing up to speak on a project and that somehow that their voice is going to change the scope of the project. And we all know here that that's not going to happen. So I understand that. The acreage, I don't know if you wanted to say what I was sidebarring with you on in terms of development, but the difference between the 5 acres and the 1 acres.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not supportive of a 5 acre cap, but I could understand how it would help streamline certain projects if we did do a 5 acre cap.
Is there
What's the two motions on
is
the
there-
floor?
I
Is there
can-
a second to your motion?
Yeah, Natalia.
Is there a,
Substitute.
well, before I would like to respond just to some of the things that Councilmember Ruskin said, but I was curious if there even, do you have any sense of whether there even are parcels of that size? Okay, we'll come back to that.
Is the clock still running on everyone?
Yeah, 50
Okay.
seconds, whoever that is.
That's me.
Some sort of sunset clause in 2030 is what gets us to yes. That's an amendment that I would be friendly to the maker of the substitute motion. I'm a little confused because I do know that we briefly had an administrative process and then we did impose this 1 acre threshold. So I'm a little confused why was that not imposed by the former mayor after we previously had a 1 acre threshold, did not have a 1 acre threshold?
Yeah, the 1 acre threshold was imposed maybe a couple years ago, I want to say. Yeah.
Last year.
Yeah.
So theoretically, we had a fully administrative process and then we introduced this threshold.
Yes.
So why are we saying now that we can't go back?
I think that what's that? Yeah, it's because
Individual applications vest.
Yeah.
Yeah, that makes sense.
exactly.
But that's different than saying we couldn't later change the law.
Correct, yeah. I mean, I think that anytime, I would say this, that like if we removed it and we put it back in the future, we always kind of have to go through this exercise. We do a new housing element, like, is it a new constraint on housing?
Sure.
I think it's always seen through that lens.
But yeah, I mean, I would argue that the first, sorry.
Yeah, when the 1 acre threshold was instituted, we did have a conversation with HCD about that because there was concern, was it violating our housing element in some way? And we showed that there weren't actually a lot of sites that were over 1 acre. Like, that's not where all our capacity was demonstrated in the housing element, so they were comfortable.
Right, okay. We might have a breaking update here.
Okay, just pulled it up. There are only about 8-ish, under 10 parcels.
Okay.
Meet that 5 acre threshold.
Okay. Well, if we're talking about, again, just to kind of wrap things up, if we're talking about, a sunset provision and some sort of provision whereby in the very rare circumstance that there was a determination that it was in violation of or in risk of jeopardizing health or safety. Those sound like reasonable guardrails on the administrative process, in addition to the hotel portion exemption that we also talked about. I'm trying to think about other places where we're different. I have to say it's not friendly to me to continue to preserve this owner occupancy rule that really only serves as a way of gatekeeping for families to not be able to find accommodations in single family neighborhoods as we simultaneously push to make ADUs bigger. It doesn't really make sense to me that we would restrict it in that way. I'm not sure if there were other issues that we need to sort of try to reconcile here in my 1 minute.
If I could just respond very quickly, I think for the sake of consensus, I'm fine with this compromise. If we could just agree to just make the motion on recommendations 1 through 3, and then we handle the loose and zone update separately.
Around the parcels?
Yeah.
We can handle that separately.
Okay.
Okay, so there's a Councilmember Zarnitskaya.
Oh, sorry, I was just going to say those amendments to your motion to do the sunset, if it can get us to a happy compromise, and to add the health and safety portion as Councilmember Raskin suggested. It's friendly to the seconder.
Councilmember Hall?
Yeah, I just wanted to comment on the owner occupancy requirements. Owner occupancy requirements prevent the creation of missing middle housing by making it harder for small scale developers, like we heard tonight, to build duplexes, triplexes, and ADUs on lot splits. And these rules limit who can build, often excluding responsible local developers, again, like we heard tonight, and builders who specialize in gentle density. And if I recall, at least 6 of us up here campaigned on developing missing middle housing, and all 7 of us have made very public statements about affirmatively furthering fair housing. And that, to me, means increasing density in our single-family neighborhoods with duplexes and triplexes. Right now, the only thing that is getting built in this city are giant skyscrapers or giant big block apartment buildings on Lincoln, or single-family mansions. And I don't understand how we can sit up here and say that we want to keep an owner occupancy requirement and simultaneously say that we want to promote the creation of missing middle housing with duplexes and triplexes. I think that we should be clarifying that if a project meets zoning and design standards, it shouldn't matter whether the owner lives on site or whether a small scale or even a large scale developer builds duplexes and triplexes. I think we should support this small scale development exactly like we all campaigned and said we would, and remove barriers that hold back that development of that type of housing.
I just wanted to say that I think at least for me, and this is, I guess, based on opinion and somewhat proof in the last few years in my own community, that owner occupancy is not about gatekeeping, but rather a person who is living somewhere and developing another unit, as I mentioned before, for their family members or to rent out affordably, has a different set of lending capabilities and financial resources to build what they're going to build. Corporate builders and developers are going to build more luxurious homes that are more expensive, and we continue to miss that mark of this misty middle. I can tell you that there's nowhere in Santa Monica, whether it's a duplex or a triplex, that unless your combined income is over $1 million, that you're able to afford a 2 or 3 bedroom duplex. So I think that's the idea, is that when you take the owner occupancy away, I think many folks feel like for these people to make their money back, they're building at a rate that's not affordable. And I think that's the issue. At least that's how it is for me, and that's how I see it.
I think I would just say, Mayor, that a piece of dirt in Sunset Park is worth $2 million. It's the land that makes the structure valuable. The finishes are actually very cheap between a luxury and a cheap house. It's the land that makes it valuable. So if you allow someone to build a house on 1,500 or 2,000 square feet of land, it is inherently a quarter the price that one would have to pay in land value for that house, which makes up at least 80% of the total value of that house, is the dirt on which it sits. And if you do not allow homes to be built on less than 7,500 or 6,000 square feet, there is no way they will ever be affordable, regardless of whether you have a nice stove or a crappy one in it.
And Councilmember Zwick, I don't want to take away your 54 seconds on me, but I will say, because you are very articulate and smart when it comes to development, and you've got fancy numbers and acreage to cite, all I can tell you is I live across the street from what was developed to be affordable, 2 units near SMC. They're 2 bedrooms, 1 bath. They're smaller than my apartment, and they rented for $7,500 a month. It's not affordable, and that was the guise of building those ADUs behind those units. That's a real-life example, not in theory, but in practice.
Right, but the single-family homes
Sorry,
are going
point
for
of order.
twice that.
We are ping-ponging back and forth instead of sticking to the request to speak list.
Yeah, so I have Councilmember Zernitskaya. We're going to clarify, we're breaking apart these motions. I hear your substitute motion, which you've agreed.
Yes.
Are you agreeing to
And I'm
breaking out?
comfortable- Yes, and I'm comfortable breaking them apart. I also did just want to comment, we're not just thinking about, 1, 2, 3, even 5, or even 10 years out. The most affordable homes in Santa Monica today, and I think most of us live in them and can attest to this, are older homes that are, thank God, rent controlled, which allow for, some preservation of existing residents and the diversity and, the rich community that we have of just different types of people, different perspectives, different incomes. And in order to maintain that going forward, several decades out, we have to build housing now, because in several decades, that's what's going to be affordable. And the homes that are affordable today are going to not, be even less well maintained than, we've discussed in the past. I also live in a rent controlled home that is, doesn't have air conditioning. There's no laundry on site. I've got termites as well, even after the treatment. But, we choose to live here because this place is so important. Those are the trade-offs that we make, but people shouldn't have to make those trade-offs. And, we might not be able to get to a place where we don't have to make those trade-offs in the next 5 to 10 years, but I think we can try to do that for future Santa Monicans, including the kids that are growing up here today, the kids that are graduating from high school, just future Santa Monicans, not just us. That's who I think we're here for. And current Santa Monicans as well, obviously.
So, all right, we've got 2 motions. The substitute motion is going to go first, and I just want to clarify what that is.
Sure, can I restate it? I do believe it is a blend of sorts. If I can do my best, it includes the streamlining of parcels above 1 acre pursuant to the provisions provided by Councilmember Raskin regarding health and safety and a 5-year sunset provision. And that was right for that one, right? Oh, and the hotel, sorry, the exemption of projects that include a hotel.
Sorry, I have a point of order. Are you amending this motion? Because it sounds like you're blending.
No, I accepted friendly amendments on my substitute motion.
On your substitute, so then we're still going to go back to your original motion.
No, we're going to be voting on the substitute motion.
Yeah.
Okay, sorry.
Can I just ask one quick thing? Would it make sense to line up the sunset with the next housing element cycle so that the review is done in conjunction with that?
When is that?
When is that?
That's too soon. 2028?
Getting everything at that time anyway.
I mean,
2029, October 15th, 2029.
I mean, we can always extend it for another 5 years.
Just an idea. I don't know.
Yeah, with the October 2029 sunset, at which point we can extend or modify. Then I believe we said we would table the spot zoning or reclassification question, but we would implement the changes to the lot split and duplex ordinance in my motion, with a minimum allowable square footage of 1,500 square feet, and a preference for modifications to height and stories in order to achieve that level of square footage as relief from development standards. Beyond that, I had a lot of things I mentioned that were mainly yes to the ADU questions asked by staff. I don't know if we need to go through each one of them again, but.
Yeah, and I think that's fine. I think one thing just for the public's benefit is that everything you can achieve through an SB9 project, you can do anyway through other 4-lot ministerial subdivisions and the ADU laws.
Okay, so did you guys address this 1,200 versus 1,350?
It's 1,500 now.
Sorry, instead of looking at expanding ADUs past 1,200 square feet, it was allowing duplex projects to be 1,500 square feet each.
Yeah, friendly to seconder.
Okay, friends, let's call the vote. I see Josh back there falling asleep, so let's call the vote.
Councilmember Zwick,
Yes.
Councilmember Hall,
The ones around 29th Street and 30th Street that are not voting on it right now.
Yes.
Councilmember Raskin.
Yes.
Oops. Sorry.
I forgot to mention the direction on 1123, but that was there as well.
Mayor Pro Tem Terosis,
My mic is working. Yes.
Councilmember Snell,
Yes.
Councilmember Zernitskaya,
My mic isn't working either,
Oh,
but yes.
and Mayor Negrete.
no. And then, so now we're voting on the item 4 through 7 of this, of 12A, right?
6 and 7, is that right?
I think it's 4 through 7 because it's
it's 4 through-
Wilshire and
Yeah,
30th Street.
4 through 7.
Four through
I'll
7,
just make the motion, per what Councilmember Trosa suggested.
Table this.
Table this and come back with potential amendments to the amortization rules for uses like these.
Abandonment, yeah.
Yeah.
And the definition of abandonment, are we going to address that separately?
And can I just ask, my mic doesn't work? Staff, a question. Is there a process for the owner of this building to come forward to bring the property into compliance with the pre-loose C2, previous C2 zoning?
You mean, is there a process for them to individually apply
Right.
in the future? Yes,
Correct.
of course. And any individual.
So they can bring it forward themselves rather than
Bring it
staff
forward
having to bring it
themselves.
forward for a spot zoning?
Yes.
Got it. Thank you.
And it is not a spot zoning.
Sorry.
To be clear. Yeah.
So there's a motion on the floor to table items 4 through 7. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
We can do
Motion made by Councilmember Raskin, seconded by Mayor Pro Tem Terosis.
Sorry, I'm trying to click the request
Oh.
to speak in my.
Oh, sorry, Councilmember Zernitskaya. Like her whole screen is off. Councilmember Zernitskaya. Oh, there you go. Now your mic's on.
Okay, there. Okay, cool. I just wanted to make a substitute motion to, for 6 and 7, to approve those as submitted by staff, and I'm happy to table 4 and 5. I don't know if there's a second for that.
Just which?
So she's saying to go ahead and vote on 30th Street, the project we will and table the
There's-
Wilshire
yeah,
project.
If there's no second, that's fine.
I
Happy
think-
to let that drop.
People who came forward were speaking about 30th mainly, but, so she's saying to go ahead and move forward with what the staff is saying on
On 30th.
30th Street, but not
Yeah.
Wilshire. I don't know.
I
Why?
don't know. Or we could just do all.
I'm not hearing a second.
Oh, I'm ready to approve them, but I'm not sure why we would split it up.
Okay.
I don't know.
All right, then let's just let it drop.
Okay.
No second, that's fine.
So we're back at the motion to table item 4 through 7 and can we do by acclamation since there's
yes.
all in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Seeing
No.
none?
No.
Oh,
No.
sorry.
Wait.
2 noes?
We're tabling it.
We're
This
tabling
motion
it.
to table it.
Yes.
Oh, yeah, I support that. Yeah, sorry, I got that.
Okay, I'm sorry, so let's do
Late,
that
folks,
again.
sorry.
How many nays?
No.
Did you, noes, sorry.
Okay. So Zwick
2 noes, 3 noes.
and- three. Who's the other no?
Zernitskaya, Councilmember Hall, and Councilmember Zwick are noes. And Mayor Pro Tem, Barry Snell, myself, and what's your name again, Ellis? No, I'm just kidding. Councilmember Raskin. Yes.
So it passes 4-3.
Yeah, we're tabling. The table.
We're tabling. Okay. We're on to the 16 items. Does council have any interest in removing any items? I'm assuming 16D is being removed.
Sorry, my mic isn't working.
Yeah.
Can I make a?
Well, I know there's a money item. Is there things, and I know there's appointments.
You can still vote on it in one vote. It's just has to be about.
Yeah, I move to approve items 16D through
16C.
No, C is, oh yeah, sorry, 16C through
16D.
16G. Oh wait, sorry, sorry, let me just go back. I move to approve in one motion 16C, D,
E,
and G.
Second. Oh.
All right.
Can we do a voice vote?
No.
Oh, sorry. City Manager.
I actually have a question about 16E that I'd like to ask the maker of this. This is Council Members Halswick and Mayor Negrete.
Yeah.
Regarding the
Peer concerts.
about the peer concerts. So what I'd like to ask is, can we, what's missing here, I believe, is language. It says to bring back large music events. What I'd like to suggest is bring back a plan for large music events so that we can, so that that can be evaluated by council.
I think that was the intent, right?
So I would say that that is the intent of the item, and if you read the first, direction 1.1 on line 109, it's asking for a zoning ordinance implementing a pier and beach entertainment zone, which authorizes a list of things, including plans. If you would feel more comfortable if we change the word from implementing to a zoning ordinance, planning a pier and beach entertainment zone by end of year.
Yeah, I think staff has been working a lot on this in advance of moving this 16 item forward. And I want to make sure what we're working on is consistent with this. So by bringing back a more integrated plan, looking at the South Beach parking lots, looking at beach activities themselves, we have the pier bridge that's coming down shortly that's going to impact what we can do on the pier. So I think if we can agree to bring back a more holistic approach to beach and pier events, that would be helpful and consistent with the work that's already been done.
So the motion is still to continue to move all those items with
moving forward, but
the changing the word from implementation to plan. Is that okay? To make okay.
So
Can we
confirm it's
Yes,
16C, I'm sorry, 16C, D, E, G.
Yes, with that minor amendment.
So I don't think there's any money
No.
involved in any of these. So we can
We
just-
pulled out the money one. All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
And I'm sorry, that motion was by Mayor Pro Tem Terosas and the
And seconded by myself.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Okay. All right, so let's go back to 16A.
That's an aye for me.
Appointments to 3 seats on the.
I'm sorry, can we, okay, that's fine. I was going to do one quickly, like, can we, I don't know that we need to discuss
Yeah, we don't need to discuss
16F.
16F. I move 16F.
Second.
That's fine.
Since that's a
Money
money
for
vote, we
here.
have to do a roll call vote, that's.
Sorry, Josh, thank you for staying here.
For what?
Shannon, thank you. Sorry, I'm so sorry, you guys.
Thank you, Josh. Good night.
Yeah, you didn't need to be here.
See you in 4 hours, no.
All right, do we have a motion on 16F?
Yeah, I move.
Second.
Councilmember Zernickskaya?
Yes.
Councilmember Snell?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Terosas?
Yes.
Councilmember Raskin?
Yes.
Councilmember Hall?
Yes.
Councilmember Zwick?
Yes.
Mayor Negrete?
Yes. All right, so now 16A is
Item
left.
16A, appointments to 3 seats on the Transit Security Advisory Committee for terms ending June 30, 2027. So this item was continued from April 22nd. 2 seats were appointed. The circumstances have not changed as far as applicants, but the department is in a hurry to try to get this committee off the ground. So we put it back on this agenda.
Can I ask a quick question? I noticed that on the list of applicants on the agenda, Eric Fisher's name wasn't on there, but we were going to look into whether or not he was eligible to
right.
serve.
He is, he's on my list.
Oh, he is?
so.
Sorry. Like I said, it's late. I'm sorry.
It's okay, we all get one pass a night. Okay, are we, I feel like it's a game show when we do this. How are we scanning? No?
Do you want to nominate
So we
people,
need
though?
nominations.
Sorry.
So we have two candidates who are qualified for the law enforcement seat, so there's no need for ranking and voting for that seat. The two candidates are Edward Costello and Frederick Foy.
I'd like to nominate Frederick Foy.
Second.
You don't need a second.
Any other nominations? Seeing none by acclamation?
Aye.
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 Welcome, Frederick.
Okay, and then we need a seat for the, is it the youth seat? Youth seat, yes, youth advocate seat. There's two qualified applicants for this seat, Jennifer Kaplan and Eric Fisher.
I nominate Eric Fisher.
Any other nominations? Seeing none by acclamation? Aye. Any opposed? No, okay. Welcome, Eric Fisher.
There's one more, I just have to make the adjustment, so. So Foy has been selected. Fisher has been selected. Cassia Walker is already selected. So there are four candidates left for the general seat. Maurice Bell, Edward Costello, Amy Gottstein, and Jennifer Kaplan. Any nominations for this seat?
Didn't we appoint Amy last time?
Yeah.
Yeah, we appointed to Kessia Weller and I forget the other one. I have to look at the names.
Yeah, we appointed Amy, 100%.
Amy was appointed.
Yes.
Okay, so sorry. So there's three candidates then. Maurice Bell, Edward Costello, and Jennifer Kaplan.
Any nominations?
You could also table this. We have a quorum at this point if you don't want to move forward with this seat.
We'll say, I mean, I'm happy to table it.
Yeah, motion to table.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, so.
Sorry, I can just remind the public, we're looking for applicants, but we need people to fill out a full application and
Right.
provide us enough information to make an informed decision.
You can't just put your name in like incomplete sentences. It's very hard to know what's happening.
Okay, so that's done. Item 16B, appointment to one unscheduled vacancy on the Clean Beaches and Ocean Parcel Tax Citizens Oversight Committee for a term ending June 30, 2025. So we have four applicants for this seat. Marion Clark, Jeffrey Charles, Denise McDade, and Larissa Shachina. Any nominations?
I'd like to nominate Marion Clark.
Any other nominations? By acclamation? Oh, aye.
Aye.
Welcome, Marion Clark.
I think that's it.
We didn't get to use the codes. I'm so bummed.
I know, I'm right.
I mean, I was bummed when he brought it up, and now I'm like, look forward to it. It is true. That concludes that, and we have an adjournment that Mayor Pro Tem Terosis is going to read.
Thanks. Okay. Tonight/this morning, I ask that we adjourn our meeting in memory of Jennifer Barraza Mendoza, Jen, a brilliant strategist, dedicated public servant, and beloved friend to so many across Los Angeles and the state of California, including my husband and I think some of us on this dais. She passed away early this morning yesterday morning at age 37 after a courageous battle with cancer. Jennifer was a force of nature, sharp, unflinching, and deeply devoted to the people and causes she served. A proud graduate of Hollywood High and UC Santa Barbara, she began organizing with SEIU in 2009 and quickly rose to become the organizing director at SEIU Local 99, where she led efforts to improve the lives of nearly 50,000 education workers across Southern California. She went on to serve in leadership roles as the deputy director for the California Senate Democratic Caucus, where she advised some of the state's most influential elected officials and mentored the next generation of change makers. In 2017, Jen was appointed by Mayor Eric Garcetti to the Central Area Planning Commission. She also served as the deputy campaign manager for Kevin De Leon's 2018 U.S. Senate campaign, then as a principal at Hilltop Public Solutions, where she helped shape major statewide initiatives and national campaigns. In 2019, she joined the National Education Association's Campaigns and Elections team, continuing her fight for equity in education at the national level. And most recently, she served as chief of staff to Los Angeles City Council member Kevin De Leon. Under her fearless leadership, the council district housed more people experiencing homelessness than any other city in California, secured over $365 million in outside funding for transformative community and infrastructure projects, and delivered the iconic 6th Street Bridge to the people of Los Angeles. Jen's moral compass never wavered. In a political world of shapeshifters, she stood out as fiercely loyal and guided by principle. She never sought the spotlight, but when tested, she rose with unmatched strength to protect her team, her community, and what she knew was right. But beyond her extraordinary career, Jen was a devoted wife, daughter, sister, and friend. She met her husband, Eddie, in middle school, and they became high school sweethearts. Their love story, rooted in decades of friendship and unwavering support, culminated in marriage and reigned a bright light through her final days. She was a passionate traveler, and she always advised Dan and I on where the next best location to travel or restaurant to go to or cool thing to buy was. She was a lover of music and an explorer of the world's cultures and cuisines. And she's survived by her devoted husband, Eddie Mendoza, and her loving parents, her sister, Tracy, her 2 brothers-in-law, a niece and nephew whom she adored, countless friends and colleagues and loved ones. And I just want to say that she and her husband have done so much for our community here in Santa Monica. And when I ran for this seat, there was no one I trusted more than Jen and Eddie to advise me on what to do. Answered every single question, took my call at every hour, and it's just, been the honor of a lifetime to be her friend, and we're all really going to miss her and honor her memory every day. So I ask that we adjourn our meeting in her memory.
Thank you. And with that, it concludes our meeting. We will be back here this Thursday, May 15th for our special meeting, which we will open in open session at 8 a.m. and we won't be adjourning. And then we will have our regular city council meeting May 27th. Thank you and good night.